during the period of time after you'd been arrested by the district or pursuant to a warrant from the district attorney's office, you were actually being held back in a holding area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You recall that I came back there with Mr. Steele, gentleman back there with the grayish white hair, Mr. Matthews, this gentleman right here with the very gray hair, right? And Miss Westmoreland. Yeah.
I'll sustain that objection.
At least you got here. And Miss Westmoreland, you remember that?
Yes, sir.
We had a chance to talk yesterday, isn't that right?
Yes.
And when we were back there, we talked about the communications that you'd had with the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
Now, you also remember that after you came out, you were asked some questions by the assistant district attorney, Ms. Love. Is that right?
Yes.
You remember her asking you at one point, are you afraid of Jeffrey Williams? You remember that question?
Yes.
And then she may not have said Jeffrey Williams. She may have said, are you afraid of Thug? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer was no. Is that right?
Yes.
You have no reason and had no reason to be afraid of Jeffrey Williams. Is that right?
No, I don't.
Okay. In fact, when you testified yesterday, you were on edge. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You didn't want to be here.
Yes.
And part of it is because of the interactions, and your reaction yesterday was based on the interactions you had, not with Mr. Williams or anyone over here, but with the district attorney's office. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You told us when you were back there that they had been, quote, harassing you for a number of months. Is that true?
Yes.
And in fact, you said that prior to coming out and testifying, that the only person you were afraid of, you didn't want to be around, was Investigator Hamilton from the district attorney's office. Is that true?
Yes.
And you're saying that to us, and then your testimony subsequent to that was based on the interactions that you had with Mr. Hamilton. Isn't that right?
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to the question.
I sustain the objection. You can-
Okay. Mr. Hamilton had contacted you prior to yesterday. Is that right?
Yes.
He would call you from time to time. True?
Objection, vague.
What is, can I have some,
I'll order the objection. You can answer it.
Yes.
let me just ask you the questions, okay? Mr. Hamilton had harassed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told us when you were back there that you didn't want to come out and see him because he had sexually harassed you. True?
Yes.
You felt like, and you told us that you were really concerned about coming
Your
out
Honor,
here.
I'm going to object
Cases.
as to relevance.
I'm gonna order the objection.
You told us that the times when he would contact you, it seemed like he was trying to date you.
Yes.
In your interaction with, and Mr. Hamilton, you actually met with him at different locations. Is that right?
Yes. I met him at a restaurant.
Japanese restaurant off of Moreland Avenue a
Yes.
couple months ago.
Maybe, I think February.
Okay. He wanted to meet you, supposedly to talk about the case,
Yes.
but he wanted to meet you by yourself.
Yes.
You did not feel comfortable with the interactions you've been having with the district attorney's office, and so you brought your 20-year-old son along with you.
Yes.
Any question that's informed. You can-
So, Your Honor, if you could just have him break it up so we'll know what she's answered.
All right,
I
I'll break it up. You didn't feel comfortable going to meet him by yourself.
Nope.
Because you didn't feel comfortable going to meet him by yourself, you brought your 20-year-old son with you.
Yes.
Was that before or after you met with Mr. Hamilton and he told you, don't talk to nobody else?
That was after. He told me before that. I came in, I seen Miss Love, and that's when I told y'all yesterday that me and Miss Love, we only discussed for a brief because they was like trying to tip me, and that's when I went to talk to him and a couple of more people from their team that I don't see right now, and then he ended up getting me by himself and asking me to give him my number and that he's gonna contact me and that I ain't need to speak with no one else. And if they contact me, do not answer or speak to them. Only him.
Okay. He told you that he would like to take you out when this was all over, didn't he?
Yes.
And then he's, as far as you know, he is an investigator, law enforcement investigator for the DA's office, right?
Yes.
You didn't have a problem discussing with the district attorney's office this supposed incident from back in 2013, right?
No, I never had a problem.
Right. And in fact, when going back to you being asked yesterday about whether you were scared or anything like that, when you met with the DA's office, you met with them so often that you actually lost your job, didn't you?
Yes.
They would contact you and say, hey, you got to come talk to us. And because of the number of times that you had to just kind of drop everything, leave your job and come talk to them, you lost your job, didn't you?
Hold on.
Yes.
I sustain the objections to form. You can rephrase, Mr. Adams.
You lost your job because of having to go meet with them, right?
Yes, but they wasn't meeting with me every time they tell me to though.
Subsequent to or after you lost your job,
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton, the investigator, told you, don't worry about that. Take care of getting you another job, right?
Yes.
When you met with them, when you met with, I don't know, there was actually a time where you came here to the courthouse to meet with either an investigator or someone else from the DA's office, true?
Yes.
Okay. Were you supposed to meet with Miss Love? Were you supposed to meet with Miss Love?
Yes.
And you were brought here by an investigator, Investigator Long, right?
Yes.
You ended up not speaking to Miss Love that day. Am I correct?
It's just for like a brief.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object and ask that the witness answer the question, yes or no. I didn't understand the answer.
I'm gonna rule the objection. She's answered the question.
When you, just to be clear, when you said a little while ago that Miss Love tried to tip you, is that what you said?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Because when I met with Miss Love at the Wendy's that she discussed, it was some things that we had talked about, and she told me like it was some things we talked about that wasn't gonna be brought up, but she wouldn't bring it up to me again, or we wouldn't have to discuss it.
Okay. All right. In your conversations, either with investigator or DA, they were asking you questions about 2013, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked yesterday whether you recall this supposed incident from back in 2013. Remember that?
Yes.
Your answer yesterday was you really didn't remember, right?
Yes.
Not talking about yesterday now, but going back a couple months, or whenever it was you met with them, you told them then, and them being the district attorney's office, whether it's an investigator or a DA, you told them then, I really don't have a lot of memory or remember much about 2013, all right?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is breaking news.
Now,
This is breaking news.
I want to ask you specifically about this supposed incident from back in 2013, okay?
This has to lead to a mistrial.
Do you recall making a report to Zone 3 Police about an incident that you said occurred on May the 12th of 2013?
Yes, sir.
You do not?
Yes, sir.
So a defense
Is it
prosecution
true
witness is accused
that
the district
you
attorney's
told
investigator of sexually
police
harassing her?
officers in 2013 that Jeffrey Williams, DK, and someone you said was Jeffrey Williams's brother came to your house on Mother's Day?
No, sir.
Is it true that you told the police that they robbed you on that day?
No, sir.
Is it true that you told the police that Walt DK took your gun and then shot your gun into the wall?
No, sir.
That didn't happen, did it?
No, sir.
Back in 2013, I want to just ask you directly, and that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were in a different place in your life back in 2013?
Yes.
In 2013, you had a child that had just been born, right?
Yes.
You had another son who was about 10 years old, right?
Yes.
And you were seeing a young man by the name of Micah Anderson. True?
Yes.
If I can just have a minute to. Ms. Kokomo, are you sharing the screen? All right. Judge, may I approach the witness with what's been previously marked and entered as DS4?
Yes, you may, sir.
May I approach you, Ms. Bennett?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been entered into evidence as DS4. That's the exhibit number. All right. Is that a picture of Micah Anderson?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Micah Anderson is the father of your child.
Yes.
He is also certainly back in 2013, he was a person who was in music. He was a rapper.
Yes.
His rap name was Ola Player.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm looking for a board. All right. With the court's permission, may I have Mr. Kokomo publish on the screen DS4, please?
Yes, sir, you may.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Kokomo. All right. For the benefit, can you see, is there something on your screen next to your left hand?
Yes.
That is Micah Anderson, correct?
Yes.
That's the father of your child.
Yes.
Okay. Father, child, or children?
Child.
Okay. The youngest one.
Yes.
Okay. And that is the person that you've just referred to as Ola Player.
Yes.
Also goes by the name King Slime.
Not that I know of.
Okay. I want to show you what's been entered into evidence as DS5. All right.
Guys, I'll
Showing
be
you
here. I'm off
DS5.
the screen for a
All
second.
right. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, and again, with court's permission, DS5 on the screen, please.
Yes. You may, sir.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Now, you can look at the screen. You see that the screen depicts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals, correct?
Yes.
The person in the middle, that's you, isn't it?
Yes.
And you have on a T-shirt on the back, which on the back says "Free King Slime."
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And on the bottom it says "Ola Player."
Yes.
And that is a picture on that T-shirt of Mr. Anderson, Ola Player, correct?
I can't hardly see it.
Okay. How's that? Is that a little better?
Not from right here.
Okay. Well, that T-shirt that you were wearing on that day was essentially a T-shirt saying "Free Ola Player" or "Free King Slime." I mean, you're referring to the same person when you say King Slime and Ola Player. True?
I wouldn't say it's true, but I remember this day. I was at a club
Uh-huh.
and someone was performing, and that shirt, it was given to me,
Okay.
and I wore it, and we performed some of his songs.
Okay. When you say we, who's we?
Me and the people in the picture.
You were in the music game as well?
Was I?
Yes.
Nah, I just performed his songs.
Okay.
He wasn't there.
Got you. All right, you can take that down for right now, Mr. Kokomo. So again, back in 2013,
Bless you.
you were living at a location on Confederate Avenue, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, 980 Confederate Avenue. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
All right. Now, I don't want to embarrass you, but the truth is, you and Mr. Anderson stayed at that location together, right?
Yes.
Is it true that y'all sold drugs out of that location?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I want to be respectful, and this is just aimed at getting an answer, but would you consider yourselves, you and Mr. Anderson at that point, to kind of been like the neighborhood drug dealers?
No.
All right. But I mean, folks came to your place to get drugs, true?
Yes.
In fact, as far back as like 2008, there was a burglary, or someone kicked in the door and searched through that house when you weren't there. You thought they were looking for drugs. Remember that?
You said when?
About 2005, as far back as 2005. Sound about right?
I object as to relevance of something that happened in 2005 before this incident occurred.
Well, we're talking about 2013.
I sustain objection.
Okay. Around 2013, there were drugs being sold out of 980 Confederate Avenue. Sure.
Yes.
All right. In fact, in June of 2013 is when you and Mr. Anderson were both arrested for some drug trafficking charges in Clayton County, correct?
I think it was in June. Yes.
And a little bit after that, I think maybe in 2014, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you and Mr. Anderson were again arrested for some drug charges, specifically at 980 Confederate Avenue here in Fulton County, all right?
No, I remember I was arrested, but he wasn't arrested again with me.
But you were both charged, right?
I'm not sure
Okay,
if we both charge.
all right. Let me ask you if it would help to refresh your memory if I showed you a document in regards to that Fulton County case. Do you think it would help to refresh your memory?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked, at least for right now, as Williams 213. All right. I want to show you this document, and specifically I'll soon count this, okay? The 6th page of that document, and ask you whether or not looking at that helps to refresh your recollection as to whether you and Mr. Anderson were charged together in Fulton County.
You say 2016.
All right, but does that refresh your memory about whether it was just you charged or whether it was the both of you that was charged in that Fulton County case?
I wouldn't know if both
Speak
were
up, ma'am,
charged.
please.
I wouldn't know if both of us were charged at the date that you saying, because they saying 2016. I guess they maybe charged us together. I wasn't sure. I just know when I got arrested, I was by myself.
Okay, you were by yourself when you got arrested.
Yeah.
But you were arrested based on drugs that were found at 980 Confederate Avenue.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to move for entry into evidence of Williams number 213 as a certified document.
No objection, Your Honor. It's the same as State's Exhibit 29 Alpha Alpha, which we will be admitting to your anyway.
I'll admit that I'm strong 13.
Yes. And while I'm at it, I'm going to also move for entry into evidence of what I've labeled as defendant's exhibit number 212.
Any objections to Williams 212?
As to only 212, yes, Your Honor. And
Basis.
212 is improper impeachment.
Can I see it, please?
Yes. May we approach? Honor, with the modification, I have no objection to that exhibit if they are combined.
She's welcome.
Thank you. All right. Madam Court report, I'm going to leave over these right here. All right, so Ms. Bennett, what we have somewhere around that period of time is some drugs were being sold out of 980 Confederate Avenue, right?
Yes.
You were subsequently convicted of a drug offense in Fulton County based on drugs found at 980 Confederate Avenue, true?
Yes.
And you were subsequently convicted in Clayton County based on drugs a drug offense in Clayton County, right?
Yes.
And that was you and Micah Anderson in Clayton County.
Yes.
Yes. You and Micah Anderson in Fulton County as well, true?
Yes.
All right. Now, isn't it true that in May of 2013, Jeffrey Williams, DK, and someone named Buck actually came to your apartment at 980 Confederate Avenue?
Can you repeat? I hear you.
Yes. Do you remember that if you do you remember that sometime in May of 2013, Jeffrey Williams, DK, and someone named Buck came to your apartment?
No.
Okay. Do you remember that those three individuals came to your apartment and it wasn't Mr. Williams, DK, and Mr. Williams' brother, but Mr. Williams, DK, and this person named Buck? You remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember that they came there for purposes of buying or getting some drugs from your apartment?
No.
Do you remember that they came there and actually smoked with you and got high with you?
No.
Do you remember?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, assuming facts that are not in evidence. And because the question is being asked, do you remember?
I'm not sustaining objection, just rephrase.
Is it true that when those three individuals came to your apartment?
Objection, Your Honor. It is still assuming facts that are not in evidence. Because he said it's a true win.
Is it true that when those individuals came to your apartment, you smoked with them and got high with them?
No.
Is it true that when they left,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There is no fact in evidence that those three people came. And so when Mr. Adams keeps saying is it true win, he is assuming facts that are not in evidence. And unless he,
Your Honor, if I may just respond. I'm sorry? Well, Judge, I have to ask her the questions. I have a good faith basis to ask her the questions. And I have to ask her the questions and have her either admit or deny before I can then subsequently.
There's no predicate, that's what I'm saying, that's what she's objecting to, so you gotta lay a little more predicate. You may have a good faith basis, but there's no predicate. Her objection is as merit.
Did those three individuals that I've just named, did they leave your apartment and Buck take a quantity of heroin that you had at your apartment?
I never had heroin. No.
Did at some point after those individuals left your apartment, you have a conversation with Micah Anderson about the fact
assume
that
facts
Buck
not in
had stolen
evidence.
heroin
Objection,
from
Your
your
Honor.
apartment?
No.
I,
Objection.
I'm over the objections.
Yes.
Did you, and then for purposes of I think there's a lot of talking going on, did you, at some point after those individuals left your apartment, did you have a conversation with your boyfriend, Micah Anderson, about the fact that Buck had stolen some heroin from your apartment?
No. No.
Okay. Did you receive a phone call after that incident with someone apologizing for Buck stealing the heroin from your apartment?
No.
Did you discuss with Mr. Anderson that Jeffrey Williams was going to pay for the heroin that Buck had stolen from your apartment?
Objection, Your Honor, that would be hearsay, and there is no exception for it.
Number one,
Unless, Your Honor, someone is on the list to prove that up, which there is not.
there is, she cannot,
Defense.
Not what the response to the objection. I was okay with the objection.
and so when around that time, right, and I'm talking about May of 2013, do you recall in the police report that Ms. Love asked you about making with Zone 3, that you told Zone 3 police officers that you had received a phone call apologizing for a robbery at your house?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. The truth is that what actually happened in 2013 was that whole situation with Buck stealing heroin from your apartment. Isn't that true?
No.
I mean, there certainly was no incident where DK shot into your apartment or anyone put a gun to your head. That never really happened, did it?
No.
Do you recall on May the 13th, right? So we got Mother's Day, that's May the 12th, right? Remember that? If you remember, it was a long time ago.
No.
Okay. Do you remember anything about May the 13th having a police officer by the name of Officer Kirkland coming to your apartment?
No.
Do you remember an Officer Kirkland and someone from the Atlanta Police Department crime scene unit coming to your apartment?
I don't know what officer came to my apartment, but I don't think it was on the 13th. But like my building, it had been shot at, so I don't know like exactly what day that was, but it just wasn't my specific apartment. It was the building.
Okay. So if I heard you correctly, around that same time, I know you don't remember the exact date, but around that same time, your building had been shot at?
Yeah.
Not specifically your apartment, just your building.
Yeah.
And your apartment, or the building that you're in, has multiple apartments, is that true?
Yes.
Do you recall around May the 13th receiving multiple phone calls from an Officer Kirkland trying to ask you questions about what you had supposedly reported?
No.
You've never had to come in to a courtroom to testify about any supposed robbery in 2013 at your apartment, have you?
No. That's how I know.
In 2013 or 2014 even, you were never contacted by anyone from the district attorney's office saying they wanted to talk to you about a robbery that occurred at your apartment in May of 2013, true?
Nobody never contacted me. 2013, 14, 15, none of that.
The first time that you were contacted or anyone asked you any questions about something that happened way back in 2013 was about a year ago. Is that right?
Yes.
And you told them that there was no robbery at your apartment in May of 2013. Isn't that true?
Yes.
I mean, you were never, you're not even aware of your name being included in any sort of a RICO indictment, are you?
No.
Or any incident from 2013 even being a part of any RICO indictment, right?
No.
Did anyone from the DA's office, anytime you spoke to him, whether it was an investigator or assistant DA, ever tell you, listen, we just want you to come in and say something about Jeffrey Williams? Anyone ever say anything like that to you?
No.
Have you ever, do you know what the nature of the relationship is between, is or was between Jeffrey Williams and Micah Anderson, All-Out Player?
Yeah, they did music together.
Okay. They've been to the studio together, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever, and this happened, I mean, I'm talking back in 2013, all right? They did music together back then.
Probably before that.
You were aware that they have been friends or had a relationship since before 2013 and after 2013, right?
Yes.
And certainly, there's no indication, the child that you had in 2013 is Micah Anderson's child, right?
Yes.
All right. Would you, if you were robbed, someone put a gun to your head in
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to speculations.
Okay. Was there ever any time in 2013 where you said to Micah Anderson, Jeffrey Williams and two other guys came to my apartment and one of them put a gun to my head?
No.
Was there ever a time where you said to Micah Anderson, Jeffrey Williams and two other guys came to my apartment and one of them shot into the wall while our child, your baby, was there?
No.
Was there ever a time where you told Micah Anderson that there was this robbery and shooting at your apartment and Micah Anderson still continued to record music with Jeffrey Williams?
You repeat it.
Yeah. Was there ever a time where you told Micah Anderson, hey, Jeffrey Williams, DK, and some other guy came and stole and robbed me and shot up my apartment? And then after that, Micah Anderson still continued to record music with the person who was supposedly involved with shooting up his house with his baby there?
No.
Were you ever, did you ever have occasion to go to the studio when Mr. Anderson, Ola Player, and Mr. Williams were there recording music?
Yeah, I've been before.
Okay, so you've been there with them together, right?
Yes.
Would that have been before May of 2013 or after?
Might have been before. I'm not sure.
Okay. But certainly you would tell this court or you tell this jury that after May of 2013, you and Ola Player so continue to have a relationship with Jeffrey Williams, right?
After May, I had got arrested. So yeah, but I ain't had like no problems in there with him. Like we ain't had no problems.
You were arrested in Clayton County in June, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you actually went into custody, went to prison in, was it 2015?
Yes.
And you were in there for how long?
I think like 2 years, 6 months.
Okay. Now, you are still on probation for the Fulton County case, right?
No.
No? Is that done?
Yes.
Okay. Are you on probation in the Clayton County case?
No, I'm done with that too.
You've got another case that you're on probation for, right? A misdemeanor suspended license?
Objection, Your Honor, as to improper impeachment and improper introduction of character regarding what Mr. Adams just asked.
Goes to interest and bias.
Yeah.
When you met, okay, let's get to it. When you met and spoke with the DA's office investigating Mr. Hamilton, he was trying to get you to come to court, true?
Yes.
You told him that you couldn't come to court because you had a probation case in Clayton County, right?
Yes.
And so Mr. Hamilton knew that you had a pending case or a probation case in another jurisdiction based on what you told him, right?
Yes.
And what you told that investigator was that I can't come to court the next day because I got to go do 20 hours of community service in Clayton County. You told him that, right?
Yes, because they said if I ain't do the community service, they were going to arrest me and suspend my license.
That's what Clayton County said, right?
Yes.
And so you didn't come to court because you had to go do the community service.
Objection obeyed on a date, please.
Okay. On Tuesday of this week, let me see, the 26th, right? The 26th of March, 2024. All right, you didn't come to court in the morning because you had to go and do the 20 hours community service in Clayton County, true?
No.
Okay. When did you have to go?
I had to go prior before then, but on Tuesday I didn't come to court because I received a message from Mr. Hamilton like kind of late because I had ended up blocking him because sometimes I was getting phone calls. It wasn't about court, so I had blocked him. But on Tuesday I ended up responding to him later because he told me that he had relation with the judge and he was gonna get a warrant out on me and get me arrested. And I told him I would come in, but they end up coming pick me up, like surround my house, move my cameras and stuff like that. And had my 11-year-old outside for like an hour and a half by himself because he didn't know I was at because it's only me and my kids.
But you got locked up.
Yeah.
After your conversation with Mr. Hamilton of the DA's office.
Yeah.
Those texts, were you speaking with Mr. Hamilton and members of the DA's office by way of text messages?
Sometimes text, sometimes phone call.
Okay. You still have the phone that you shared those messages with the DA's office. Those messages still in that phone?
Yes.
Who has that phone?
Mr. Hamilton took my phones and my ID.
You have a moment, Judge. Ms. Bennett, I thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Your Honor, pursuant, I'll wait and see someone else's.
Any other cross? Any other defendants?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No one? No, Your Honor. All right. Ms. Love?
Your Honor, pursuant to Brown versus the State, 314 Georgia, 193. Your Honor, may we approach?
Can we approach on that?
Yes.
Bennett? Ms. Bennett? Can you just step up and just a second? Step up and just a second. All right, can we bring Ms. Bennett back in, please?
Ms. Bennett, did you testify on cross-examination with Mr. Adams that the reason you did not appear in court Tuesday, March 26th, was that you were afraid of Lieutenant Hamilton?
Yes, I had blocked him.
Did you send to anyone in the district attorney's office a communication stating that you did not go to court because you were in the hospital?
Yes, I sent that to Mr. Hamilton.
And did you send a communication to anyone in the district attorney's office stating you did not care what the judge said, no one could make you testify, and did you give specific, explicit instructions as to what to tell the judge to do?
Objection, compound question.
No,
I will rule the objection.
Did you tell anyone in the district attorney's office that the judge could kiss your ass?
no. I told Mr. Hamilton to have the judge to call me so I could tell him how being harassed. That's exactly what I said.
Your Honor, permission to treat the witness pursuant to Brown?
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett, isn't it true?
Your Honor, I would object to her being treated as a witness.
Okay, and I'll overrule the objection. It's already been made.
Ms.
I'd
Bennett,
also like to see these.
isn't,
I'm sorry?
I'd also like to see these messages that she's referencing, the district attorney has those in their possession.
That's a different issue, but I'll rule the objection at this point in time. We can take that up a little later.
Ms. Bennett, isn't it true that when you met with me the first time, I was with Chief Investigator Randolph when we were at the Wendy's on Norland Avenue?
I don't know his name, but you were with somebody.
Isn't it true we met you in an SUV and you pulled up with your 3 sons?
With my 2 sons and my stepson.
Isn't it true that you described the boys or the young men with you as your 3 sons?
Yes,
Isn't it true that you told me that one of the children was not yours biologically, but you promised that child you would never leave him?
yes,
Isn't it true you were about 2 hours late to that meeting with us?
no,
Isn't it true that you told us that the reason it took you so long is you were handling another matter with your cousin and a domestic violence situation?
yes,
Isn't it true that when I
What they
first
got?
asked you,
Your Honor, the witness can be permitted to explain her answer.
Hold on. Madam, did you have something else you want to say?
yes.
Go ahead, finish your
I
thought.
was just gonna ask her what my cousin, domestic violence got to do with this. Like, see, though I mean, she be,
You're being examined,
No,
so
okay.
you have to answer the
Okay.
question, okay? All right.
isn't it true, Ms. Bennett, that you indicated to us you did not want to speak with us about the 2013 incident?
no,
Isn't it true that you said, when I asked you, or at least when I told you I wanted to speak with you about something that happened to you in 2013, that you told me I've blocked out that entire time in my life?
yes,
Isn't it true that you teared up and said that you had gone to prison, and while you were in prison, your mother became terminally ill?
yes,
Isn't it true that you said, and had on a shirt when we met that was commemorating the date and your mother?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
yes,
Isn't it true that you began to say, when I asked you, did you ever get counseling? Better yet, did I ask you about counseling?
yes,
Isn't it true that you told me that you had wanted to harm yourself because of everything that you had gone through?
yes,
Isn't it true that I told you that you should get some kind of counseling for that?
you told me you'll help me, but you didn't.
Thank you for saying that. So we discussed counseling.
Yes,
Isn't it true that I communicated with you beyond that via telephone at various times?
Objection made.
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase.
Isn't it true that we talked even after that?
Yeah, you
Isn't it true that I called you to check on how you were doing?
and probably like 2-3 times after that.
Okay. Isn't it true that I told you that I wanted you to speak with our victim advocates at this office?
Objection
Yes.
on irrelevance.
Overruled.
Objection, facts found into evidence.
Overruled.
Isn't it true that I asked you about Jeffrey Williams while we were in on Moreland in the Lindy's parking lot?
Yes.
Isn't it true that I asked you whether Micah Anderson and Jeffrey Williams were friends before an incident in 2013?
I don't remember you asking me that, but they was.
I was going to say that. And isn't it true that you said that they were?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you never once said that the incident did not occur?
Yeah.
Now, isn't it true that you were called down and appeared here in this courthouse in the hallway earlier this year, before this week?
Yes.
Isn't it true that I came outside and sat down on the bench next to you?
I don't remember you sat down, but you came out.
Isn't it true that I asked you how you were doing?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you told me you were beginning to feel like you wanted to harm yourself again?
Yes.
Isn't it true that I asked you what caused you to feel this way?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you told me you, Miss Love, you are the reason I'm starting to feel this way?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that I then left your presence?
Yes.
Isn't it true that a victim witness advocate came to talk to you?
I don't know who it was.
Do you recall a young lady about my height with curly hair coming to talk to you?
I don't know if she was your height.
Do you recall a young lady coming to talk to you with curly hair and an accent?
No, I remember a lady, but I don't think she was tall. But then it was like a couple of ladies,
A
so
couple of ladies, thank you.
yeah.
Do you remember a shorter lady and a taller lady coming to talk to you from our office?
Yes, I think they were from your office.
Do you remember them talking to you about you wanting to harm yourself?
One of them was talking about that, and then one of them was talking about something else.
Do you remember them calling the Georgia Crisis Hotline for you?
Yes, I think they did.
Do you remember indicating that you did not want to wait for them to arrive and you would rather call an Uber?
No, Mr. Hamilton told me to leave. He told me to come with him and leave. The lady told me to stay because they called the hotline. And he told me he told her she ain't staying. She finna go. She all right. She all right.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Hamilton instructed someone from our office to leave you all?
Yeah, I went with him. They stayed. I gave her my phone number. Matter of fact, she just went. The lady who I talked to, she just went. I seen her earlier. She had on a gray suit.
She's in the courtroom earlier?
She said, she came in their room back there with me. She said she was going to get me some paperwork now, that she was finally getting the paperwork that what she supposed to been giving me a long time ago.
Was that Miss Kelly?
I don't know her name.
Did she have a short bob?
Yes.
Okay, and she shorter than I am.
Yes, but you said she taller than you, but she not.
So did you meet with a Miss Kelly who is shorter than I am and a young lady who's taller than she is?
I don't know her name, ma'am. Just said that.
Miss Bennett, isn't it true that you repeatedly stated you did not want to come in and testify?
Yes.
Isn't it true that never once did you tell anyone in the district attorney's office that this incident where you allege that Thug, DK, and Thug's brother robbed you did not occur?
Yes. Each one of y'all I talked to, I told y'all the same thing, that I didn't know nothing about what y'all was talking about, and y'all start pressing the issue like, you gotta go in, you gotta do this, you gotta do that.
Isn't it true that the only thing that we told you had to do was to appear pursuant to your subpoena?
What's subpoena?
Ms. Bennett, is it your testimony that you never received a subpoena to appear in court?
No, yeah, I received word of mouth or text when I got to come to court. I never had a paperwork telling me I had to come to court.
Ms. Bennett, so your testimony is that you were never served a subpoena?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I can't say I was served a subpoena, but I know the first time somebody came and seen me was like last year. And that's when they first talked about the incident, and they showed me a police report. And they was like, to your knowledge, did you make this? And when I read the police report, it didn't make sense. And I told them no. And I don't know his name. And he let me read it, and he was like, do you remember anything like this happening? And I was like, no. And then he had me sign the paper, but he had the police report on top of the paper that he had me sign, so I didn't get to read that paper. And I was asking him, but I asked him what I signed for, and he told me I was signing because he need proof that I came and seen him, and he seen me, and I had to sign that he seen me. And so I asked him, I'm like, is I'm in any type of trouble? Like, do I supposed to go to court? Because I'm like, he talking about I was a witness to a crime in 2013. I'm like, sir, do you know what year it is? I was like, I can't really tell you nothing about 2013 beside my child. Like, a lot of things had happened to me, and I told him I couldn't discuss that with him. And he just told me to sign a paper stating that he seen me, but he didn't tell me what the paper is. He didn't let me read it. It was another paper on top of the paper, so I didn't even know what I was signing for. I probably could have signed my life away because he didn't let me read it.
Isn't it true that you were served a subpoena on that day and you were given that piece of paper?
I wasn't given anything. Only thing I ever had was cards with different attorneys or investigators or some like numbers and stuff like that on there.
What did the person who talked to you that day look like?
I can't even remember. I just know it was a man. I know it was a man.
Was it a tall man?
I don't remember him being tall.
Isn't it true that it wasn't Lieutenant Hamilton?
No, it wasn't him.
And
I know
isn't it
exactly
true
how
that
he
you did
looked.
not- I'm sorry, what?
I said I know exactly how he looked.
And isn't it true that you had no knowledge of a Lieutenant Hamilton on May 13, 2013?
No.
So you did not have knowledge of a Lieutenant Hamilton on that day. Is that correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
How many times you want me to say?
Hold on, wait a second. I'm gonna sustain the objection.
And isn't it true that on May 13th of 2013, I had never spoken to you in my life?
Repeat it.
Isn't it true that on May 13th, 2013, you had never spoken with me in your life?
I never said I did.
I'm asking a question though. Is it not true that you've never spoken to me up until that point?
No.
So is it fair to say you didn't know me or Lieutenant Hamilton on May 13th, 2013?
I never said I did.
She did not answer no one, she just answered speaking to us.
I all rule.
No, I answered. You asked
Rule the
me. I said
objection.
no
I'm sorry, no to what?
to the question you just asked me.
That you did not know either me or Lieutenant Hamilton
And I said
on
no.
May 13th, 2013.
I said no again.
Okay, thank you for
3
clarifying.
times.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Adams on cross-examination about an exhibit that was tendered by the defense. Do you recall me showing you State's Exhibit 29 Alpha Alpha yesterday?
Oh, yesterday, yeah.
Yes. Okay, and is 29 Alpha Alpha your Fulton County conviction from 2000 and 16.
Yes, that's what it say.
Say that again?
Yes, that's what it say.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 29 Alpha Alpha, the self-authenticating certified documents reflecting Ms. Bennett's conviction here in Fulton County.
Any objection to states 29 Alpha Alpha?
If it's the same as the exhibit that I've entered previously, then no, I have no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Bennett, isn't it true that you are the person that signed this plea of guilty form? It was filled out and you read it.
Yes,
All right. And isn't it true that you entered a guilty plea to the charges on this indictment?
yes,
Isn't it true that this indictment number is 16SC140484?
yes,
Isn't it true that you pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity?
that what was on there?
I'll let you read it. Take your time. Let me know when you finish.
Yes,
And isn't it true that you also pled guilty to possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute
yes,
and possession of a Schedule 4 controlled substance?
yes,
I'm gonna now show you State's Exhibit 28 Alpha Alpha and ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 28 Alpha Alpha. Okay? Is State's Exhibit 28 Alpha Alpha the same exhibit that Defendant Williams' attorney, Mr. Adams, showed you and labeled as Defendant's Exhibit 212? I'll let you look at this page.
you're saying is these the same?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Isn't it true that you in the document labeled Defendant's Exhibit 212, you pled guilty there, or at least were adjudicated guilty for possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute,
yes,
and for having control of cocaine, a controlled Schedule 2 drug? Isn't it true that those are the charges you pled guilty to?
yes.
Isn't it true that you never pled guilty to possession of heroin?
I ain't never had hair.
Okay. What gang are you a member of?
I'm not a member of a gang, but they charged me for it.
Which gang did they charge you with being a member of and participating in criminal street gang activity?
Of blood gang activity.
And which blood gang was that?
I don't think they said
Which blood gang were you affiliated with?
with ABG.
What is ABG?
They never told me.
Who never told you?
When I got my charges, they never told me. They just said I was affiliated. What anything that my baby daddy was affiliated in, I was affiliated to the same thing.
And when you said my baby's daddy, you're speaking of Micah Anderson, aren't you?
Yeah,
Now, isn't it true that you have shirts and clothing with the letters ABG on them?
do I have shirts and clothing with them on them?
Isn't it true that you own at least one article of clothing with the letters ABG on it?
Yes, I don't have a shirt with it on there.
And on that article of clothing where you have ABG, what does it stand for?
It was a rap group.
What's the rap group name?
I can't think of the name of it.
Is it your testimony it doesn't stand for Atlanta Blood Gang?
No, I don't think it stands for Atlanta Blood Gang.
Are you related to Rayshawn Bennett?
No.
Do you know Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
Are you all close?
No.
Did you know Donovan Thomas?
No.
Did I ask you about Donovan Thomas when we met on Moreland Avenue?
I can't remember.
Do you remember tearing up when I asked you about Donovan Thomas?
Oh, no, yes.
Okay. You said, oh, not yes. So,
Yeah, I had to think about who you said.
all right. Is Nut the name that you called Donovan Thomas?
Yeah, I knew by real name too, but I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. How long did you know Donovan Thomas?
For a long period of time.
Since you were what age approximately?
Mm. 15 or something.
Since you were about 15.
Yeah.
So did we talk about him being killed when you and I met on Moreland Avenue?
Yeah, you said something about him.
And did you indicate that it was messed up what happened to him?
Yeah.
How is it that you knew Donovan Thomas or no?
We went to school together.
Were you all in the same grade?
No.
Who was older?
I don't know which one of us were older.
And would you call him a friend?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Adams asked you on cross-examination about your relationship with defendant Jeffrey Williams. I'm going to show you what we will mark as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. And Your Honor, I'd like to show to counsel for the defendants what I've marked as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. I'll just give them the copies of it. Here you go. You can keep it.
Somebody is mad, big mad.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. It's a photograph. Do you recognize the people depicted in State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha?
I mean, you're looking at the evidence. What the heck is happening? She's still talking to the witness while they are looking at the evidence. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the minute there's an objection, the prosecution should cease her questioning of the witness and wait for the judge to rule. Well, in this case, the lawyers want to have a sidebar. And my guess is either they have not seen this evidence and or it may have been previously ruled on by the judge as something that had to have foundation laid. But right now, District Attorney Love is not happy with this witness that they drug into the court in handcuffs. And this same witness was on display wearing handcuffs in a green jail garb. So let me tell you what happened. Let me see. It being inside the courtroom is so significant, and I'll tell you why. What was happening during that particular witness yesterday was there was a higher presence of security. Pay attention now. In my observation inside the courtroom, there was a high presence of security, and there's a section in the middle of the courtroom, and I'm gonna share this with you. I'm not gonna reveal any security stuff, which it's not for me to reveal because the door where they're standing next to, they don't want to shoot in the door when people come in and out. However, in the middle of the floor, is designated for members of the DA's team. They intentionally, in my opinion, kept that available for members of the DA team. No member of the media is now allowed to be in the center of the floor to be able to watch the witnesses, to watch the jurors and how they react to testimony. That is a problem, ladies and gentlemen, because part of this, the key part of this case is understanding how these jurors are viewing the evidence. Now, there's seats there. There should be at least one reporter allowed in the center to be able to look at the jurors in their reaction to certain evidence. That's a part of the case. There's a whole wall there that is blocking the media from looking at jurors. And I think I'm going to make this an issue at some point because we need to be able to see the entire courtroom. We need to see everything's happening in the courtroom. I want to be able to see the jurors' reaction to testimony. I want to see if jurors are paying attention. I want to see if jurors are taking notes. There's different parts of this trial that have raised eyebrows of many. But at the end of the day, it's the jurors that will have to render a decision as to the guilt or innocence of these defendants, which includes Jeffrey Williams and his co-defendants. So I don't know if this is done by design. Why do they need all the center seats not visible to the media? I hope people are paying attention here. And I'm going to make this a point to mention there is enough seats in the courtroom to at least allow a member of the press, a reporter, to be able to look at the entire courtroom. That's done by design. I've never covered a trial where I am not able to see the jurors. They put the media in a section where there's a privacy glass from the jurors and the public. Think about that for a second. Why don't they want the media to see how the jurors are paying attention? Because they are part of the trial, ladies and gentlemen. We just don't record them, but they are part of the trial. And if there's any type of, I'm not saying there's signaling happening, but as a part of covering a trial, we should have the ability to be able to even look at the jurors. We can take notes. We can look at reactions. This is a part of trial coverage. No different than covering the murder trial of a defendant or covering the Trump case. There's going to be jurors who will be able to be watched by members of the press. It's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. It is ridiculous. But we'll talk about it. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a sidebar, and I will be back shortly. I'm going to get a drink of water. I'm going to get a drink of water, and I'll be back. Listen, I have a confession, ladies and gentlemen. I have a confession right now. Just a minute ago, I told you guys I was going to get water to drink. And I got to be honest with you. I didn't get water. I got Haagen-Dazs ice cream. It's a cold world out here. I got the pistachio. Listen, they had it on sale at Publix. I got 2 for $5.99 at Publix. 2 for $5.99. I said, wait a minute. I'm usually paying like $7-8 for a little cup of ice cream. I said, I'm racking up. I'm about to go back and give them all the flavors I wanted to buy, but the prices were too high. I got that pistachio, baby. 2 for $5.99. I got me the pistachio. I got the strawberry. I'm about to go back and get some butterscotch and some rum raisin. We stacking up. We're still on a break. There's sidebar. The camera's up. The witnesses on the stand. But I can't lie to you guys. This ice cream hitting. This Haagen-Dazs is hitting. Oh my goodness! Listen, let me see. I'm going to get. Let's see. The rum raisin. I'm a big fan of rum raisin. Butter almond, butter pecan. But listen, you can't beat this. 2 for $5.99. Something going on. They were hitting me with $6 or $7 for one of these. I'm re-upping today. So if you have a Publix in your neighborhood, 2 for $5.99. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. And I'm not sharing this with anybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want you to watch me eat my ice cream as I do my reporting. That's a good thing about being independent. You can eat ice cream when you want to eat ice cream. It was either ice cream or some buffalo wings, and it's too early for buffalo wings. $8.99? Oh, heck no. I'm going back today. Listen, I'm going back and get $5 now. Let me call the store to see if I get a rain check. They may change the price. I go back today and change the price. Right. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. This thing is really good. Someone's probably gonna make a comment. He's an unprofessional. He's eating pistachio Haagen-Dazs ice cream. But truthfully, I actually dropped my spoon. I dropped my spoon. There's no such thing as the 5-second rule. That thing hit the carpet. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I had to run upstairs and get me a new spoon. Y'all play too much. I'm putting the screen back up for the court. Stand by.
All right, can we bring Ms. Bennett back, please? Hold on. Hang tight with Miss Bennett. What's your request, sir?
Your Honor, can you, if you agree with this, can you please enforce the following? I believe that there is discovery that we're entitled to. I'd like to have it before Ms. Bennett leaves. I know I'm not doing the cross, but I heard about text messages under 1716-4A. We should get the written, because that's a written communication with a witness. And then I'd like the court to enforce the Brady rule, Brady versus Maryland, because what I heard is that this witness had a conversation with the district attorney and maybe Investigator Randolph about Donovan Thomas and teared up. We're charged with assisting in the murder. That goes to her potential bias. I heard that Miss Love was causing the witness to feel like she is going to, God forbid, commit suicide. That goes to the witness's mental state. We're entitled to that. And then I'd ask you to, it's the second time, Miss Love in front of the jury this time. Last time it was not in front of the jury. She said that there will be no witness to testify that there were drugs stolen by Buck. This is not her quote, but this is what she was talking about. And then there is no one on the witness list to do that. She doesn't know that. And it's not true. It's the second time I say, because it's the same thing with accusing me of not being candid with this honorable court about Mr. Bean going to Grady Hospital, which he did. I knew he went to Grady Hospital. The court knows he went to Grady Hospital. Everyone knows that. But Miss Love says there's no evidence about it whatsoever. She shouldn't be doing that, especially in front of the jury.
Neither one of you should really be doing that. Plus, statements of counsel are not evidence anyway. So I'm going to instruct the jury about that. But to your point, have you all turned over, or are you going to turn over the, if there are text messages between your office and this witness?
Your Honor, I can certainly provide to counsel for the defense the how are you doings between me and Ms. Bennett, and I will gladly do that. There's also a video of when she was taken into custody that we are trying to upload so that can be in their hands as well. I don't have any problem with that.
What about this?
About what now?
What about the statements or about the text messages between your investigator and her?
We can do that as well, Your Honor. We can provide them whatever, all of that.
All right. Well, here's the thing. You all should have made steps to turn that over already. I mean, that's kind of what causes this lag a lot of times, because think about it. You all, or it gets presented, they being the defendants ask about it. And then, we all get put in the untenable position of it's delayed when it could have been provided up front. You all are not novice advocates. You all are very seasoned. So why wouldn't you just turn over the stuff when you got it and let them have it?
Because, Your Honor, there was no substance to it. I don't mind giving whatever it is that they're asking. When I call her and ask her, hey, how are you doing? Happy New Year and all of that. And she says, thanks, same to you. I don't consider that things that they're asking for, but if they're welcome to have.
I don't think that that's what they're concerned about. Neither is the court.
But that's the nature of our conversations and hers with our other members of our office. We will give them all of that to show the court and counsel for the defense.
I'm not necessarily, and I don't think they're probably thinking about the pleasantries that you're having with your witnesses.
Those are the only text messages that exist.
So you're telling the court that there are no other text messages between your team, that is your investigative team, with this witness concerning any discussions that she has referenced on the stand?
discussions regarding the day she told me she wanted to commit suicide, and I was getting to that part, and I haven't yet done it. But earlier with Mr. Adams, she testified, I believe, that, well, inconsistently with the actual facts of what happened.
Okay, that still doesn't resolve the issue of you have to turn over these statements. I mean, especially if that's what they claim they are in terms of, and the earlier the better.
Your Honor, I get there. To be clear and concise, there are no statements. There are pleasantries. There are us reaching out to her. We will give you and to the defense all of those. But to the extent that there is an insinuation that there are some statements or there are things beyond that, there is not that. So I will not only give that to them, I will make available the witness with whom the communication was made. So they're going to have every opportunity to flesh out whatever spin or whatever fat tale they want to spin. We're not hiding anything. We don't have any reason to hide anything. We will give them anything they ask for. So I don't have the luxury of not turning over things to the defense. I don't have it. So to the extent that they want something like that, I'll give it to them. I don't mind.
All right. Like I said, if it comes up later, unfortunately, I'll be put in a position where I'll deal with it. But, disclosure is probably the better course in everyone's circumstance. And I'd remind the defense as well, if you've got things that because you've opted in reciprocal silver, you need to turn those over timely and appropriately.
I think that what you just heard, though, is forgetting that the witness said to the district attorney and investigator Randolph, I do not recall anything from 2013 because of trauma. That is totally.
Well, if it's memorialized.
She said that to me, to be clear.
That is Brady. For a witness to say, I don't recall for whatever reason, that is impeaching.
Your Honor,
that is a statement that goes against, and can be, that's why prior inconsistent statements, and it's an inconsistent statement. That was not turned over. The point I'm trying to make to you is what I said. And I don't accept the representation that was just made because these are examples of Brady. So I'd like all Brady to be enforced. That's all I'm at. And it's not that I want something or if I requested or these are the rules. Okay.
And Your Honor, given that Mr. Adams is the examining attorney, I would ask that Mr. Adams be the one that's required to make these objections. But Your Honor, I will point out to the court that prior to Ms. Bennett ever taking the stand, I made everyone aware that she was claiming that she blocked out a whole period of time. On direct, I asked her, did you say you blocked out? She has testified that she said things did not happen. She never told us that. So to the extent that, one, there were statements that were made that we have made everyone aware of, there's no withholding, there's no Brady violation, there's no nothing like that. And an assertion, just bare blanket assertion doesn't make it true. Secondly, if there were a statement given to me in the presence of an investigator, not only have we provided all of our witnesses, made ourselves available to make the witnesses available to them. Mr. Steele talked to Ms. Bennett. I still don't know whether or not he has any recordings. I still don't know what he has with respect to what she told him. So I think that's a little disingenuous to assert, but that's on him and he can do what he wants. But Your Honor, we are not withholding anything. We haven't withheld anything. And of course, we will comply with our obligations of discovery and candor to the court at all times.
All right. Summon Ms. Bennett, please. All right, Lieutenant Walker, summon our jurors, please, madam.
rise.
All right, Secretary.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Your Honor, the President.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Walker. All right, madam, you may resume.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Bennett, before we were allowed to recess for a break, the state put before you a picture, a photograph we've labeled as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. You recognize the people in the photograph, don't you?
Yeah, not all of
You recognize yourself in that photograph, don't you?
them.
And that's a true and accurate representation of you in that photograph, isn't it?
You asked me, is that me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you ask me that? Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha as evidence.
Any objection to stage 30 alpha alpha?
No objection to the exhibit. Other than our previous objection in regards to timing of disclosure.
All right, I'll sustain, I'll overrule the objection and it may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. Would you vote? Ms. Bennett. Would you tell the jury where you are located? I'm going to give you. Here it is. As you pull it up, one moment. As we put 30 Alpha Alpha on the screen, could you pull it up? All right. And can you get rid of that little more box? Miss Bennett, would you look at the picture up on here behind you and take this pointer and show the jury where you are in this photograph?
Mhm.
Show the jury where Micah Anderson is in this photograph.
Mhm.
Jeffrey Williams, or Thug, is in this photograph as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Show the jury where he is.
Right here.
Trontavious Stevens, or Tick, or Slug, is in this photograph as well, isn't he?
I don't know.
Do you know Tick or Slug? Okay. May I? Thank you. The person here. I'm sorry, I didn't get that last.
No.
Do you recognize this person here?
No, I barely can see him.
All right.
No, I barely can see him.
This person here, he's called Bloody J, isn't he?
Yes.
Who else do you recognize in the photograph, please?
That's it.
We spoke briefly a minute ago about Donovan Thomas. Donovan Thomas was ABG, wasn't
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, approximately what year was the photograph that is State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha taken?
I couldn't even tell you that.
Was it before or after January 10th, 2015?
I was locked up then.
Thank you for that information. I'm asking you if this photograph was before or after January 10th, 2015.
It had to be before because, as I stated, I was locked up then till 2017.
Well, you'll agree with me, you're not locked up now, so we have to ask, right?
And I answer you. I said it had to be before because you're saying 2015, I was locked up. So yes, it had to be before.
Thank you. Now, we also, you spoke with Mr. Adams on cross-examination about Micah Anderson and Thug and their relationship as it relates to music. Do you know whether they continued that relationship after January the 10th of 2015?
That'd be something you had to ask them. I was locked up.
So you don't know, is that your testimony?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And does the date January 10th, 2015 have any significance to you?
Yes.
For what?
I was locked up.
Besides that?
That's it.
Did we discuss that date when we met on Moreland Avenue?
I don't know if you
Did we-
discussed that.
Did we discuss that date as the date that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Now you didn't tell me what day he was murdered.
We didn't speak about that date.
You spoke about him, but I don't think you spoke on what day he was murdered. But I was locked up again.
Ms. Bennett, would you agree with me that testifying against even other gang members or even rival gang members to a gang you're affiliated with is not something that is looked favorably upon?
I don't understand.
It is not looked upon favorably. Do you look upon it favorably to testify against people in court? Do you think that that is something that is good, bad,
Objection, Your
or
Honor.
nothing in the middle?
I sustain the questions.
I don't know.
Would you tell the jury why you were so upset at having to appear and testify in this trial?
Why was I upset?
Yes.
I wasn't really upset. I was just upset about, like, I talked to somebody a while ago. He asked me about a police report. I told him that I don't recall or I didn't make it. And after that, I think probably y'all started contacting me later and asking me the same thing, and I was giving my same answer. So I feel like my wasn't present.
You did not tell the investigator that you did not make the police report. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I told him I didn't make the police report.
You just said that you told the investigator, I didn't recall. Which one was it?
Both.
So if you don't recall, how are you able to say I didn't make it?
What you mean?
Just that.
That's why I told him.
If you don't recall the incident and don't recall 2013, how are you able to recall that you did not make that police report?
Because when he showed it to me, I read it. I knew I didn't do it.
So you do recall 2013?
Yeah, some of it.
Okay. Well, that's different than what you said to me at first, isn't it?
No, you asked me, do I remember 2013? And I told you that I do remember some of it, but some of it I blocked out. That's exactly what I told you.
You didn't tell me you had blocked out all of that time.
I ain't say all of it because you asked me something that happened in 2013. I told you I had my son.
Now, you spoke about your 12-year-old son.
I don't have a 12-year-old son.
11-year-old, my apologies.
Yes.
You talked about your 11-year-old son being present when you were taken into custody after not appearing in court. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you also have a 20-year-old son who actually was looking after your 11-year-old son?
Yeah, after the fact.
Now, you spoke with Mr. Adams on cross-examination about the fact that defendant Jeffrey Williams, who you call Thug, knew that you sold drugs. Correct?
I don't know if he knew I sold drugs.
You spoke with Mr. Adams about associating with and hanging out with Thug, correct?
No, he asked me, did he smoke with me or chill with me? Was he smoking with me that day or chill with me that day? And I said that didn't happen. I didn't even smoke in 2013. I just had my baby. I said I'm breastfeeding. I said that too.
Thug knew that you sold drugs, didn't he?
I don't know. You can ask him that.
Thug knew you had a gun, didn't he?
I can't say he knew I had a gun.
Hold
I didn't.
on. I understand the question.
Was it a secret that you sold drugs among the people that you were friends with or affiliated with?
No, it wasn't something that I would tell in the world.
It wasn't something you were telling the world.
Yeah.
I understand. Did the people that you associated with and took photographs with know that you sold drugs?
Objection calls for speculation.
I stand the objection.
Did you keep it a secret from the people in the photograph that is Stacy Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha that you sold drugs?
They never asked.
Did you keep it a secret?
It wasn't something I just had to tell.
Did you keep it a secret?
Objection, Your Honor.
I guess you could say I did.
Hold on. What's the basis, Mr.? Overruled. Hold on, Christina. The first objection was by Mr. Matthews, okay? And hearsay, which I've overruled. The second one, posited at the same time, was Mr. Shart. I don't know what his basis of his. Overruled, sir.
Did you keep it a secret from the people in that photograph that you're standing in the middle of that you sold drugs?
I guess you could say I kept it a secret. It wasn't just something I just told everybody. So that's.
How many times had Thug visited your home at Confederate Avenue in 2013?
I'm not sure.
Would you let the jury know whether it was more than 10 times?
I can't put a number on something that I'm not sure about. I don't want to be wrong.
It's fair to say, though, that Thug had been to your home on Confederate Avenue by May 13th of 2013, correct?
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony that you don't know whether or not you've ever allowed Jeffrey Williams to come inside your home?
You say, have I ever allowed him?
Yes.
Yeah.
When?
I'm not sure on the date. Like, I don't know, it been so long. Like, I'm not sure.
How often?
It wasn't like a all the time type of thing.
Did you have both of your sons
When?
when he visited you? When Thug came into your home, were both of your sons already born?
No, I don't think so.
Was either of your sons born at the time that Thug visited your home?
If I have a 20-year-old,
So your 20-year-old was born, but not your 13-year-old. I'm sorry, your 11-year-old.
let me see, he 12, he 13, he 11.
So he was not born.
I don't think so.
Okay. At any time after your 11-year-old was born, did you have or invite defendant Jeffrey Williams into your home?
Remember him being around at that time because I know around that time I was getting in trouble. So I'm not sure.
So it's fair to say that after May of 2013, you did not continue to associate with Jeffrey Williams.
Objection, that mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
I asked, was it fair to say?
I'll sustain the objection.
After May 2013, did you continue to associate with or allow into your home Jeffrey Williams?
I'm not sure because after May, June arrived and I was incarcerated again. I was in trouble.
So
So I'm not sure.
At any time after that point that you do recall, in June of 2013, did you allow Jeffrey Williams into your home?
Objection has to answer.
I stand objection.
Now, how did people know that, how were you able to make money selling drugs if you kept it a secret?
I never said I kept it a secret. I said I ain't tell the world.
So how did people know, how did they find out, how did you let it be known that you had some drugs?
Objection calls for speculation.
I stand objection as a form.
Yes, Your Honor. How did you let your customers know that you had product to sell?
Somebody probably told somebody.
How did you let them know?
What you mean?
Just that.
How did I let my customers know?
Yes.
I don't get what you're saying.
I'm sorry?
I don't understand what you're saying.
That, she's asked and answered the question previously.
I'll overrule your objection, sir.
Okay, which part is it that you're not understanding?
Can you repeat it then? Because I don't get what you.
How did you let your customers know that you had product to sell?
Well, my customer probably knew by word of mouth.
Is it fair to say you would have had to let somebody know it?
Yeah.
And in exchange for the drugs that you sold, is it fair to say that you received money in return?
Yes.
And you were originally charged in Clayton County with trafficking marijuana, were you not?
Yes, I think that one domestic.
And trafficking marijuana means you had a larger amount than just the mere possession amount, doesn't it?
Guess so.
And so for that amount of marijuana that you were trafficking, you made thousands of dollars, didn't you?
Probably did.
So it would not have been unusual for you to have $4,000 in your home. Isn't that correct?
Say it again. I can hear you.
It would not have been unusual for you to have $4,000 in your home.
I don't think I would have had that much money in my home.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I don't think I would have had that much money in my home.
It would not have been unusual for you to have a set of Beats by Dre headphones, would it?
I don't listen to headphones.
What colors are represented by ABG? What colors do they usually generally wear?
Black, white, red.
Isn't it fair to say that red is quite a prominent color for ABG?
No, I wouldn't say that.
In fact, your hair is red. Your braids are red, aren't they?
Yes, what they got to do with it?
You have a nickname other than your proper name, don't you?
Yes.
What is that nickname?
Shay.
Objection on irrelevance.
Overruled.
Say that again, please.
Shay.
Is that the only nickname that you have?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you did in fact know a person by the name of Walter Murphy in 2013?
That name don't ring a bell, man.
Isn't it true that you knew a person who called himself DK in 2013?
No, man.
Isn't it true that you reported to police on May 13, 2013, that the necklace, the Versace necklace taken was a men's custom necklace?
No.
Isn't it true that you owned a pair of red Beats by Dre headphones in 2013?
You asked me that. I said no already.
You never owned a pair of
No.
red headphones?
I don't even listen to headphones.
Well, I own a pair of red Beats by
Do
Dre
you recall the
headphones.
type of car Thug drove in
I'm not
2013?
gang. What is she
No.
insinuating? That Dr. Dre
Do
made
you recall knowing whether or not Thug
specifically for
drove the car
gangs?
in 2013?
Crazy.
I don't even think he drove.
You spoke with Mr. Adams on cross-examination about meeting Lieutenant Hamilton at a restaurant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on that same day, Christian Atkins, whom my right hand is on, was with you at that restaurant?
Yeah, he came after a period of time we was already there.
Isn't it true that he came about 5 minutes after you were there?
No.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Hamilton you were tired of talking to everybody in the district attorney's office?
No, he told me I didn't have to talk to nobody else from y'all office. But he did state that he was gonna have him come talk to me. And he came for a brief and I talked to him for a while and he left. Because when he came, I almost got I was getting into it with the restaurant owner for a little bit because when he came, like we sat somewhere else. Like he didn't sit with me, my kids, and Mr. Hampton. Like me and him sat over here. All us sat over here like we was together. Then me and him had separate seating. Like he wanted to talk about the situation.
You and who? Mr. Atkins?
Atkins, yeah.
Y'all were the two that had separate seats.
Yeah. And we had a little incident with the restaurant owner. She was kind of like want to put us out because we couldn't do that.
Isn't it true that the day that you appeared in court and talked with the young ladies you described, the shorter lady, the one that was a little taller than her, isn't it true that on that day you said you were tired of talking to all of us at the DA's office?
No.
Isn't it true that you told members of the DA's office that not only did you no longer want to talk to me, but you didn't want to talk to any of the other people you were speaking to?
Isn't it true
You
that she
asking me the
said
same
this
thing.
morning that someone from your office sexually
No.
harassed her? Can we not
No.
get to the bottom of that?
Mr. Hamilton told me I didn't have to speak with you or anyone else from the DA's office.
Mr. Hamilton, what have you been doing,
And-
sir?
And I did so.
And when Mr. Hamilton told you you didn't have to talk to Adrian Love or anybody else at the DA's office, that was after you said, we made you want to kill yourself, isn't it?
Oh,
I didn't
my
say no
God.
we.
Look at this,
I
ladies and
said
gentlemen.
you.
Thank
Look
you.
at this.
That was after you told him that I made you want to kill yourself.
No, I didn't say you made me want to kill
Are we
myself.
going to
I
listen
said
to
you
the
made me
words
want
of
to harm myself.
Hamilton?
I said, because you were pissing me off.
Okay. And isn't it true that Mr. Hamilton never told you not to speak to any of the members of the defense team?
Absolutely,
He told me if
Bennett.
anyone reached out to me,
Take
don't
his
speak to
ass
nobody.
to the court.
But him.
Bring him to the court. He is now a witness.
The witness be allowed to finish her answers.
Now, this, did you, Ms. Bennett, you need to complete your answer? Go ahead.
Can she ask it again? She just been.
I'm sorry.
Can she ask me again so I can answer it? Because
All right, hold on. Let's see.
I don't know if she let me
Hold on one
finish
second.
talking over me doing what. Like, it's just doing too much right now.
Hold on one second, okay?
She's doing too much. Doing too much. She will talk the ears off a donkey. She's doing too much.
The last question, madam, you were asked was, isn't it true you spoke to Brian Steele? And then that's when the objection was posed. So can you answer that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and finish your answer.
And so you said yes. Was that to the judge's question of whether you can answer that?
Yes.
So now I'm gonna ask, isn't it true that prior to coming here to testify, you spoke with Brian Steele?
On yesterday.
Isn't it true that prior to yesterday, you spoke with someone from the defense side?
No.
Is it your testimony that no one representing either one of these defendants ever reached out to you to just try and see what you were being called to testify about?
Not that I know of. I think I had a card from one of them though. That somebody left a card.
Did you call that card back?
No,
Do you remember who the card was from?
no.
Was there any particular reason you didn't call that card back?
Because I didn't know who the card was for and what it's for. I'm thinking like it's still like y'all, different people of y'all reaching out to me for the same thing. And I got tired of answering the same thing over because it seemed like none of y'all was understanding.
So is it fair to say that it wasn't defense counsel that you didn't want to talk to, it was just the state?
She didn't say that either.
I wouldn't say that because I was talking to y'all before. It just started, you know what I'm saying? It was the situations that started occurring that made me not want to talk to you.
Isn't it true that you became
Vanderbilt,
most
I see what you're
resistant
doing.
to conversations with me in the state when you actually had to appear in court?
No, because I showed up.
You showed up and that was the day you said I was making you want to harm yourself, isn't it?
Right. Y'all didn't make me have to come. I came on my own.
But that was the first time you said I made you want to harm yourself, isn't
Objection,
it?
Your Honor, asked and
It
answered.
was not at the trial.
Yes, it was.
I was. I almost fainted.
She
Had you
asked me
said
that.
that I made you want to harm yourself any time before that?
Mm-mm.
And in fact, I wished you Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and you returned the greetings, did you not?
Yeah, when me and you text, if you're going to be honest, and I'll be honest, sometimes you texted me, I probably didn't hit you back till the next day or like hours later.
Was the content of the text messages checking on how you're doing?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Yeah,
I sustain the objection.
Did I ask you how you were doing in the text message?
yes,
Did you respond and tell me how you were doing?
a little bit.
Did I wish you well in the text messages?
That's
Yeah.
a good
Did you
question.
thank me in the text messages?
That's a
or
good
wish me
question.
well?
Yes,
Did you wish me well?
Why are you texting the witness?
yes.
On cross-examination, Mr. Adams asked you, was it true that your building had been shot at in 2013? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when was it that your building was shot at in 2013?
I can't remember the actual date, but I just know the incident that the building was shot at.
Tell the jury about the incident.
I think it was like late at night.
Go ahead.
I wasn't even there. I came home. My neighbor had told me that.
Your Honor, it goes to its impact on her, not as to the truth.
I'll rule the objection, but counsels, can I see y'all for a second? Just I need just two representatives. That's fine.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Be More. Be More. Wait a minute. What is in your new mixer? Are we hitting the sauce? What's going on? You ready to make your new mixer? Let me crank up my ice maker and get my liquid favorites ready. Miss Love stressed me out. She stressed me out too. We may have to add some of that Cardi B whip shot in the mix because this is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot. Espresso martini. Oh, you trying to get tore up from the floor up. I see what you're doing over there. I see what you're doing over there. Oh, that gray goose on the loose. I see you. Listen, I'm eating backwards. I just had a whole pint of ice cream. Now I'm ready to make me a sandwich. Oh my goodness. I know my diet is a little different. I know it's a little different. I couldn't help it. It was too early to eat the sandwich. And I guess it was probably too early to eat the ice cream. So I'm down to 1 pint. So I'm gonna have to re-up. I know it's lunchtime. I know. This judge will probably break for lunch after the sidebar because we're on sidebar now. Now, how you going to order ice cream on Instacart? Every time I order ice cream on Instacart, it comes soft, and I can't eat it right away. I need mine frozen. I need it real hard where you got to dig in and break it up and let it. Anyway, we don't get too distracted here. Yes, these sidebars, listen, they may be necessary because you can't just let things get in front of the jury now. You cannot allow things to get in front of the jury. Hold on a second here. I'm monitoring the court, but I want to get full screen. Make sure I got no ice cream in my mouth. Pause. So I'm watching the court, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. These developments in this case is just another disturbing moment. Hold on 1 second here. Hold on. Hold on a second here. I'm sorry, this is important. I apologize. This is court related. Okay. I can't speak on that just yet, but this is interesting developments. We're going to see what Detective Quinn says either today. Maybe they'll get him in. They might be able to get him, but I know Keith Adams is going to recross this witness because District Attorney Adrian Love, her redirect is pretty extensive. So you cannot leave a redirect unchallenged when it's that long. Because she will talk the ears off a donkey. She'll talk the ears off a donkey. And we're here for it. I want to give her a picture, a t-shirt with a picture of a donkey with no ears. And she's going to say, what happened to the ears? Ma'am, you talked the ears off it. I'm petty like that. I will give her a t-shirt with a donkey with no ears. Wait a minute. Let me see hold on. Let me see something. Let me see if I create something cool for District Attorney Adrian Love. You graphic artists out there, let's come up with a T-shirt with a donkey with no ears. We're gonna do a side by side. Miss Love with her arms folded, and the donkey was with back to back with no ears. Oh my goodness. She might put you on understand next. No, she put me on the stand. I'm putting my beats with my Beats by Dre red headphones on. Miss Love, I can't hear you. I can't hear what you're talking about. Oh man, I don't know what's going on. A poor young lady. She wants to have respect for law enforcement, but if we to believe, I don't see why this woman would lie about that. And they're kind of glossing over the fact that she said that. It's significant. A member of your investigative team is being accused of something crazy. Are we just going to ignore that? They done disrespect this woman, brought her out in handcuffs, prison guard, put her in front of the jury. I didn't know at the time when she walked out there that those claims existed. I didn't know those claims existed. So what is she going to say, that it didn't happen? We are not to believe her? Because they're really trying to go at her credibility now. They're really trying to shoot down her credibility. But these are black jurors, ladies and gentlemen. They are black jurors listening to this testimony, and it all is important because how are they receiving this information? First, you walk the woman out on a Thursday in handcuffs. She comes back to court on a Friday in her own street clothes, not in handcuffs. What the heck is happening here? What is happening here? Wait a minute. Did I miss something? I missed something. I must have took a break and mentioned the judge being the friend. Who said that? Vanderveer. Who said that? I must have walked away. I missed that part. Oh man, tell me what happened. Who said the judge being the friend? Please tell me that didn't happen. Who said that? Can someone give me the time code where that was said? Mm-mm-mm. Interesting. Okay. I need to hear that testimony, that part. Vanderveer, if you can grab the time code where that was said, I appreciate you. Just give me the time code where that was said, and I'll go back and listen to it again. I must have walked away because ooh, that's crazy. If that in fact has happened, that is crazy. Just give me the time code and I'll go do the research on it. All right, I'm going off camera. I'm bringing up the court camera right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are down for lunch in the YSL trial. I am sorry I didn't get back right with you. However, we are down for lunch, and you know, typically we'll be on camera, and you guys will know if we're out to lunch or not. But we're down for lunch. I will obviously keep the stream up, and when we return, I will be back to give you more updates as it relates to this particular trial and the testimony. Testimony is pretty interesting today. And this witness is clearly not a prosecutor's best tool to get a case against Young Thug. Let's see how this plays out, because we do know Keith Adams will be doing a recross of this particular witness. And while the prosecutor Love is trying to discredit this witness, as is quite obvious, there's another bite at the apple for the defense. And let's see how that plays out. We expect also Detective Quinn to take the stand at some point. He is in the building. However, we don't know if they'll get to him. And I think they will, because it's not too much more, in my opinion, that the defense has to do to I guess bring in more testimony out of this witness that favors their client. But the prosecutor Love is definitely not letting it get off the stand without leaving an impression in the jurors' minds. And let's just see how that goes back and forth. Let's see if there'll be another redirect after the recross. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be on the lunch until I'm gonna eat that sandwich. And I had a whole pint of ice cream up, but I'm gonna eat that sandwich now. With that said, I'll see you guys when I get back. I don't know if I should play some music. I don't want to play no elevator music. We'll just keep the stream up. I'll see you guys in a minute. I'm out.
Mr. Williams. Yeah, this.
Before they leave, I have a question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back inside the courtroom. We are back. We are back inside the courtroom. They muted the mic, but we're here. We're here. Pay attention. I'll be off screen, but I'll be watching the comments.
All right, Lieutenant Walker, madam, do we have everybody with us?
The witness, she's in the restroom.
We still need our witness, that's right.
She is in the restroom, yeah.
Okay, all right. Where's Mr. Steele? Okay. Hi, do we have all our participants at this point in time? I believe so. All right. Ms. Bennett, can we summon her back?
Before she comes in, something I wanted to address.
Close the door, please.
So we broke about an hour and a half ago. And in my recollection, my understanding is that the court instructed the state to turn over whatever text messages there were to us.
If they exist, yes.
Right, and I believe Madam Prosecutor indicated that she would do so. We've not received any text messages whatsoever. I would like to have those before I recross Ms. Bennett. And then we did receive a correspondence from the state. They sent us a video, so they had time to send us something in regards to her arrest on the day before yesterday. But we do not have any of those text messages, and I would like those turned over to us prior to my recross of Ms. Bennett.
Do we have any such messages, Ms. Love?
I'll screenshot. online,
Did she say mines?
to council, and then ask that our people who have communicated with her screenshot their stuff.
When can we have this done by?
Just my phone, so I'm charging it, and I'm gonna turn it on now, so I can.
Can't hear anything.
She said she's turning her phone on right now. She said just a minute.
Thank you.
Or worse that.
Yes. That's a good question. I'd also like to inquire of the state through the court as to whether, my understanding is that Ms. Bennett's phone itself was in the possession of the district attorney's office. And I'd like to inquire as to whether or not that phone has been returned to Ms. Bennett. Because if it has, that may impact, we may in fact want to see that phone. But I think we got to answer that first question first.
Your Honor, as Ms. Bennett was in custody under an arrest warrant, nothing has been given back to her. So if Mr. Adams wants to see it, I can get whomever.
You have to speak up if he wants to see it. What? I'm sorry.
If he wants to see it, it's not been taken as any kind of evidence. It's been taken because she was taken into custody. So if she's okay with us giving it to him, we have no problem with that.
So I think the answer to the question is they have the phone. And so
Who's they?
they be in the district attorney's office. Am I correct?
One of our lieutenants, one of our investigators is in possession of the phone while she is in custody, yes.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Okay, so
Well, she's entitled to her phone back. I don't want to speak for her, but
Your Honor,
I would,
she was still in custody. She has not been released from custody.
yeah, she's still subject to the court's order at this point in time. So I just changed the location of where she is at this point in time. She hasn't satisfied her material witness warrant.
okay. All right, well, we will, at least at this point, await the text messages from all parties.
Yes, sir.
The DA's office that's being sent to us.
All right.
Does the court have any objection to us requesting of Ms. Bennett, once she is released from custody, whether we can have her phone?
I'm not gonna answer that question for a lot of different reasons. Ms. Love, let me know when that task has been completed, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Which one is case number 365-39663? I got it. Send to his mom, and then you can send it. Yeah. So, Your Honor, I've now just sent Mr. Adams all of the communication I've had with Ms. Bennett, and what the rest of the team is doing is they're forwarding all of their correspondence to Ms. Hilton. She is going to send it out as she gets it.
And
Can we accomplish that? Because he wants to be able to examine her with all the text messages. So can
understood.
we do that, please?
Yes.
All right,
That's an expo. Just-
no problem.
Did he upload the video when she was arrested to the P drive? And Your Honor, we have already provided to counsel for the defendants the video of Ms. Bennett's arrest.
Yeah, you told me that.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we request of the court an instruction for any communication between Mr. Defendant Williams' counsel and Ms. Bennett, since they have opted into reciprocal discovery?
Well, I think both of you still, I mean, even though and also since the rule's been invoked, you all both have the ability to talk to her consistent with that.
And I believe
That admonition.
Mr. Steele refused to answer whether there were any recordings or any communication. He said that he would only do it with you ex parte in chambers. So given the extent to which we are attempting to provide what they have labeled as discovery, given that they have opted in, we would ask that the inquiry be made as to whether or not they have any recordings or any written or text or any other kind of communication with this witness and provide it to the state.
All right, Mr. Steele, come on up. Let me talk to you.
I'm coming up, but before I do it, can I just put something in response, if you don't mind? As the court has already ruled, as the statute is clear, what Ms. Love is doing is trying to get into attorney-client work product, attorney-client privilege information. I'm not saying whether there is anything, but what I'm telling you is it's only when, and I've said it before, and you know it, when you call that witness in your case in chief. So Ms. Love continuously asks me for things that I've done on this case, who I interviewed. I'm not answering her questions. It would be a bar violation.
Your Honor, if I may respond, I don't know why it is that Mr. Steele posits such things to the court that it would be attorney-client privilege if he.
Before we get into all that, I think that, and I already, Ms. Love, it isn't his case in chief yet. So if he decides to do that, then he has a duty and obligation under Title 17 to turn that over. But I think at this point in time, it's a little premature.
Well, Your Honor, the reason that I'm saying that is that the witness is on the stand. This whole process is a search for the truth. It is patently not in the interest of justice for Mr. Steele to be able to have interviews, conversations with people who are now on the stand. It's not as if they may be called or may not be called, and then hold back communications. We don't know what she said. We don't know if he said anything. I'd ask that the court, since he would say it to the court ex parte, that the court inquire whether there are any things, and if there are written, recorded communications, that the court conduct an in-camera examination of them. And if it is something that the state is entitled to have, that the state be allowed to have that. It is not supposed to be a process where one side flies blind as to what the other one has. And so I believe that the court has the discretion to order defense counsel to turn over if there are recorded interviews with, if there are things that implicate or deal with the witness who's currently on the stand. The defendant has an obligation, I believe, to provide that to the state as they are examining the witness, regardless of the fact that they don't want to call her back in their case in chief. It leaves much to be desired of the search for the truth if they're allowed to conceal things while the state is complying with its obligation to show its entire hand.
Under Title 17, that's how it's written. It says in case in chief. So while I understand what you're positing, Ms. Love, I disagree with its applicability at this point in time. So at this point, upon further reflection, I don't really need to inquire about it as of yet. But I will should the need arise. But at this point, since the defense in no way is obligated to present anything, I'll wait till such time as it becomes right for my consideration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Over your objection, Ms. Love.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have we sent all of the,
No, I'm getting them from everybody, so I'm trying to organize them, so they will have it before Mr. Adams cross-examine.
I'd like him to be, just keep, continue to work on it because I'd like that to occur before. And I hate to be that guy, but this is kind of where we are at this point in time. You're supposed to call our jury back at 1:15. You all could have probably at least cut down some of this time by turning this stuff over this morning. So I just use this as a point of illustration and as to my sometime frustration about promising the jury that we're going to start at a particular time and unless not being ready at that point to do so. So I ask you all to respectfully and politely kind of just think about that.
Yes, Your Honor.
And to just garner yourselves accordingly. It's not appropriate when we come in here and I say, all right, anything else before we need to call for a jury? I'm just using that as a matter of politeness. I really hope that we don't have anything to take up because I just want to make sure that we can call our jurors and promise them that we're going to go ahead and go forward with it. I have no issue with taking up any business, but it needs to be presented to the court in a more appropriate fashion so that I can either plan the day accordingly or tell our jurors other things. So I reiterate that to you all again.
Yes, Your Honor.
can you just be at ease while we're here?
Oh, yes, sir.
Your Honor.
So, Madam,
The state had emailed the first group of text messages to defense counsel.
do you have any more text messages? Many of the staff that you're,
Not between Ms. Bennett, but we will be sending over the ones that Lieutenant Hamilton had with her son. But they have all the ones from Ms. Bennett.
okay, when will Hamilton's be sent over?
No, all of the text between Hamilton and Ms. Bennett, as well as Chief Investigator Long and Ms. Bennett, have been sent over.
Okay,
I am now sending over in text messaging to Lieutenant Hamilton and Ms. Bennett's oldest son. That's what I'm getting ready to send. But the ones between him and Ms. Bennett, they've been turned over.
all right.
Yes, each email has a name. And just label which page. And I put like. It will be for us.
Bayou Bruju, what's going on?
Hey, Chris. How long have they?
Mr. Weaver? Yes, sir. Thank you. May I approach Ms. Weaver? All right, let me go get my jacket.
No, I'm kidding. Your Honor, may I approach with, any member of the defense? Mr. Adams? Okay, I'm ready. Yes.
Welcome, sister to sister, new member. Welcome, sister to sister. No, ladies and gentlemen, I asked Mr. Attorney about their color coordination. We do see that those two are color coordinating in the court. Now, it's no coincidence that DA Hilton is wearing red and DA Love is wearing red as well. They coordinate a whole lot. I do pick it up. It's no coincidence that those two are coming in with the same tonage or exact colors to court. Just keep watching. Not that it really matters, because that red, they put on red and then they asking about blood game. Interesting.
See how coat companies are shaping tomorrow today.
Two and a half minutes, so you need 5 more minutes. So I got the chat. All right, these are already but I'm not sure. Right, I'll do a few minutes. That you have. Those are just the waves, as I said. There are. Wrap it up, Steve.
You good, sir?
Yeah, I do have something I want to address before we bring the jury out, because I don't want to.
All right, well, Ms. Bennett's still not with us. Okay, so,
All
all
right.
right, councilors, can we have your attention, please?
Can I proceed?
Yeah.
All right. All right, Judge. So I've received the text messages purported to be communications between the district attorney's office investigator and Ms.
Which
Bennett.
investigator, sir?
I believe it is Mr. Hamilton. And there are also communications for Ms. Bennett between who I believe to be Investigator Hamilton, but communicating with Ms. Bennett on Ms. Bennett's son's phone. So those will be communications between Hamilton and Ms. Bennett, but on a different phone than the original one, if that makes sense. All right.
Okay.
So at any rate, I've gotten them. We've had a chance to review them. My intention is to go ahead and introduce these documents and use them in my the actual text messages that we've gotten from the state and use them in my recross of Ms. Bennett, so that we don't run into a problem with having to send a jury out again. I need to know whether or not there's going to be an objection, any foundational objections to these text messages of the state that I've gotten from the state, so we can address it.
We don't have any problems. Mr. Adams wants to consider those as evidence. We intend to utilize them. So not at all. And since we gave it to him, he is well within his rights to do whatever he wants to do.
Okay.
Well, that's great. That's all.
All right, summon Ms. Bennett, please. Lieutenant Walker, as soon as she reaches the witness stand, go ahead and summon our jurors, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, I should say, I'm sorry. All right, summon our jurors, please.
All right, Secretary.
All rise.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your patience. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bennett, before we left for lunch, you were telling the jury about the incident where the building in your apartment complex got shot up. And that you had come home late one night or early one morning, and your neighbors informed you of something. Would you please continue telling the jury what happened on the date you were referring to when you said the building in your apartment complex got shot up?
Mayor, what is this? When you say the building, what it mean?
Exactly what I said. Do you remember
No,
testifying?
but I'm asking you what this means so I can answer your
Do you
question.
remember testifying on cross-examination with Mr. Adams that there was an occasion where a building in your apartment complex got shot up?
Mhm.
Tell the jury about that incident that you started talking about before we broke for lunch.
That I said the building got hit.
I asked you what happened during that incident, and you were telling the jury how you had come home and your neighbors informed you of something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
That-
need to hear the exact?
That our buildings had been shot.
And what time was it that you got home?
Not sure.
Why is it that that stands out in your head?
Why did it stand out?
Yes, you know.
I couldn't tell you that.
And is that incident one that happened in 2013?
I think so.
Did you report it to the police?
Yeah, I think I called the police.
Did you call them on your phone, or did you do something else?
Yeah, I called them.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
And did someone come out?
Yes, I think the same people that had been out earlier when the other neighbors had called.
Now, when you say the same people who had been out earlier when the other neighbors had called, what are you talking about?
The same officers.
And when you say when the other neighbors had called, what time frame are you talking about?
I don't know what time they called.
What date?
I don't know the date.
Before?
No, they called the day on the incident. I didn't call the day of the incident. I wasn't there. I said that.
And what was the last thing you said? The second, what did you say?
When
Just now.
you asked me what date, and I said I wasn't there when they called.
Okay.
That's what I said.
When you told the jury that you believe it was the same officers that came out when they called,
Mm-hmm.
and the same officers being the ones that responded when you called,
Mm-hmm.
how were you aware of who came out when they called?
Because my neighbor, when I called the officer, my neighbor came out and they still discussed, and they was talking to the same officer when I called them about the same situation.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bennett, I'm having a hard time understanding you. Would you please repeat what you just said?
I said when I called and they came, my neighbor came out and talked to the same officer that I was talking to about the same situation.
How do you know what situation it was that your neighbor was talking to that officer about? You said the same officer.
About the building that we were talking about.
So did your neighbor tell you that she had talked to this officer
Objection, Your
before?
Honor, hearsay.
I must sustain the objection now.
What do you mean when you refer to this same officer that your neighbor had talked to, if you were not there when your neighbor talked to an officer?
Your Honor, I'm going to continue that objection as it calls for a response that involves this is hearsay.
And your Honor,
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead.
please answer. What do you mean when you refer to the same officer that my neighbor talked to, when you were not there when the officer purportedly talked to a neighbor?
Yeah, but when I called, my neighbor came out and talked to that same officer. I knew it was the same officer because my neighbor had a card.
Your neighbor had a car.
Yeah,
What was your neighbor's last name?
I don't know her last name.
What apartment number did your neighbor live in?
I think she's C.
She's C.
Yeah,
Do you know the number? Was she in your same building?
the building had the same number.
So it's 908 Confederate Avenue, apartment C,
No, it was 980.
980. Thank you for correcting me. Confederate Avenue, apartment C, that your neighbor lived in?
Yes.
Thank you. What happened when an officer responded to your call?
They came by, he asked, was anybody hurt? I told him it was no one present. I think they went in, if I can remember, and they looked around, and he gave me a paper because I told him I think I had to give it to the rent office to get things fixed.
He gave you a paper that you gave to the rent office?
Mm-hmm.
And what did that paper consist of? What was on that paper?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I stand the objection.
Why did you give a paper to the rent office?
To let the rent office know that officer came by.
And what was the nature of that paper?
Again, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
objection.
I'm not offering it for the truth of what was on the paper, I'm offering it for what it was used for.
Objection, relatives.
And so, Your Honor,
Hold on. I'm all over both objections of Mr. Matthews and Mr. Adams.
thank you. What was on that paper?
No, that's,
Stating
that was objection.
What was the nature of that paper?
to get to the rent office.
Was it a receipt, was it pictures, or was it something else?
Was it a receipt?
Was it a report? Was
Yeah, a report.
Okay. And so, is it your testimony that the same day or night, the same time that the officer responded to your 911 call, that officer on scene at that time gave you a report?
Yeah, they gave me a report to give to the office, and that's what I did to get the things fixed in my home.
Was it day or night that they came in?
I think it was like evening.
It was in the evening time?
Yeah, if I'm mistaken, I'm not sure.
And this report, was it handwritten?
What you mean was it handwritten?
I mean, was it a piece of paper with handwriting on it, like this, or was it a document that was typewritten like this?
And I think it was a document.
That was typed up?
Yeah, I think so.
How long did you stay on scene talking to the officer who responded to your 911 call?
I'm not sure.
How long was it before you got that piece of paper from the officer that you gave to the rent office?
Once he looked around and did whatever he had to do, I had told him that I needed a report to give to my rent office.
Okay,
Then he gave it to me.
he gave it to you right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
Tell the jury how he constructed the report.
What you mean?
You said it was typewritten, right?
Yeah, he had like a black binder folder, something. Like,
Okay.
then he wrote some stuff on it. He gave it to me. I took it to the rent office.
Do you recall me asking you whether there was a handwritten report or if it was typed up just a minute ago?
Yeah,
Do you recall saying that it was typed up?
yeah, I think it was typed up.
So what did you type it up on?
What you mean?
Just that. What did he type it up on?
I don't know what he typed it up on.
The report.
I don't know what he used to type it up on.
Is your testimony to the jury that right there on scene, you asked for a report and the officer gave you a report?
Yeah, like a ticket. You don't type a ticket. It already have everything on there. You sign it, and it was like that. And that's what he gave to me.
So is it your testimony now that it wasn't a typewritten report, it was a ticket?
No, I just told you it was like a ticket.
Okay. Thank you. Do you recall telling the jury just a second ago that it was a typewritten report?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
You asked me the same thing.
Ms. Bennett, when the shooting occurred where your neighbor from apartment C came out, you were not at home, correct?
When she came out,
When the shooting occurred that you called 911 about, you were not at home. Is that your testimony?
When she called,
No, ma'am, when you called. You
yeah,
said,
she was home. I told you she came out.
were you at home when the shooting happened, that you called 911 about?
I told you I wasn't home, man. You already asked me that.
Isn't it true that you were at a hotel?
No,
Where were you?
I don't recall where I was at, but I wasn't at a hotel.
What part of your apartment was hit with gunfire?
I think, was it like my window? And I think one went through like the upper part or something, like the ceiling or something.
I'm sorry, what now?
The upper part, like the ceiling, and I think like the window.
How many times was your apartment hit?
I think two.
And the neighbor that went out and spoke with the officer, did she have any children?
Yes,
Did she have more than one child?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor,
I'll overrule the objection.
did she have more than one child?
yes, I think so.
And do you know whether the children were adults or whether they were school-age children or infants like babies that?
No, they was, I don't think the children can be adults. That's two different things, but yeah, they were kids.
I'm still my mom's child, so.
Yeah, me too, but mine's not here. You know that. You say that.
So this child, the one, at least one, was one of the children of your neighbor a male or were they all females?
She had a son and I think two daughters.
And was the son younger than the two daughters?
No. I think her son was her middle child. Yeah.
And was the son, do you know whether the son was older or younger? Was the son in middle school or approximately what age?
No.
Was the son verbal? In other words, could the son talk?
Yes.
And when the officer came out to talk to you about that shooting that happened when you were not at home, did you see whether or not your neighbor's son communicated with that officer?
No.
And forgive me for being obtuse, but when you're saying no, are you saying you did not see, or are you saying the son did not communicate with the officer?
I didn't see the son come out and communicate with the officer.
But you did see your neighbor talk to the officer.
Yes.
What was the last name of your neighbor?
Objection, after.
You asked me that. I told you I know.
Hold on. I sustain the objection.
Thank you. And how were the damages to your apartment? Did your apartment complex come and fix them?
Yes.
Do you recall whether you ever had any Bible verses or anything like that taped to the back of your door?
No.
How many doors did your apartment have, your particular unit?
Two.
And was it a front and a back door?
Yes.
And in relation to the front door in your apartment, which window was hit?
The front.
Did the front window face a particular street?
Yes.
Which street did your front window face?
The street that I lived on.
Was that Confederate Avenue or was there a side or a back street that?
Confederate.
Did you ever see any bullets lodged in your wall or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
But you did observe the broken window?
Yes.
Now, was the window shattered completely out or something different?
It was like, I think it was like a frame of it, like it was out. Like it was missing a part of it. Like, cause they was made in squares.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say it was missing a part of it, was there a hole in a part of it, or was all of the glass gone out of a part of it?
That section of the glass, it was gone.
Okay. And when you said that you believe that the other bullet hit your ceiling or somewhere up top or up high, was there a hole in your ceiling or something else?
Yes, it was a hole in it, like a scrape or something.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said it was like a hole, like a scrape or something.
Scrape?
Yeah.
Okay. Was anything else done by the police after you made that report? To your knowledge?
What you mean?
Hold on.
I was asking, to her knowledge, was anything else done by the police after she made that report?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
What you mean by that?
I mean, did anyone speak with you again from the police department about that shooting?
No.
Do you know whether, or did you receive any calls from the police department?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone call you to try and help figure out who it was that shot up your apartment that day you were not home?
Objection to this characterization of shooting up the personal apartment.
Your Honor,
I'll sustain the question as to form. You can rephrase now.
did anyone talk with you at all after that date about the incident where your window was shot and a hole or a scrape was placed in the upper part of your apartment?
No.
Did anyone ask you who may have been the person that shot at that building?
No.
And did you feel, were you okay with the fact that no one followed back up with you after that shooting?
Was I okay with it?
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't say I was okay with it, but it was nothing I can do about it.
So it's fair to say then that you feel more should have been done after that shooting?
I don't know what they could have did about it. Like, it was a random shooting and my building got shot.
Understanding you don't know what else could have been done, do you believe that more should have been done to assist you after that shooting?
Objection asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, you talked earlier about the phones that you had or the phone number that you had. And am I correct that you testified that you have had that same number that you have now since, correct me when I'm wrong, I'm not saying it literally, since 2006?
I believe so.
What number is it? I want the whole number. What are the last 4 digits of the number that you've had since 2006?
I'm going to object. I would ask that.
Cases.
Can we approach this briefly? Real quickly.
I don't need to approach on this.
Judge, I would ask that the propounder present this particular question in the process that doesn't jeopardize this.
That's why she's offering the last 4 digits, sir. All right.
Ms. Bennett, what are the last 4 digits? I don't want the first 6, the last 4 digits of the phone number that you have had since 2006 that you told the jury about earlier.
4983.
What?
4983.
And 4983, that's the number that you and I communicated on, isn't it?
Sure is.
Now, Ms. Bennett, your son, he has a cell phone too, correct?
Yes.
And when I say your son, I'm talking about your 20-year-old. Are the last 4 digits of your son's number, 0603.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, can you tell me right now how long you have had the phone number that ends in 6024?
Oh, my,
Objection, that's not into evidence.
Overruled.
You may answer, the court overruled the objection.
I think like,
Objection on the grounds of foundation.
You know what, Judge, if I may withdraw that last question.
Okay.
Ms. Bennett, isn't it true that you have a phone number that ends in 6024?
yes,
And isn't it true that that is not the same phone number that ends in 4983? Ms. Bennett? Please,
how I ain't know how to answer. It sound like you had answered.
you have to answer what I say isn't evidence.
I don't know. I'm telling you, it sounded like you had asked me a question, but you answered it.
I'm asking you that the phone number ending in 6024 and the phone number ending in 4983 are two different numbers that you currently have.
Oh, yes.
Now, why is it then that you told the jury that you've had only one phone number since 2006?
No, I did not.
Now,
I said I had the same phone number.
do you recall me asking you if you ever had other phone numbers?
The other phone numbers you asked me about, I think you said, did I have those in 2012, 13, one of those years? I told you no, because I didn't. And the phone number that you're referring to now, I've been having that phone like 3 weeks to a month because my phone 983 got cut off.
How many other phone numbers have you had since 2013?
4983.
I need you to give me a number of phone numbers that you have had. Have you only had one other phone number? Have you had two? More than that?
I just gave you the phone number.
I'm asking you the number of phone numbers. Did you say it's
One.
only one? Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha. And if you would just take a moment, do not read it out loud, just flip through it and read the messages that are displayed in that exhibit.
Can I ask you what you looking at this?
Sure. Your Honor, we provided it for the defense, but I will, Mr. Bennett, may I hold this? This is the email that I sent to Ms.
I understand
Adams.
she said this, I just want to see it before she presents it to the witness.
And we're not asking you to publish it, Your Honor, right now. Ms. Bennett, I'm gonna give you back State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha. Just take your time and read over the messages that are displayed in State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha.
You said the same thing.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett, do you recognize the messages depicted in State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha as the messages you and I exchanged from the time that I first met you up until the last message that I sent to you?
Objection, on that question.
I stand as to form.
Do you recognize the messages displayed in State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha?
Yes.
Are those messages reflective of the communication that we exchanged from when I first met you up until the last time I met you? Or communicated?
I wouldn't say the last time you met me, but yes, these are messages from me and you.
Are there any text messages that you sent to me or received to me that are not reflected in State's 35 Alpha Alpha?
Is there any in there? No, because I ain't respond to you like that. No, ain't none in here that I seen that probably wasn't in there that I think of.
So is it a fair statement that State's Exhibit?
Got an objection, Mr. Steele?
Not apologize, not here to
Oh,
Your Honor, the court, like for the witness to repeat it or for the Madam Court reporter to repeat what the response was?
I can tell you what I got. She said I didn't respond to you like that. And after I said that it's probably, and I believe.
Could you repeat your answer, Ms. Bennett?
I said I don't see anything that I sent to you that probably not in here.
And so is it fair to say that State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha contains all of the text message communications between you and me?
I think so.
So Ms. Bennett, let's start with the very last page of State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha without reading anything out loud. Could you tell the jury whether or not the first time I met you was November 25th, 2023?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time. She can't read from the document. It's not evidence. It's not moving evidence this morning.
I'm not asking her to read from it. I asked her to tell the jury whether the first time I met her was November 25th, 2023.
unless her memory is being refreshed, then take up the document now.
Yes, Your Honor.
She shouldn't have it in front of her.
Ms. Bennett, do you recall that the first day you and I met was November 25th, 2023?
I'm not sure if we met the day you sent me that text or did we meet after, because if it's the day you remember that text, it's dated and it say the 26th, not the
Thank you for
25th.
pointing that out. Will showing you this exhibit refresh your memory as to the first day that you met me?
That should be the day I met you. You text me and we met up at the Wendy's.
Let me ask you this, for the record, because it has to be clear. Will showing you states 35 alpha alpha refresh your memory about when we first met?
I wouldn't say it would because you saying two different dates.
What I'm saying is not evidence, I'm asking a question, that's all.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit 35 alpha alpha, the very last page? Do not read anything out loud. Ooh, excuse me. Starting at the top, reading the last page to yourself. And after you have finished, look up and let me know. Is your memory refreshed about the first time that we met?
Yes.
And was that November 25th, 2023?
No, we met this day.
And when you say this day, what day are you referring to?
On a Sunday, because I remember I told you I need to get my kids in the house and they had to go to school.
Miss Bennett, isn't it true that I sent you a text message on November 26th, 2023?
Yes, it's right here.
And isn't it true that that text message reads as follows? Hey, Miss Bennett, this is Adrian
Your
Love.
Honor, I'm going to object again. She's reading from a document that's not in evidence at this point.
Your Honor, I am asking a question of the witness.
She is reading the document.
Your Honor,
I'm gonna sustain the objection unless you lay some foundation down.
Ms. Bennett, isn't it true that I sent you a message telling you that it was nice meeting you yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. Same thing.
Overrule.
Isn't it true that I sent you a text message saying that it was nice meeting you yesterday?
You probably did, but not on this one. That's in front of me. Is you reading it?
And thank you for pointing it out. Would you please look at,
Man,
the
this
document
ain't
being entered.
okay, we are not,
Proposition.
we are not tendering since it has duplicates in here, but we will tender one that reflects all of this. So if he has no objection, then might I be allowed to call the entirety of the text thread, State's Exhibit 35 Alpha Alpha Bravo, and may I then be allowed to read into the record all of the text messages?
You asking me or you asking the court?
I'm asking the court, whether or not there's any objection.
All right, Mr. Adams, is there any objection to states 35 Alpha Alpha Bravo?
No, Judge, we have no objection to the documents provided, text messages from the state.
All right, when states 35 Alpha Alpha Bravo is admitted.
Ms. Bennett, isn't it true that on November 26th at 12:05 p.m., that being Sunday, I sent to you a message that said as follows: Hey, Ms. Bennett, this is Adrian Love. I just left you a very long and winding message that you don't need to listen to all the way through. It was just me letting you know that I called. Please give me a ring when you get a free moment. I look forward to talking with you, and thank you for talking with me yesterday. You are an inspiration and were actually a blessing to speak with. Do you remember getting that message from me?
I don't see that on here.
Look through the rest of the exhibit because they are not in order, and tell the jury whether you remember getting such a message from me.
I see what you're saying on a different page.
That's fine. I'm just asking you if you remember getting that message from me.
Yeah, but I don't know when. It's not dated in time like all the other messages.
Is it apparent that it's a continuation of the one from the 26th?
I don't know. It looked like all the rest of them, like they just been screenshotted and some with a date and the time and percentage of your phone and stuff like that.
So you don't remember getting that message from me?
No, I ain't say I don't remember. I just don't know when.
Do you remember responding to me by saying as follows? "Aw, thank you so much. I was just catching up on my rest. I have a long day."
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall that you sent that message on Sunday, November 26th at 3:21 p.m.?
Yes.
Do you recall that I sent to you on the next message that I sent to you was Thursday, November 30th at 7:23 a.m.? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that I said to you, "I'm checking on you. Are you doing okay?"
Yes.
And do you recall that on that same date at 3:33 p.m., and that is Thursday, November 30th at 3:33 p.m., you said in response, trying to be, "I really appreciate you."
Yes.
And isn't it true that the next time that I sent you a text message was Sunday, December 31st at 9:48 a.m.?
Yes.
And isn't it true that that text message said "Happy New Year!" exclamation point, and then in parentheses apostrophe SE with a smiley face?
Yes.
And isn't it true that on that same date, Sunday, December 31st at 1:19 p.m., you said "Thank you, same to you" in response?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Monday, January 1st at 9:47 a.m., I sent you the next message?
Yes.
Isn't it true that that message said "Hi and Happy New Year. I hope you and your boys are having a wonderful day." And just to reiterate, you are a wonderful mom to those 3 boys, in case no one else tells you that this year. I want to talk to you sometime this week, anytime, and I can come to you. I don't want to sully your new year, but if you have peas and greens left over, I will want some. Smiley face, I'm so serious. If you are open to a particular day before Thursday, please let me know. But I want to talk to you about some questions I anticipate the defense will try to get out of you and how you should use those questions. It is not a long session. It can be very brief. But I want to do it before you go up in court, and we will likely call you this week. I know you don't remember the incident in question, but as our victim, I'm not going to let you go in unaware. I think you have been left to handle things on your own for too long. So if you can find 30 minutes in your day for me before Thursday, tell me when and where, and I will be there. Make it a place comfortable for you and away from the city, please. I will make it really brief. I want the jury to see the person I met the other day. She is a wonderful person, and I need them to know it.
Yes, I see that.
And isn't it true that the next and final text message that I sent to you was sent on Thursday, January the 18th at 10:06 a.m.?
Yes, I see that.
And isn't it true that that message was, "Good morning, Ms. Bennett. Are you available to meet with me today?"
Yes, I say that.
And isn't it true that you did not respond via text to either of the last 2 messages?
I don't see no more.
Do you recall responding to either of those 2 messages?
I'm trying to remember when I met with you.
Do you agree with me that it was Saturday, November 26, 2023?
No, I'm talking about after this message when you asked to meet with me. We're talking about January 18th.
is the next time that you saw me outside in the hallway.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that day was.
Do you recall that, or do you recall it being February the 6th?
I don't recall. I'm asking you what that date was.
I can't testify. But if you don't recall, that's okay as well. Ms. Bennett. Isn't it true that you were served with a subpoena by Lieutenant Hamilton in April of 2023?
No,
Is it your testimony that didn't happen, or you don't recall?
I don't recall that happened.
Do you recall being served with a subpoena by Deputy Chief Investigator Long after that, on the same day that you and I met at the Wendy's?
No, he didn't serve me. He showed me a police report. He told me to read it, and I read it.
Is it your testimony that you did not get a subpoena, another subpoena that day?
No, I didn't have a reason to get a subpoena. And you saying another one, so you saying I supposed to have two?
Is it your testimony that you did not get two subpoenas?
No, I did not.
Ms. Bennett, let me pivot a little bit. And ask you, when the first time, if you recall, the first time that you received a text message communication from Lieutenant Hamilton with our office.
I can't remember actually the date, because I don't think he started to until like after that day I met you in the hall.
What?
I said, I don't think he started testing till after that day I met you in the hall.
Did you have access to your son's phone ending in 0603?
No, my son do.
Did your son indicate or tell you that he received a text message on Sunday, December 31st, 2023 at 9 a.m. from our office?
No.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 332 Alpha Alpha. And counsel, if you want to look at it, please come. Can we get a copy of the State's Exhibit? Ms. Bennett, while counsel is looking at State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha, I'm going to give you another copy of that same document and ask you to look at it. Does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha reflect your son's name at the top? Don't say it, just tell me whether or not it reflects your son's name.
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha reflect text message communications?
Yes.
Does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha have your son's email in it?
Yes.
Does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha have your son's nickname in it?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha have your son's birthday in it?
Yes.
Does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha have a message addressed to you? Without saying what's in the message, does it have a message addressed to you?
Yes, it say my name.
Say that again.
Yes, it say my name.
Okay. Now, does State Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha have a URL or a website listed in it?
Yes,
And does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha on page 2 have directions to a location or the place that a location is?
yes,
Does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha have within it instructions on how to gain employment?
yes, it speak about the application.
And does State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha have instructions to reach out to someone if they need
Your
it?
Honor, I'm going to object to this point. If the
Basis.
state wants to introduce the
Basis.
document, the basis is that there's been, the contents of the document is something admitted as evidence.
So it's foundation?
Foundation, yes.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Sharp?
No, I agree with Mr. Hackett.
All right. I'm gonna sustain the objection as the foundation.
Okay. And Your Honor, because of that fact, I'm not trying to get into what's specifically in it, but I am trying to orient the witness as to State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha.
Are you gonna ask that it be admitted or?
Your Honor, because of the witness's previous answers, I cannot ask her that.
Okay. Whatever your pleasure. I don't think Mr. Adams has an objection to that. Is that correct?
I do not.
So at this time, Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha, apparently with no objection.
Any further objection on behalf of anybody? Hearing none, states 32 alfalfa is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Bennett, would you please just state the last name of the person whose name is listed at the top?
Mine's, well, you say at the top, my son, because this is my son's phone.
Okay. So I'm hearing you say that these are text messages that are from your son's phone.
Yes,
Read the first text message sent to your son's phone.
it say, hi, Miss Bennett, happy holidays to you and your family. This LT Hamilton with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. We met back in your house in April. I greatly apologize reaching out to you this early, especially on Sunday. If you could and can give me a call, it's regarding to a conversation with Miss Love.
And I'm not being nitpicky, but we have to be specific. It just says Ms. Bennett. It doesn't say hi, correct?
No, it say Miss Bennett.
Okay. And that message you just read was sent on Sunday, December 31st, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And in response, your son or you responded, "Aunt," with an exclamation point. Isn't that correct?
yes, on February the 9th.
Okay. And isn't it true that between December 31st, 2023 and February the 9th of 2024, that there is no communication between these two phones?
Yeah, it isn't, because he probably texted this phone thinking of me, and it's not me, this my son's phone. So he didn't respond to him, or he didn't tell me. So you gonna get no response. That's why it's nothing there.
Thank you. So is it fair to say your son didn't tell you that someone reached out from our office to speak with you about your conversation with me?
If my son seen this message, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he didn't. It's his phone. He 20.
I asked you what he told you about it.
No, if he told me, they would have got a response.
And isn't it true that the email address that is sent back to Lieutenant Hamilton on February the 9th at 5:53 PM, and that's Friday, February the 9th of 2024, is your son's email address.
Yes.
And isn't it true that the date sent below your son's email address is your son's birth date?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the next message that was sent from Lieutenant Hamilton to your son's phone was sent on Wednesday, February the 14th at 12:19 PM?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Lieutenant Hamilton sent to your son a URL or a website for SherwoodFoods.com?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Lieutenant Hamilton then said, this is off Fulton Industrial Boulevard. They are hiring. Fill out the application online and let me know when you've submitted it. I'll be in contact with them after you let me know. Be 100% accurate on it.
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, February the 14th at 12:38 PM, Lieutenant Hamilton sent another message that said, if you need help with the application, let me know?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 23rd at 6:16 PM, your son texted Lieutenant Hamilton, how do I get to the application part?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Lieutenant Hamilton responded, there should be an application tab on the website?
Yes.
Isn't it true that your son then said, found it?
Yes.
Isn't it true that your son then said, what should I put for job titles?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 23rd, 2024, at 6:55 PM, Lieutenant Hamilton responded, warehouse?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 23rd, at 7:25 PM, your son screenshot a message to Lieutenant Hamilton saying or reflecting that he had successfully submitted his application?
Yes.
And isn't it true that after that, your son wrote to Lieutenant Hamilton, it's done? And that he sent that same message on February the 23rd of 2024 at 7:25 PM.
Yes.
Backing up just a little bit. Isn't it true that the date you met with Lieutenant Hamilton and Assistant District Attorney Atkins was Friday, February the 9th of 2023?
Yes, I believe it was Friday. Yes, I think it was Friday.
Isn't it true that the same son whose text messages are reflected in State's Exhibit 32 Alpha Alpha is the son who accompanied you to meet with Lieutenant Hamilton and Mr. Atkins?
Yes, and that's when he got his phone number and his email that same day.
Well, isn't it true that he sent a text message to that phone on Sunday, December 31st, 2023, before that day?
Yes, but it wasn't for my son. It was for me. He thought it was my number, but it wasn't.
And isn't it true, Ms. Bennett, that after your son told Lieutenant Hamilton that it's done, Lieutenant Hamilton responded on Friday, February the 23rd at 7:50 PM.
Yes.
Now, your son loves you, correct?
Yes.
And you love your son.
Yes.
And is it fair to say your son, being a son, is probably protective of you?
He is.
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 23rd at 2024, Lieutenant Hamilton at 7:50 PM told your son, okay, I'll let them know Monday to look out for it. Have a good weekend, brother. BRUDDA.
Yeah, he said that February 26th.
February the 26th or the 23rd?
Monday, February 26th. What you just said.
Is this February the,
Okay, which one you reading?
let's see, we're on the same page. Friday, February the 23rd at 7:50 PM. Please read the message that Lieutenant Hamilton sent.
Okay, I'll let them know Monday. I'll look out for it. Have a good day. Have a good weekend, brother.
And is that where he spells it, BRUDDA?
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that that was Friday, February the 23rd at 7:50 p.m.
Yes.
You'll agree with me that your son said in response, okay, thanks.
Yes.
On Monday, February the 26th, 2024 at 11:57 a.m., your son sent to Lieutenant Hamilton the text message, "Don't forget about me," with 2 red exclamation points after it, didn't it?
Yes.
And in response, Lieutenant Hamilton said, LOL, period. Brudda, BRUDDA, I sent your name over at 9:27 this morning. I got you.
Yes.
And isn't it true, if you'll just turn to the next page, that Lieutenant Hamilton screenshot a text message between him and someone else that said, "Good morning. The young dude that wanted a warehouse job just filled out the application online over the weekend. If your husband can be on the lookout for," and then he has your son's name, "as always, thank you."
Yes.
And that screenshot was a message from Monday, February the 26th at 9:23 a.m. 25th at 9:23 a.m.
I can't see it like that.
And isn't it true that the person to whom that text message about the young dude was sent then responded back, "Okay, I'll let them know"?
That's what they say right here in the blue.
Are you able to see that?
Yeah, because it's so small. You said because it was a screenshot, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you read what your son said in response to that screenshot?
He said, "I appreciate you."
And was there an emoji in front of the words "appreciate you"?
Okay emoji.
And an okay emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in response, what did Lieutenant Hamilton say to your son?
No doubt.
On Friday, March the 1st, 9:14 a.m., and that's March the 1st of 2024, what does Lieutenant Hamilton text to your son?
GM, has anyone called you yet?
And GM, that's for good morning, right?
Yes.
And on Friday, March the 1st at 2:57 p.m., what message did your son send in response?
No.
And what did Lieutenant Hamilton say in response?
Give it to Wednesday. Online apps tend to move slow.
And in response, your son sent the okay emoji, didn't he?
Yes.
And on Wednesday, March the 13th, 2024, at 8:20 a.m., Lieutenant Hamilton texted to your son, "Good morning," or GM. Any movement? Is that correct? Turn to the next page if you can't see. And look,
That's a nine
midway
block.
page.
Okay.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, March 13th, 2024 at 8:20 a.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent a message to your son saying, "Good morning, any movement?"
Yes.
Isn't it true that your son did not respond?
Yes.
And isn't it true that on Monday, March the 25th, 2024 at 11:26 a.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent a message to your son that said, what up? Let your moms know she has to be here between 8 to 8:30 tomorrow morning for court. She knows, but please remind her. Thanks. 185 Central Avenue, Portland, 1C. I'll call her later too.
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Thursday, March the 28th, 6:24 a.m., your son sent a message that said, "When can I get my mom's stuff from you?"
Yes.
And isn't it true that that took place after you failed to show up for court on March the 26th?
I guess so.
Now, Ms. Bennett, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 33 Alpha. And Your Honor, I'd like to just give an opportunity for defense to see what I'm showing the witness, if I may.
All right.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 33 Alpha Alpha. Ms. Bennett, Your Honor, if there's no objection from the defense, I'll just tender State's 33 Alpha Alpha.
All right, well, let's find out. Any objection to states 33 Alpha Alpha?
No.
All right. All right, states 33 Alpha Alpha is admitted and maybe used as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bennett, do you recognize the messages from State's Exhibit 33 Alpha Alpha?
Yes.
Isn't it true that these are messages between you and Deputy Chief Investigator Long from the District Attorney's Office?
I think so.
Isn't it true that the first text communication that you received from Deputy Chief Long was Friday, February the 2nd at 12:27 p.m.? I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me back up and switch that question. Looking at the very last page of State's Exhibit 33 Alpha Alpha is the very first message that you got from Deputy Chief Long. Was that on Saturday, November the 25th at 8:39 a.m.?
Yes.
And did that message say, "Good morning, this is Investigator Long with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Checking in to see if we were still good to meet today around 2:30 p.m. We are flexible on the meeting location."
Yes.
And isn't it true that Saturday, November the 25th at 3:04 p.m., you responded, "4 will be good"?
Yes.
And isn't it true that DC Long responded, "Okay, we will be in the gold lot off of Kesplin Street on the campus"?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the next message sent between you was Deputy Chief Long saying, "Hey, just checking on you"?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you responded, "I'm coming, I'm in a little traffic"?
Yes.
Isn't it true that he then said, "Copy"?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said, "What street is it on"?
Yes.
And in response, Deputy Chief Long said, "Casplin, Casplin."
Yes.
If you'll turn to the page right before that, isn't it true that Deputy Chief Long said, "If you are on campus, tell me where you are and I will come to you"?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you responded, "Send the address"?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Deputy Chief Long sent you the address to Atlanta Metropolitan State College at 1630 Metropolitan Parkway Southwest, Atlanta?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you then responded, 7 minutes away?
Yes.
If you'll turn to the page before that. Do you recall meeting with Deputy Chief Long at Atlanta Metropolitan College?
Yes.
And at that time, do you recall being served a subpoena?
No.
What did you and Deputy Chief Long talk about at Atlanta Metropolitan College?
He gave me a police report that I needed to read over. And then he told me that I need a I'll be meeting with you.
Okay. And on Saturday, November 25th at 7:54 p.m., do you recall getting a message from Deputy Chief Long saying, hey, are you still needed?
You said when?
If you look at the bottom of the page with the address on it,
The one that I say I'm 7 minutes away?
yes.
Yeah.
And look at the date that is partially obscured by the message bubble. Can you discern that that is Saturday, November 25th at 7:54 p.m.?
You can't see it, but I had answered him that I was 7 minutes away, and then I did pull up and meet him, and I answered that.
Thank you. Isn't it true, if you'll just flip to the next page, that on Tuesday, January 2nd at 6:06 p.m., you received a text message from Deputy Chief Long that said, hello, the attorneys has been trying to reach you for court. Can you give me a call back? They are trying to get you to report tomorrow.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you did not respond in a text message to Deputy Chief Long?
No.
No, you did not. Or no, that's not true.
No, it's not a response.
Okay. And isn't it true that on Friday, January the 5th, 2024, at 2:35 p.m., Deputy Chief Long sent you another text that said, hey, this is Investigator Long. After our meeting yesterday, we are anticipating that we will need your testimony around January the 22nd or January the 23rd. We are trying to give you time to make arrangements. I will let you know what time once we get closer to that date. One of the attorneys will be speaking with you prior to that date as well. Isn't it true that he sent you that text message on Friday, January 5th at 2:35 p.m.?
Yes.
And you didn't respond via text, did you?
No.
Isn't it true that the next communication between you and that, why didn't you, let me ask you that, why didn't you respond?
Yeah, you ain't never asked me that.
Okay, I'm asking.
Yeah. If I ain't respond, it must be something going on with my phone. Because the time when he talked to me, because I never had a problem with him, I might have a problem with other people's in his team,
Okay.
but it was definitely not him.
Fair.
So I didn't respond.
Okay. So is it true that you didn't respond on January the 2nd?
Not according to this paper, no, I did not.
Do you recall responding on January the 2nd?
No, I do not.
And isn't it true that you did not respond on Friday, January the 5th?
No, I did not.
And on Wednesday, January the 31st, 2024 at 1:12 p.m., Deputy Chief Long sent you another text, didn't he?
Yes.
And in that text, he said, hello, it looks like we will be getting to your testimony tomorrow afternoon. And if you flip to the next page, the attorney would like you to get here around 1:00 p.m. tomorrow, 185 Central Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia. It's on the subpoena.
Yes.
You didn't respond, did you?
No.
You didn't say what subpoena or anything like that, did you?
No.
All right. So Thursday, February the 1st, 2024, isn't it true that Deputy Chief Long sent you a text message saying, just confirming your attendance at 1, please confirm?
Yes.
You didn't respond to him then either on February the 1st, did you?
No.
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 2nd, 2024, at 12:27 p.m., Deputy Chief Long said, hello, it's very important that you give me a call, thanks, via text message.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you didn't respond then either, did you?
No.
And by no, you mean you did not respond, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Monday, February the 5th at 3:06 p.m., Deputy Chief Long sent you another text message?
Yes.
And isn't it true that that text message said, 185 Central Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, report time 9:30 a.m., courtroom 1C. Call me when you get here. I am going to put you somewhere quiet until it's time to testify.
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that you responded to that?
Yes.
And if you flip to the next page, isn't it true that you told him in response, okay, I'm about to get a lawyer now, because I keep telling y'all I don't have shit to say in y'all. Y'all keep harassing me and my family, but I'll be there at 9:30.
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Tuesday, February the 6th at 9:14 a.m., you said, or Deputy Chief Long sent you a text, good morning, let me know when you arrive. FedEx.
Yes.
And the last message that Deputy Chief Long sent to you was this past Tuesday at 9:24 a.m., where he said, "Good morning, I hope all is well. What's your ETA?"
Yes.
And isn't it true that you read that message?
Yes.
Why didn't you respond?
Because I didn't.
I mean, we understand you didn't. Why didn't you?
And I just didn't respond.
Is there any reason you didn't respond?
Mm-mm.
Miss Bennett, you know what a snitch is, correct?
Sorry, you never.
You know what a snitch is, correct?
Yes.
And being a snitch, you don't consider that a good thing, do you?
Objection has been answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
You may answer, please.
I don't know if it's supposed to be good or bad.
What do you understand a snitch to be?
I never was told if it was good or bad.
What do you understand, regardless of what you were told? What do you understand a snitch to be?
A telltale.
And on the streets, it's not good. You never want to be labeled as a snitch, right?
I guess not.
You heard the phrase snitches get stitches, right?
It was a saying. Yeah, I heard that since I was little.
What does that mean to you?
I don't know. It was a saying that I heard since I was little. I don't believe everything I hear, so
Fair
I
enough.
can't tell you what it means.
Did you have any understanding of that phrase?
No.
Now, you talked about having at least 2 phone numbers since 2006. Which number did you use to communicate with the customers that you sold to? The last 4 digits of that number.
438 for 983.
Now, Ms. Bennett, you spoke with, or the first text message that you received from Lieutenant Hamilton, was that on Tuesday, February the 6th?
I'm not sure.
Showing you State's Exhibit 34. There. State's Exhibit 34, Alpha. Showing you a copy of State's Exhibit 34, Alpha. Does looking at State's Exhibit 34, Alpha refresh your memory as to the first date you received a text message on your phone from Lieutenant Hamilton?
Yes.
Now, what number did you receive your first text message from Lieutenant Hamilton on? Just the last 4 digits.
4983.
Now, isn't it true that you received that first message from Lieutenant Hamilton on Tuesday, February the 6th at 10:57 a.m.?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the message was asking you for your job's information?
Yes.
And Lieutenant Hamilton, in response, said, "Mama, thank you," with a fist sign.
Yes.
And Lieutenant Hamilton said to you on February the 6th at 12:43 p.m., and that's February the 6th, 2024, updating you so as not to waste your time. I'm calling you at 3 for you to maybe be here by 3:30. You are still next. We just don't know how long the other side will go today with this first witness today. Please answer your phone at 3. Thank you, Mama. Isn't that true? He sent you that text message on Tuesday, February the 6th at 12:43 p.m.
Yes.
And that was before you and I met in the hallway. Isn't that true?
Was it before?
Can't testify, only you can.
I don't know what time I met you in the hallway. So
Well, Do you recall getting that text message from Lieutenant Hamilton telling you to be here and answer your phone at 3?
Yes.
Do you recall getting that message while you were in the hallway?
No.
And were you with Lieutenant Hamilton when he said, I'm calling you at 3 for you to maybe be here by 3:30?
I got this when I left. So that means I seen you before this text message.
Ms. Bennett, Lieutenant Hamilton asked you to be where at 3:30?
Here.
So at 12:43 p.m., when he sent you that text, you and I had not met in the hallway because you weren't here yet. Isn't that true?
And I supposed to came and seen you at 9:30.
Did you see me at 9:30?
That's how I seen him. I seen him after me and you had our problem in the hallway.
Isn't it true that at 3:01 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you a text that said, call me?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on Tuesday, February the 6th at 3:36 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton said, call me, please? You see how many updates we get daily. One last one, hit me up when you can.
Yes.
And isn't it true that on Tuesday, February the 6th at 5:46 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent to you a voice recording that was 53 seconds long?
I don't know if I sent that or he sent that, but I said I'm here.
So it's your recollection that you told Lieutenant Hamilton that you were here.
Yeah, I was here.
Did you send him a text or did you call him? How did you alert him that you were here at court?
I talked to him.
You talked to him on the telephone. You didn't send him a text. Is that correct?
No, I didn't send him a text.
And all of that was before 5:46 p.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on February the 6th, you spoke with someone from the Georgia Crisis Hotline after we met in the hallway?
Yes.
What did you all talk about?
They asked me a couple questions, what was going on and what was triggering me, and that they was going.
Not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, offered for the effect on the listener.
And relevance.
Oh, rule the objection. Mr. Matthews.
Please continue. You
I'm
may tell
asking
me.
that closing interjection that that calls for
Basic.
information that is a privileged conversation.
Now that I'll sustain.
Ms. Bennett, Your Honor, I'm going to assert that unless Ms. Bennett asserts that privilege, Mr. Adams has no right, no standing to assert a privilege on behalf
He's made an objection.
of a witness.
He's made an objection. I'm sustaining the objection.
Ms. Bennett, isn't it true that it was after that call with the Georgia Crisis Hotline that you received that voice message from Lieutenant Hamilton at 5:46 p.m., that voice text?
Like I said, it's voice text. I don't know if it's him or if it's me.
Well, Ms. Bennett, would you please turn to the third page of Safety Exhibit 34 Alpha in front of you? And let me know if you recognize
Bless you.
what you sent and what Lieutenant Hamilton sent.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that things that you sent are in blue
Yes.
and things that he sent are in gray?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So on Tuesday, February the 6th, if you just flip back to page 2, at 5:46 p.m., that voice text was one that Lieutenant Hamilton sent to you, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And isn't it true that on Wednesday, February the 7th, at 10:29 a.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you another message?
Yes.
Now, Isn't it true that that message was, "Good morning, Mom, I hope you slept well. Again, don't come at 1:30. I have a feeling the defense will keep this same witness from yesterday all day again today. I'll give you an update at 3 p.m. You will most likely go up tomorrow morning. I'll talk to you soon."
Yes.
And isn't it true that on Wednesday, February the 7th at 3:08 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you a text that said, "Call me, please"?
Yes.
And isn't it true that on Wednesday, February the 7th at 5:48 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you a text that said, "Call me one more time, then I'm out of your hair for the night"?
Yes.
Isn't it true that all of this communication came after you expressed that you did not want to talk with me and you were tired of talking to people from the district attorney's office?
Repeat it.
Isn't it true that this text communication on February the 7th, 5:48 p.m. was sent after you had expressed yourself that you no longer wanted to talk to me and you were tired of talking to people from the district attorney's office?
Was it sent before?
Isn't it true that this text was sent after you had expressed all those things?
Oh, no.
You didn't express those things on February the 6th when you were in the hallway?
Yes, when I seen him.
So you did express that you didn't want to talk to me and you were tired of talking to people in the district attorney's office.
No, I just said I was tired of talking to you because you had made me angry.
Okay. And how did I make you angry?
About you was discussing some things that you told me like when I met you at Wendy's, you remember we had a discussion and some things you said that we wasn't going to talk about again. I guess it's supposed to be personal things between us and you did anyway. So I guess I can say you lied.
Isn't it true that when I sat down next to you, the first thing that I did was ask you how you were doing?
I don't remember because you had me so heated that day.
Isn't it true that you told me in that moment, "I'm really feeling like I just want to harm myself"?
Yeah, I told you that for a reason.
Isn't it true that I said, "What is causing you to want to harm yourself"?
And I told you.
And isn't it true that after you told me I got up and left your presence?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that that is the extent of the conversation you and I had in the hallway?
That was the end of the conversation.
And that was all of the conversation, wasn't it?
Yeah, that day.
Now tell the jury, since that was all the conversation that day, and they've heard all the text messages, tell the jury when it was that I talked to you about things you didn't want to talk about.
That day. That was it. I ain't say you talk to me again after that.
Okay. So what was it in that conversation you just talked about to the jury that you did not want to talk about? Am I asking how you were doing?
No.
Was it you're saying you wanted to harm yourself?
That ain't all we had talked about. It was some personal things.
Is it your testimony now that we said more stuff than "how are you doing?" and you saying, "I want to harm myself," and me saying, "What's causing you to want to harm yourself?" and you saying, "You," and me getting up and leaving?
That was all?
I'm asking you, is that your testimony to the jury?
No.
Then tell the jury what topic. First of all, tell the jury how long we sat out there and talked, based on your memory.
It wasn't no longer than 10 minutes.
Isn't it true that Lieutenant Hamilton sent you the messages on February the 7th, Wednesday, February the 7th, after you expressed to me that I was making you want to harm yourself?
It was the next day.
Okay. So it's fair to say that's correct, it was after you said, "I made you want to harm yourself"?
I talked to him about what me and you talked to that same day.
Say that again.
I talked to him after I talked to you that same day, which was Tuesday, and you keep saying Wednesday. Wednesday was a different conversation that he was having with me that you about to start reading, and
No, I'm actually reading it. You agree with me that the first conversation on Wednesday, February 7th, 10:29 a.m. has already been testified about when Lieutenant Hamilton said, "Good morning, Mom. I hope you slept well. Again, don't come at 1:30.
Yeah, that was the next day.
Correct. All right. And you agree with me that the next text message was at 3:08 on February the 7th after you had met with me, where he said, "Call me, please."
I met with you on the 6th, and you keep talking about the 7th.
I'm talking about the text message Lieutenant Hamilton sent to you on the 7th.
Yeah, you wasn't around when he sent me this. I wasn't here when he sent me this.
Thank you for clarifying. And isn't it true that on Wednesday, February the 7th at 6:45 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you a text that said, "Hit me up if you're bored later. We're not going to talk shop."
Yes,
And isn't it true that the next text message that Lieutenant Hamilton sent to you was Friday, February the 9th at 10:19 a.m.?
yes,
And isn't it true that that text message said, "Good morning, can you email your resume to me at," and then there's an email address, and then it says, "I'll see you at 3:30 and call you at 3." Isn't that true?
yes,
And then isn't it true that on Friday, February the 9th at 3:11 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you a text that said, "The one at 506 Moreland"?
yes,
And isn't it true that on Friday, February the 9th, after that message at 3:11 p.m., you wrote back, "I'm not sure about the address. I know it's on Moreland. My son just got home, about to change his clothes."
yes,
And isn't it true that in response, Lieutenant Hamilton said, "Yeah, it's by the salon and cleaners. Okay, I'm here."
yes,
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 9th at 4:06 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you a text that said, 506 Moreland Avenue, Northeast, not Southeast, but Northeast?
yes,
Isn't it true that you responded, "Okay"?
yes,
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 9th at 5:00 p.m., the next communication between you and Lieutenant Hamilton was his text to you saying, "How far out are you?"
yes,
Ma'am?
yes,
Isn't it true that you responded, "Can you meet me at the restaurant because my kids are with me"?
yes,
Isn't it true that he said, "What's the address?"
yes,
And he then said, "And it will be quiet in there"?
yes,
And he then said, "Call me."
yes,
Isn't it true that on Friday, February the 9th at 6:06 p.m., Lieutenant Hamilton sent you an address of 185 Central Avenue, Atlanta, 30303?
yes,
And that's the address to this courthouse, isn't it?
yes,
And isn't it true that he then said, "Give me a spot to pick you up on Sunday at 9:30?
yes.
And that was 9:30 a.m., wasn't it?
I don't know. It don't say AM or PM.
When you
It just say
communicated
9:30.
with him, did you make plans to meet with him on Sunday at 9:30 a.m.?
I don't know if it was 9:30 AM or PM. It don't say. I talked to him over the phone and I talked to him through text.
So you don't remember whether you planned to meet him in the morning or night?
Mm-mm.
Do you remember you said, "Okay"?
Yes,
Do you remember Lieutenant Hamilton responding, "It was good seeing you and meeting your boys. Enjoy the night"?
yes.
Hey, Miss Love, can we take a brief break for just about maybe 5-10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're in recess. All right, all rise. Miss Bennett?
Time for a comfort break. Time for a comfort break, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think so far about the testimony? Do you feel this testimony appears to be an attempt to clear Lieutenant Hamilton's name? Do you believe that that's what's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen? Do you guys feel that this is an attempt to clear Lieutenant Hamilton's name? Because if that is the case, how do you think she is doing? How well do you think she is doing? Because we do know there will be a recross, but we don't know if it's going to happen today. And clearly, Detective Quinn is not coming back right now, but he's still under cross-examination. Yeah, good question. Why does Hamilton call her Ma? Ma? That's interesting. Anyway, I digress. Okay, we're taking a comfort break as well. See you guys soon.
Ms. Love and Mr. Adams. for today, given the fact it's nearly 4:45 on Good Friday. So, and I don't know how much, even though both councils have indicated their length of time of 45 minutes and 20 minutes respectively, that's only a guess, and I'm have to double that given my years of prognostication with you all as council. So we're not going to finish this evening, and what I'd like to do is just go ahead and recess for now. The other thing that we discussed was the issue of our status of our witness, Ms. Bennett, and I'm going to call her in just a second and talk with her about modification of her current situation to potentially put her on an ankle monitor and let her stay at her house. So that's what I'm going to do. Ms. Love or Mr. Adams, anything to add or delete, or did I correctly summarize what our bench conversations are?
Your Honor, that was, in sum, that was the substance of what we discussed at the bench. Additionally, I just wanted to reiterate that I don't believe that, and I'll of course leave it in the court's discretion, I don't believe it's necessary to restrict her movements to and from her house. It's just that we need to be able to know where she is, in the court, I believe, should instruct her that she has to be back here so that if she doesn't show up, we can readily find her.
All right.
So in other words, I'm not asking for a curfew or that she not be able to go wherever she wants to go.
All right. Mr. Adams? Okay. All right.
Right.
Sergeant Brown, can you get Miss Bennett for me, please?
Yes, sir.
But if this is.
All right, Ms. Bennett. Good afternoon. I just wanted to, I'm Judge Glenn, well, you know that. Just want to talk with you about just a couple of things about your current status under the material witness warrant. Okay, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you can answer yes or no for the purpose of the record, that'd be great. Okay, so we are going to probably not finish with your testimony today. And given the fact and the lateness of the hour, it's Good Friday, I'd like to go ahead and release everybody. What you probably don't know is that we have next week is an administrative week pretty much, so our jurors will not be here. The first day that they'll be back is the 8th, Monday, the 8th of April. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to have a discussion with you about coming back to court on the 8th of April.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you working right now or anything such as that, or?
No.
Okay. And I take it from our conversation yesterday that you'd rather stay in your house. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If I were to authorize you to stay in your house with an ankle monitor for the next week until you complete your testimony, would you be sufficient with that?
Yes.
Okay. You can go wherever you want. No restrictions. Just please, 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 you got to appear back for 9:00 on Monday, April the 8th.
I never had a problem with appearing.
All right. Well, here's the thing. Usually, like I told you, most material witness warrants, you have to satisfy when you testify, when you complete your testimony that's required of the person that subpoenaed you, that satisfies the conditions. But since you're not done, this is just a least restrictive manner so that you don't have to spend time in the jail. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Any questions of me about this?
No, sir.
All right. We're going to get you hooked up with the ankle monitor, and we will see you on what day?
On the 8th
At what time?
at 9 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and release you at this point in time, and I'll see you on the 8th of April at 9 o'clock in courtroom 1C. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Happy Easter to you.
And Your Honor, when you're saying release, you mean from testimony for today, because we still have to get her over and situated with the ankle monitor.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. You're still under the terms of the warrant. Or I've just modified it so you can stay at your house, but you haven't completed your obligation. All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Judge. And so I'll, she can.
She can step down. Yes. Don't even ask me. You gonna pay? Okay. Don't.
Who said that?
I had that. He had that look like. You see, I have pretty good hearing, so it's like, who gonna pay? Yeah, you gonna pay. All right. So, not you personally. Maybe Long. He makes more money. All right. So, but no, you all take care of that, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right. Anything else in terms of our witness? Now, did we also excuse, or can we call in Detective Quinn, please?
We told him that we were not gonna.
Okay. Is he still outside?
No, he left.
Okay. All right. So he didn't have any issue coming back on Monday?
No.
At sometime Monday, late in the day?
He does not.
Late morning, I should say?
He does not.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Once I excuse our jurors, I'll cover with you all Tuesday, April the 2nd and Wednesday, April the 3rd. Anything else at this point in time?
Not from the state.
Okay. All right. Lieutenant Walker, if you could summon our jurors, please. All right.
All rise for the jury. Which one? John Osher for President of the Council.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see by our timepiece on the wall, it is nearly 5 o'clock on Friday, on Good Friday, and I believe that it would be appropriate for us to recess for the weekend, okay, or for your time at this point in time. I am fully aware that next week is an administrative week for you, and you will be required to come back on the 8th of April, that's Monday, for 9 a.m. Okay? And then I'll tell you the week and the rest of the month at that point in time. Other than the dates that I've given you already for Veterans Court, we're coming in half days. So other than that, but I'll try and update as appropriate the rest of the month. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what ministerial inquiry do you have of me at this point?
No. We're good.
Say again?
We're good.
You're good? Okay, we're good. All right, okay. All right. Okay, then let's go through your admonitions, all right? Please leave your notepads in the basket, and we'll come and pick those up and secure them as Ms. Umana does at the conclusion of each day. Take a juror sticker with you. And then remember not to discuss the case at all amongst yourselves in ones and twos or wherever you may be waiting for your transportation or you going to your places of residence. Remember, it would be a violation for you to talk about the case, start to preview any witness testimony, or take up any deliberative process in your headquarters, at your deliberation room, or in any other places where you may gather as in small groups or in larger groups. Remember, once this case is finished, then I will tell you how and when you are to begin your deliberative process. But you can't, as I would call it, recap testimony of each witness as it's going along, or discuss it amongst yourselves in any way until I tell you that it is appropriate for you to do so. Very important that you adhere to that. You know, I haven't said this in a long time. How are these violations unearthed? Somebody will tell on you. Or you'll tell on yourselves. So don't post anything. Don't talk to any third parties about this. Don't let anybody contact you about what's going on in this particular trial. Please resist temptation of posting anything on any social media sites, or letting your family, friends, and other well-wishers talk with you about anything that's gone on in the four walls of this courtroom. Remember, please avoid any news content about this particular trial. And remember, you can only consider what has been presented within the four walls of this courtroom. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other inquiry of me, and then the last thing as usual, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience with us. I know that there have been some times where we have had to take extended periods to resolve some other issues outside your presence hearing. I told you that those things happen when trial, and you should not attribute that to anyone. It's just we're just trying to work our way through it. So, ladies and gentlemen, and also thank you for your patience and the attention you've given this matter, and will continue to give this matter on behalf of everyone assembled here. Do you have any other questions of me? Okay, if not, I'm going to wish you happy Easter, and and be well and safe next week, whatever it is you're going to do. And I'll see you, or we'll all see you on the 8th at 9 a.m. Okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. She outside?
Yes, Judge.
All right, I've been handed a note from our witness, Ms. Bennett, who it indicates is okay that I go, and she references time, April the 1st to April the 5th, to a location that is out of state with her family. You can look at it as to where. I'm going to give you all if you'll get one representative from the state and one representative from the defense. Mr. Kearns, can you show that to council?
Your Honor, and just so the court is aware, the state has no objection to her being allowed to visit. We just ask that she give to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office exactly where it is that she's going, and that she understand that because the court has personal jurisdiction over her, the court can and will issue a warrant for her arrest if she fails to appear, regardless of what state she's in.
Anything on behalf of any defense counsels?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Okay. All right. Can we have Miss Bennett return, please? Miss Bennett, have a seat. You could ask me this while you were in here, but
No.
okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's all right. I have shared your note with all counsels. The court does not have an issue with you, and I have not said where you're going. Okay.
Okay.
All right. But in return for this, and because you're still under the auspices of the court or under instruction from the court, you need to disclose what address you're going to in Tennessee. I'm sorry, out of state, to the court. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. You don't need to put it on record, but I just need to. Now, here's the thing. If you don't come back, I will issue process for you. I just want us to be very clear about that. Are we good? We good with that?
Judge, I ain't never ran for court. I ain't never had to
Okay.
be picked up for court. This just was the first time, but it was because of an incident. If you telling me to do something, sir, I'm gonna respect your wishes and I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do.
Well, madam, like I said, this is a pretty drastic measure. So the fact that I had to do this, they submitted an affidavit to me. I had to make a decision on that.
I apologize. You had to do that.
Okay. Well, but we find ourselves in this particular situation. That's why. So I don't mean to be rude, flip, or otherwise glib about any of this, but I'm just telling you. So we'll have no problems, you and I, as long as you return and we're good. Okay.
Promise you won't have no problems with me, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, leave us with your, in fact, I'm going to give you a pen. You'll just write on the bottom of this court's exhibit the address.
I got to get the info.
Huh?
I got to get the info.
Sure. You can get it.
Okay.
While we're waiting, if you all could turn in your listening devices, that'd be great.
That was, that stuff that was up there wasn't tender, yes. It doesn't have serious, it has tender.
Still got to be marked for identification.
Okay, there's, for identification purposes, it wasn't tender, it was 630 or alpha. Hold on. 34 alpha.
Oh, okay.
I wrote down for that.
He was a one-hit wonder, so to speak.
This helps.
35 alpha is the one you.
Oh, that already told me that's not. Yeah, I like 35 alpha and then 35 alpha.
So 30, that's my definition. And I did the tender for this right here. And this is not tender, I did 35 alpha.
But I just keep them all.
Yes, go ahead. And I would print out 35 is how the apples are looking. This is that's how the apples are treated, not 10. Right. That you talked about. Yes.
She's come back in.
She stated she's living under the address. She's on with
Just need the address.
She just knows that. More time.
Tell her she needs to find that out where she's staying.
At the earliest opportunity for the court to consider. I believe that from listening to the conversation between the prosecutor and Ms. Bennett, the prosecutor has interjected her personal knowledge and of facts of this case and has become an unsworn witness. And that's a big problem. And that's what it's called, unsworn witness problem, because the lawyer is making factual assertions without being sworn. And when the lawyer is a prosecutor, that error goes to the heart of fundamental fairness and due process of law, and thus is a constitutional issue. Mr. Williams and the others cannot receive a fair trial, because what has really happened, Your Honor, and this, I'll give you the cases, what really happened is now the jury has to determine, is Ms. Bennett truthful or is Ms. Prosecutor truthful? And that's not the way it's supposed to be. A lawyer shall not assert personal knowledge of facts in issue except when testifying as a witness. Generally, the law prohibits a lawyer from acting as an advocate at trial where the lawyer is also becoming a witness. There is no doubt that assertions of fact from counsel as to the content of prior conversations with a witness have the effect of making a witness of the lawyer and allowing his or her credibility to be substituted for that of the witness. This practice is improper. And Your Honor, in Turner, TUR-NER versus Louisiana, that's 379 US 466. It's at 472 through 473. It's 1965 US Supreme Court. In a constitutional sense, trial by jury in a criminal case is necessarily implies at the very least that the evidence developed against the accused shall come from the witness stand in a public forum with full judicial protection.
Not yet.
With full judicial protection of the accused right of confrontation and cross-examination by counsel. It's also a bar rule, and it's 3 Georgia Rule of Professional Conduct 3.7 comment 2, and as well as a Georgia Rule of Professional Responsibility and Conduct 8.4A1. A lawyer cannot do indirectly what it cannot do directly, meaning the lawyer can't take the witness stand and become the advocate, and that's exactly what happened now. There are private conversations that we have not heard about between Ms. Bennett and the prosecutor. Ms. Bennett alluded to that on 2 occasions and said, you breached your word to me because they're supposed to be private. I don't know what those conversations were, except one is definitely dealing with a parent, it sounds like. There were several series of questions by the prosecutor. Isn't it true you told me? And then a separate section was, isn't it true that I told you? And whatever it is. And here the prosecutor at issue repeatedly and specifically referenced conversations between herself and Ms. Bennett in a vehicle and on a courthouse bench, with the prosecutor repeating the statements. The prosecutor relied upon her own unsworn repudiation or statement of what the witness's statements were, and we cannot confront her. In United States versus Locascio, L-O-C-A-S-C-I-O, and that's 6 F 3rd 924 at 934, Your Honor. It's the Second Circuit 1993 case. Your Honor, this is the John Gotti case. The Second Circuit wrote that the unsworn witness problem arises when the attorney was a participant in events to be explained at trial, and therefore the attorney may convey firsthand knowledge of events without being sworn as a witness, and therefore not subject to cross-examination. That is not allowed. Mr. Williams asserts that he is entitled to cross-examination of the prosecutor, because now what has happened is the prosecutor has put the state, the weight of the state, the pride of the state of Georgia behind her words, and we can't cross-examine her. This is from Dillon, D-I-L-L-O-N versus Kentucky. It is 475 Southwest 3D, page 1, 2015. The lawyer is not excusable in making any statement of fact outside of the evidence in which may be in the slightest degree prejudicial to the rights of the accused. In this case, the Commonwealth's attorney, not as a witness, made a statement of fact which flatly contradicted the witness in the minds of the jury. It made the witness look like she is perjuring herself. There was a plain course for the Commonwealth's attorney to pursue, either to introduce himself or Judge, says Horman, H-O-R-M-A-N, as a witness to contradict. But in seeking to take this course, he should have kept silent as to what occurred in the witness room, for the reason that a repetition of it, not under oath, in the hearing of the jury was incompetent evidence and of the character very damaging to the rights of appellant, which doubtless left an unfavorable impression in the minds of the jury, notwithstanding the admonishment of the court. Your Honor, in the Rule 3.7, Comment 2, a lawyer shall not in a trial assert personal knowledge of facts in issue except when testifying as a witness. Generally, a lawyer must be prohibited from acting as an advocate at trial where the lawyer is likely to be a necessary witness. I'm raising that early. This is a very serious issue, but here, I don't know how we got here, but all I know is I sit there and I see text messages between the prosecutor and a witness that are now in evidence, and the prosecutor saying, didn't you tell me, et cetera. I'm not going to repeat, of course, but that is my motion. And my motion is that for whatever reason that was done, the state of Georgia has caused one of their prosecutors that now has to be lifted from this case. If not, I am moving for a mistrial because I cannot cross-examine an unsworn witness. Lastly, Your Honor, this is a separate issue. I would like the phone of Ms. Bennett to be returned to her because I believe, based upon what I'm hearing, that there is exculpatory information on that phone. That phone is being held by the Fulton County DA's office. I've not seen the process that this court ordered, but I did see a video. And I will tell you that according to the video that I saw, I may be wrong, but according to the video I saw, Ms. Bennett did not have her phone on her when she's arrested, so it should not have been put in property. And it's not in property, it's with the DA's office. And I'd like to look at that phone if Ms. Bennett allows me. I don't have any other way to do it. But without having it, I can't ask her for it because she doesn't have it. So those are my issues. I want to raise them today because they're ripe, and I don't know how we're here, but that's my issues.
Your Honor, as this is a matter that Mr. Steele has brought up before this court orally, we would ask that the court require that he reduce or place his motion in writing so that the state may properly respond. We would ask that the court require that Mr. Steele, in his written motion, provide any legal support he has for the assertions he is making to the court, regardless of the fact that he said, I just wanted to put the court on notice. He has moved this court. I believe that this is not a proper motion to be made orally, that it is one that should and necessarily needs to be made in writing, and the state given the proper opportunity to respond in writing with legal support for the state's position. And I'd ask that the court allow us to properly address this motion before this honorable court, either on next week while the jury is in recess or at any other time that the court deems proper.
Mr. Steele, can you reduce it to writing by Monday?
And Your Honor, I'd ask that we be allowed to and required to provide the court with a brief in support of our respective.
You got till Wednesday.
Thank you. That is
Wednesday,
perfect.
Mr. Steele's going to turn in his written product to, or file it by the 1st of April. You'll need to turn in yours by the 3rd.
Thank you, Judge. And he will be briefing his argument.
I need a written motion. I concur. I agree with the state that it needs to be put in writing, your assertions and allegations, Mr. Steele. And then I'll let the state respond to that. And then I'll hear argument on that issue appropriately and enter an order to that effect. All right. That's the first thing. That covers the counsel's witness issue. All right. What about the Miss Bennett's phone? I think the same thing, Mr. Steele. It's probably going to need to be put in writing. At this point, what I could do is
Your Honor, may I interject briefly? Because the city has no objection to, since the court is releasing essentially Ms. Bennett on a recognizance bond.
I was going to say,
Her phone back. We are not at all about to turn it over to Mr. Steele, but we would have to.
well, what I would do is, because the search of one's phone requires a warrant,
We're not.
and you're not, so she can have her phone back, and if she wants to let anybody look, I mean, if the state wants to use the process authorized by law for, to do that, that's your course. I think then, but the defense, the only thing they can do is just ask Ms. Bennett if we can take a look at what's in her phone. That's her call. So, but you're saying at this time, Ms. Love, you don't have any issue with returning her phone to her?
No, Your Honor, not since
Okay.
she's being released from custody, no.
All right, then that can occur. And Mr. Steele and others, you can ask her if she's willing to turn over any of the whatever is relevant to your inquiry. I'll leave that up to you all. That suffice? Okay. All right. Okay, so, Mr. Weinstein, before the day's out, did you complete your order? You've got that look. Apparently not.
I do have that look, Your Honor. I'm sorry,
Apparently not.
what order would you like me to complete?
directed verdict of acquittal granted.
Should I totally forgot?
No, that's not the one.
No, yes, here.
I have it on one of these days. Hold on. I'm looking right now. Let's see. The order for Mr. Kenrick on the motion that we had about 2 weeks ago. The Jackson Deno.
Oh, I believe that has already been submitted to the court and entered by the court. I can double check that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my memory is that, Mr. Weinstein did in fact, at least he sent to the state his proposed order, and the state, responded with its requested amendments to that order, and I believe that the order was entered.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Don't scare me like that, Your Honor. Please.
All right. Okay, go ahead and call Miss Bennett, please. Just have her stand inside the door. Miss Bennett, we're good. Say again? Oh, thank you. Okay, we'll see you on the 8th, okay? All right. All right, you should tell her that she's going to get her phone back. We will? Okay, all right. Okay, is there anything else I need to take up with you all? Other than the schedule for Tuesday will be, and that's Tuesday, the 2nd of April. I plan to take up Mr. Williams' motion limine number 2 related to Baker versus the state, recently decided. I plan to take up related to that Mr. Shart's motion On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, similarly situated, I plan to take on a motion to redact the conviction of Mr. Winfrey and the motion for the recordings of Mr. Derek Wise, as well as the motion and amended motion filed by Mr. Apt. All right.
Do you want to renew my motion for severance based upon prejudice?
And another 105 instruction?
And a 105?
Okay, all right.
This
Okay.
this is an unindicted act that we are now going forward with for a number of days and will continue to go forward for a number of days. The prejudicial spillover is enormous, Judge. And now we're getting into issues that relate to whether or not the lead prosecutor in this case is required to be recused, none of which it can be laid at the feet of Mr. Nichols. So again, I strongly urge the court to grant a severance on behalf of Mr. Nichols.
Okay, for the reasons I've stated otherwise and been stated earlier, I'll note your motions. I'm going to deny them. I'll give you a continuing objection, sir. Okay. All right. The other thing with the court's exhibit in regards to Ms. Bennett, that will be placed under seal. All right. Is there anything else I need to take up with you all before I release you all for until Tuesday the 2nd? Tuesday the 2nd. 9:30 should work. Okay? All right, we're in recess then, okay? All right, have a nice weekend. Okay.
So we are finally in recess. It was just administrative stuff they had to do. Miss Bennett left the courtroom, and they want to put an exhibit under seal. They want to put an exhibit under seal, ladies and gentlemen. So we are finally in recess. It was just. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Okay, I'm waiting for a response. We might have a special guest. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Stand by. Stand by. Guys, I know you don't hear the sound because I'm on a phone call. That's why you don't hear sound. But I'm dropping the link once she tells me she's on the page. I'm dropping the link, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on a call. That's why you guys don't hear me on the YouTube. But I'm about to drop a link. You guys, you hear sound. You hear sound. You hear sound. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye. Stop saying no sound. Stop saying no sound. Stop saying no sound. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I'm sending the link to the person. We're going to talk about this. We are going to talk about this ish right now. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so my lips moving, but it wasn't moving because I was talking to you. It was moving because I was talking to them. That's why it's moving. But we have a legal expert that's coming on, and we are going to discuss what we've heard today. And when I tell you, baby, it's about to get
some that are with us in the audience today. I want to begin by recognizing Christy Shamblin.
Hold on.
If you wouldn't mind standing,
We're not
up
doing
for
that.
everybody to see the
No,
mother-in-law
sir,
of Sergeant
no, you're not going to
Nicole
hijack
G.
our live. No,
Frost
sir.
at the Abbey
No,
Gate.
sir. No, sir. You're going to have to get up out of here. Get up out of here. We getting
Alicia
you out of here.
Lopez.
I'm sorry, guys. I had to move them. All right. Move it. Hold on. Okay. They're out. Well, I thought they're out. Okay, they're out. Boom. They're out. Okay. Okay. Wow. We're not, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we're not doxing anyone. I don't want to do that. That witness is under seal, so we're not posting names or nothing like that. That witness, while we know her name, we're not going to put that out there. So I'm going to remove that comment because it's really not significant to the conversation. So I'm going to remove that comment. I know you didn't realize, but we got to respect that person's privacy. We're not going to dox anyone intentionally. We're not going to do that. I'm dropping the link in the chat. We're going to discuss what we've seen, and I'm waiting for one of my guests to pull up because we're about to talk about this live. So we're going to be on silent mode until that person pulls up because I have to send a text out. You guys don't know, but I've been moving in these streets while you guys were watching. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand by. Girl, I removed it. You ain't removed it. I removed it. Okay, listen. I was about to leave, but the queen has arrived. She's in the building. She probably want to zoom in a little bit because she got the whole wide screen showing. She got I got the ceiling and everything. I see you over there waving. I see you. We're going to bring you up, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, Attorney Aikisha L. Shabazz, welcome to the show. What it do? How are you? How are you?
What's good, family? Hold on, I'm on my. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can hear your background noise as well. So I can hear everything.
Why is the feedback?
Listen, first of all, it seems like it was over almost a year since the last time I saw you.
Feedback.
The feedback is coming from you.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Okay, the feedback is coming.
My bad. It was me. I had the YouTube open. I'm on my laptop, so I can't adjust the camera. None of that. It's weird. I'm in my bathrobe. I'm home because it's Good Friday.
In the bathrobe.
Day.
She in the bath. You know
Yeah, I'm still in the
they're about to
bathrobe.
make you a meme. They're about to make you a meme.
That's
You come up.
fine.
You
That's
come up with-
okay. I'm still cute.
well, listen, that's a rug you wearing right there.
This is a warm bathrobe. It's cold. New York is still cold, people.
Man, listen,
We
it's
still
about-
have, I still have my heat on.
what?
Yeah. It's still,
Wow.
it's cold. It's
Wow.
cold.
So listen,
What's
today.
up, family? What's up, family? I miss you too. Hey, D. Listen, I've been super busy. I got this just aside. I'm arguing in the Court of Appeals on Tuesday, so I've just been really zoned in on that. Besides, school is crazy. You know, I'm teaching college and law school classes, so trying to balance a lot. I just became a grandma. My granddaughter is here, so I'm trying to, do that too. All right, let's get into this testimony.
Well, first
Just
of
let
all,
y'all know that I'm not slacking. I just got a
Well,
lot
hold
going on. All right,
Well, you said something important. Am I invited to this argument at the appeals court? Because I can come up.
it's DC.
Oh, okay.
It's the Federal Circuit. It's
That's right.
DC.
I can come
Of
up.
course, you're invited. It's open, baby.
No. I want a special invite from the.
You're invited, Dennis. Come
Yes.
cover it.
Okay.
It's a
Okay.
military disability case. It's really interesting. We can talk about it another time, but it's an interesting case.
Okay. We right now we're gonna stick to this young thug.
Let's stick to what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so this morning it started very interesting. Let me tell you, first of all, I was in the court yesterday, and I don't know if you are aware of this, but I was in the court yesterday morning when this young lady who is under a
material
witness warrant. Well, she was brought into the courtroom yesterday morning in handcuffs and a green jail garb while the jury was on the bench.
That's
We couldn't show her to the public,
right.
But And so let me tell you what happened. She takes a seat. She adjusts herself. Her handcuffs are clearly visible. All the jurors are looking at this. And then there was a request to move her, have her handcuffs removed. But they know what the opposite is, bringing someone in the courtroom who is under a material witness warrant. Why is she in handcuffs? Why is she not dressed down in her civil street clothes?
Civilian clothes.
Her civilian clothes.
Right.
Why did this have to happen like this? Now we learned today, and I want you to please hold in on this. There was an investigator, Lieutenant Hamilton, that she claimed that had sexually harassed her.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that this morning?
No, I didn't. I missed it this morning.
No, but that was significant. She came in and said, well, this guy sexually harassed me, and she doesn't trust him. And yesterday, what people don't know, what they probably should know, that she asked for a woman. She was released yesterday, but under the condition that she was released to the custody of the sheriff department, or the DA's office. But she asked to have a woman there. She doesn't trust the men. So, and we seen a text message today where he says, "Ma." Like, how are you addressing a witness as Ma?
Ma?
That's a southern thing. Like, what's up, Ma? That's
I know what it is, but that's not professional.
Not professional at all.
I know what is not.
Why do you feel right? Why do you feel comfortable you can text her? Why do you feel comfortable you can text a Ma? Like, let's talk about that first and how significant that would impact the trial before we go into the other.
I mean, this witness's testimony in its entirety, every part of it seems so constructed. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't want to be part of it, and they made her be a part of it. And it's for what purpose? There's no value. There is no evidentiary value to that I can see. She's not even the one that called 911. It seems like there's someone else who is the person who they should be talking to.
Absolutely. And that would beg the question, why haven't they subpoenaed that individual who actually
isn't that person a material witness, subject to a material witness order?
Right.
It's contrived. It seems all very contrived. Like, every single witness, their testimony seems contrived. Like, we're just going to get you to say some things. And apparently she was cool in the beginning, but then they probably started trying to get her to say shit that she was uncomfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when she's like, you know what? I don't really want to talk to y'all anymore. So
do you think this guy Hamilton, Lieutenant Hamilton, was trying to sweet talk her, no different than District Attorney Love was having these girlfriend
Right.
text messages. Like, what's that all about?
Right. That's yeah. Probably very similar that approach. That same with the Detective Quinn. I'm gonna get chummy with you. I'm gonna get you to trust me. I'm on your level. We're friends. Let me try to come down to where you are. Speak the language, the
Come
culture.
closer to your microphone.
Speak the language and the culture. I don't really know where the microphone is. I'm not gonna hold
Okay.
you. I'm on my lap. I should have
You
got
good,
on
you
my
good, you good
phone.
right there. You stay right there. Stay right there. You cropped up and you're looking right. You propped up and cropped up. So do you think that maybe she misunderstood his Detective Quinn approach with Ma and trying to be real cool and everything? Because he's a lieutenant. He should know better.
No, he's still a cop.
Right, right.
And they get to thinking that when you're dealing with a certain segment of the population, this is how you have to relate to them,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. But
So
see,
that's how they all that all of them have the same approach.
okay. So is it something that the I guess the defense should be concerned about the way he was communicating with, and we don't know exactly all what he said to her. Was it
Right.
we don't
Well,
know.
we'll see. We'll see, because I'm sure that's going to be part of the cross, right? The very first few questions is, what happened with that, and how did that affect your testimony? How did that affect you and your desire to come be a part of these proceedings?
No, so Dee Dee, listen, what we're saying is we're not saying it was Detective Quinn.
No,
We're
not
saying
yeah.
that we're talking about the style in which the way Detective Quinn operates, and
Right.
was Hamilton trying to apply the same type of style. No, we're not saying it was Detective Quinn, so we don't make Detective Quinn he don't roll like that. So let's talk about testimony.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the direct examination by District Attorney Love, and then let's go into Adams's cross, part of his cross, because he didn't get a chance to finish.
He didn't get the cross. I didn't see any cross. Her testimony is continuing.
No, he did cross earlier. So he did. It's a recross now. He's up for recross now because he
Then
did
I
a cross.
missed that.
Right. Okay.
I missed that.
Okay. So
I missed that. Goddamn.
yeah.
I thought this was all direct.
No. He did it. I think
So
he did.
when did the text messages come in?
The text messages came in sometime today.
Right, but
here's the problem with the text messages. The prosecution had the text messages from Hamilton.
I saw that.
As
I
well
saw
as
that
Israel
they had to
Love.
turn them over, right?
Right. Here's the
I
problem.
saw that.
Right. But here's the problem I have. She doesn't have access to her phone. How can she really remember all the communication that's in her phone? They screen grab what they said, but could there possibly be more messages in that phone that she needs to have the recall?
Absolutely, which is why you heard at the end Steele request to talk to her to see if he could see what else was in her phone.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He said there was a video or something, but who knows what other text messages are in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure he wants an opportunity to talk to her and see what she'll let him see. Absolutely. That's going to be an issue. But the whole thing with the text messages coming in, which I'm sitting here as someone who teaches evidence, and I'm trying to understand how these text messages got in. How did they get into evidence? Because they are clearly hearsay. They are clearly a prosecutor's testimony, which is prohibited.
Well, I don't think it's hearsay because it was communication between Love and the witness. They were
Hearsay
direct.
is an out of court statement. Offered to prove the matter, the truth of the matter asserted. She was trying to establish that she had been nice to the witness, right? And so she offered text messages that said, how are you doing? Shit like that, to prove that she was nice to the witness. That's exactly the definition of hearsay.
She got me. Ladies and gentlemen, she got me. I was going to challenge her, but she got me there. I can't challenge a professor.
Yeah, and it's the prosecution's hearsay. Like you, this is not an issue at trial. Your credibility is not at issue, Miss Love.
But it's self-serving, if you ask me.
She can't, which is why it's prohibited.
Right.
Because you are now giving your stamp of approval on this witness, putting into evidence the text message that, didn't I say to you, I want the jury to meet you and know the person that I got to know? What the fuck is that? You don't get to do that shit.
Right. In front of the
You
jurors.
don't get to put your imprimatur, your stamp of approval on a witness. You don't get to do that. So at this point now, you've put this witness's character into evidence.
Mm-hmm.
The
Clearly.
defense now is entitled to call you as a witness to impeach the character of that witness.
Interesting. Say that again, because I think still no be listening. Say that part again.
The defense is now entitled to call Miss Love to impeach the character of Miss Bennett. Because Miss Love opened the door to this character testimony. You brought in this witness's character. Now they should be able to impeach her character through Miss Love. And I know Miss Love knows some shit about Miss Bennett that would impeach her character.
Oh, because she was saying there was some
things you didn't want to talk about.
Right, exactly. I saw that. You saw that too. And she didn't actually say anything.
And she didn't want to talk about it.
Right.
So let's get Miss Love on the stand to talk about it.
How much digging do you think the defense should do with that? Will it be
they are allowed to listen? She put in her character for truthfulness, for I don't know, like, I want them to know what a wonderful person you are. Well, I don't remember the exact language, but they're allowed to put in evidence to rebut that character testimony.
Well, we're going to get the clip, but it happened. I got to look at the time code, but it happened earlier. And unlike Law and Crime, we don't have a big production company here where we can just have someone waiting here, pull the clip. Yeah. But somebody over there, no, what we do have is we have our followers. Someone pulled the clip and the time code and drop the link, and we'll let Attorney Ike look at that clip. How about that?
For sure.
Get to work.
So yeah, I think the only problem I see Steele having with making this argument is that when she offered the text messages, they didn't object.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Georgia rules are just like the federal rules. Under 103, you must object to properly preserve a claim of error. And
hold on. I think there was an objection. And also what the way the prosecution responded is, hey, Your Honor, well, since they won our text messages, we want theirs. And judge said, no, that's your witness. That's your witness. It's your case in chief. It's not dumping at the defense. So you don't have access to our work material.
But here's the thing. When Miss Love said, I want to put these in evidence, unless there's an objection, the court,
Adams objected.
Glanville asked the defense, is there an objection?
Adams objected.
No, he didn't. Nobody objected.
We're pulling it.
And not only under 103, you have to object and you have to state grounds unless grounds are obvious. And in this trial, the grounds are never obvious.
That's just still who requested it. Okay. So we're going to pull the clip because there was a lot.
Look, Vanderveer says Miss Love didn't. It was Mr. Steele who requested it, but Miss Love put it in evidence. Here's one thing. There's a difference.
Hold on. I'll tell you what happened. I know what happened.
Let me explain something though.
Okay.
She would not have been able to read from those text messages if they were not admitted into evidence. So everything that happened up until that point is irrelevant, right? Once she offered them into evidence, that is when the appropriate objection. The objection has to be timely. Again, under 103, has to be a timely objection.
And there was argument to that, Ike. So let me tell you what happened. Yeah. So as Love was questioning the witness on direct, it was something that was said during the direct questioning that arose suspicion for the defense. So they knew that there was some kind of text communication.
Right.
And she said this. So wait a minute, Your Honor, we don't have, and the judge put put her on blast, not so much, but he just said,
Right,
"Yo,
that she should have turned it over. I saw that part.
Right. So, she just had to screen grab it and pull everything. But why did she not know that this was going to come in? Like we've seen this already. Why is she waiting till the last minute to wait?
Holding evidence. What do you mean? Why? This is what she does.
That's Brady material.
It's been a pattern from the beginning, and they are not asking for sanctions. They need to ask for sanctions. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Ask for sanctions. You what the hell is going on? I'm trying to go down.
Okay. This is when what happens when you catch someone in a robe on live.
Uh-oh.
We might hear dogs barking in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to give you guys a fair warning.
Listen, you. It's Good Friday.
It's Good Friday. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, this is my me time. This is my time that I'm sharing.
Okay.
Deal with it. Be all right.
Is the mark okay? Wait, hold on. Is that the mark on my video or what videos? Wait a minute. We talking about 7.0? What?
Uh-oh.
The question was no. Grab the link. You got to grab the actual link and post the link. You can pull the clip from YouTube and post the link.
You good? Okay.
Oh, no, that's a
baby up.
Yeah, that's a baby. That's not. Yeah, that's a baby. Okay, so they gave me I'm gonna pull that part up. Hold on.
Hey, give on some headphones.
Hold on. I'm doing this. I'm gonna pull that part up the link. Hold on a second. Okay, go ahead. We're gonna pull it up. We want Ike to listen to this. Okay.
You looking for the part where the text messages came in?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Hold on. You gotta switch this up.
You said Adams objected?
Yeah, we're gonna pull it up, Ike. Hold on.
No, that's what I don't try to change. That was your recollection, right?
Hold on. You want to bet? Hold on. Hold on. She told me to pull it up. Let me pull it up here. Let's see here. She said 708. Yes, all of the above. Hold on. Let me pull this thing back. 708. She says 708. Hold on. Hey, wait, what you doing in the background? Hey. Hold on. I think I found it. Ooh. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me get that time code here. 7.0. Okay, here we go. Hold on. I'm gonna scroll back. Here we go.
All right, I should sound better now.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put it right there. Hold on. All right, let me bring it up. Our channel. Hold on. Okay. I hear a lot of noise in your background, but hold on. Hold on here. We're gonna bring it up here. So we're gonna screen share this and we're gonna play it. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Go.
It's true, Ms. Bennett, that you indicated to us you did not want to speak with us about the 2013 incident.
No.
Isn't it true that you said, when I asked you, or at least when I told you I wanted to speak with you about something that happened to you in 2013, that you told me I blocked out that entire time in my life.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you teared up and said that you had gone to prison, and while you were in prison, your mother became terminally ill?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said and had on a shirt when we met that was commemorating the date and your mother?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Isn't it true?
Not hearsay.
that you
That's not the objection.
When
Relevance.
I asked you, did you ever get counseling? Better yet, did I ask you about counseling?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you told me that you had wanted to harm yourself because of everything that you had gone through?
Yes.
Isn't it true that I told you that you should get some kind of counseling for that?
You told me you'll help me, but you didn't.
Thank you for saying that. So we discussed counseling.
Yes.
Isn't it true that I communicated with you beyond that via telephone at various times?
Objection, Bay.
Overruled. I mean, I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase.
Isn't it true that we talked even after that?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that I called you to check on how you were doing?
Probably like 2-3 times after that.
Okay. Isn't it true that I told you that I wanted you to speak with our victim advocates at this office?
Objection,
Yes.
relevance.
Overruled.
Objection, pass on into evidence.
Overruled.
Isn't it true
Not a hearsay objection.
that I
What was
asked
it?
you about Jeffrey Williams while we were in on Moreland in the Wendy's parking lot?
Yes.
Isn't it true that I asked you whether Micah Anderson and Jeffrey Williams were friends before an incident in 2013?
I don't remember you asking me that, but they was.
I was going to say that. And isn't it true that you said that they were?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you never once said that the incident did not occur?
Yeah.
Now, isn't it true that you were called down and appeared here in this courthouse in the hallway earlier this year, before this week?
Yes.
Isn't it true that I came outside and sat down on the bench next to you?
I don't remember you sat down, but you came out.
Isn't it true that I asked you how you were doing?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you told me you were beginning to feel like you wanted to harm yourself again?
What's the point of this?
Isn't
How
it
is
true
this
that I
relevant?
asked you what caused you to feel this way?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you told me you, Miss Love, you are the reason I'm starting to feel this way?
Why are you so aggressive?
Isn't it true that I then left your presence?
Yes.
Isn't it true that a victim witness advocate came to talk to you?
I don't know who it was.
Do you recall a young lady about my height with curly hair coming to talk to you?
She was tall.
I don't know if she was your height.
Do you recall a young lady coming to talk to you with curly hair and an accent?
No, I remember a lady, but I don't think she was tall. But then it was like a couple of ladies. So
A couple of ladies, thank you.
yeah.
Do you remember a shorter lady and a taller lady coming to talk to you from our office?
Yes, I think they were from your office.
Do you remember them talking to you about you wanting to harm yourself?
One of them was talking about that, and then one of them was talking about something else.
Do you remember them calling the Georgia Crisis Hotline for you?
Yes, I think they did.
Do you remember indicating that you did not want to wait for them to arrive and you would rather call an Uber?
No, Mr. Hamilton told me to leave. He told me to come with him and leave. The lady told me to stay because they called the hotline. And he told me he told her she ain't staying. She finna go. She all right. She all right.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Hamilton instructed someone from our office to leave you all?
Yeah, I went with,
Argumentative.
they stayed. I gave her my phone number. Matter of fact, she just went. The lady who I talked to, she just went. I seen her earlier. She had on a gray suit.
She's in the courtroom earlier?
She said, no, she came in the room back there with me. She said she was going to get me some paperwork now, that she was finally getting the paperwork that what she supposed to been giving me a long time ago.
Was that Miss Kelly?
I don't know her name.
Did she have a short bob?
Yes.
Okay, and she shorter than I am.
Yes, but you said she taller than you, but she not.
So did you with a Miss Kelly who is shorter than I am and a young lady who's taller than she is?
I don't know her name, ma'am. Just said that.
Miss Bennett, isn't it true that you repeatedly stated you did not want to come in and testify?
Yes.
Isn't it true that never once did you tell anyone in the district attorney's office that this incident where you allege that Thug, DK, and Thug's brother robbed you did not occur?
Yes. Each one of y'all I talked to, I told y'all the same thing, that I didn't know nothing about what y'all was talking about, and y'all start pressing the issue like, you gotta go in, you gotta do this, you gotta do that.
See?
Isn't it true that the only thing that we told you had to do was to appear for your subpoena?
What's subpoena?
Ms. Bennett, is it your testimony that you never received a subpoena to appear in court?
No, yeah, I received word of mouth or text when I got to come to court. I never had a paperwork telling me I had to come to court.
Ms. Bennett, so your testimony is that you were never served a subpoena?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I can't say I was served a subpoena, but I know the first time somebody came and seen me was like last year. And that's when they first talked about the incident, and they showed me a police report. And they was like, to your knowledge, did you make this? And when I read the police report, it didn't make sense. And I told them no. And I don't know his name. And he let me read it, and he was like, do you remember anything like this happening? And I was like, no. And then he had me sign the paper, but he had the police report on top of the paper that he had me sign, so I didn't get to read that paper. And I was asking him, but I asked him what I signed for, and he told me I was signing because he need proof that I came and seen him, and he seen me, and I had to sign that he seen me. And so I asked him, I'm like, so I'm in any type of trouble, like, do I supposed to go to court? Because I'm like, he talking about, I was a witness to a crime in 2013. I'm like, sir, do you know what year it is? I was like, I can't really tell you nothing about 2013 beside my child. Like, a lot of things had happened to me, and I told him I couldn't discuss that with him. And he just told me to sign a paper stating that he seen me, but he didn't tell me what the paper is. He didn't let me read it. It was another paper on top of the paper, so I didn't even know what I was signing for. I probably could have signed my life away because he didn't let me read it.
Isn't it true that you were?
Isn't that true?
On that day, and you were given that piece of paper?
I wasn't given anything. Only thing I ever had was cards with different attorneys or investigators or some like numbers and stuff like that on there.
What did the person who talked to you that day look like?
I can't even remember. I just know it's a man. I know it's a man.
Was it a tall man?
I don't remember him being tall.
Isn't it true that it wasn't Lieutenant Hamilton?
No, it wasn't him. I know exactly how he looked.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I know exactly how he looked.
And isn't it true that you had no knowledge of a Lieutenant Hamilton on May 13, 2013?
No.
So you did not have knowledge of a Lieutenant Hamilton on that day. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
How many times?
Hold on, wait a second. I'm gonna sustain the objection.
And isn't it true that on May 13th of 2013, I had never spoken to you in my life?
Repeat it.
Isn't it true?
It's
that on
an
May
improper
13th
question.
2013, you had never spoken with me
That's
in
a
your
different
life.
question. That's a
I never
different
said I
question.
did.
I'm asking a question though. Is it not true that you've never spoken to me up until that point?
No.
But her tonnage is killing me
So is
here.
it fair to say you didn't know me or Lieutenant Hamilton on May 13th, 2013?
I never said I did.
She did not answer no one, she just answered speaking to us.
No, I answered. You asked me. I said no.
Why are
I'm
the
sorry, no to what?
To the question you just asked me.
That you did not know either me or Lieutenant Hamilton
And I said
on
no.
May 13th, 2013.
I said no again.
Okay.
why are they nodding their
It's
heads
fine.
while the judge was trying to rule?
Now-
This is crazy.
You were asked by Mr. Adams on cross-examination about an exhibit that was tendered by the defense. Do you recall me showing you State's Exhibit 29 Alpha Alpha? Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday, yeah.
Yes. Okay, and is 29 Alpha Alpha your Fulton County conviction from 2016?
Yes, that's what it say.
Say that again?
Yes, that's what it say.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 29 Alpha Alpha, the self-authenticating certified documents reflecting Ms. Bennett's conviction here in Fulton County.
Any objection to states 29 Alpha Alpha?
If it's the same as the exhibit that I've entered previously, then no, I have no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you.
This is her witness.
Now, Ms. Bennett,
What is the
isn't
conviction
it true that
for?
you are the person that signed this plea of guilty form? It was filled out and you read it.
Yes,
And isn't it true that you entered a guilty plea to the charges on this indictment?
yes,
Isn't it true that this indictment number is 16SC140484?
yes,
Isn't it true that you pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity?
that what was on there?
I'll let you read it.
That's your girlfriend. You've been doing text. That's your homegirl. You've been texting back and forth. She go.
But why is she impeaching her own witness? I mean,
Because
you're allowed to, but you
Yes.
have to have a basis.
she made a claim against
And
her.
isn't it true
a
that
lieutenant
you
in her
also
office.
pled guilty to
This doesn't refute that.
possession of marijuana with the
This is not
intent
a
to distribute,
veracity type.
and possession of a
I
Schedule
agree.
4 controlled substance?
Yes,
I'm gonna now show you
This conviction doesn't have the odor of
State's Exhibit 28
mendacity.
Alpha Alpha, and ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 28 Alpha Alpha.
I would have objected.
Sometimes you let the jury see how bad the prosecution is doing. So when they come back for their cross, they can point out all the ugly things that was done.
I love when Dennis
State's
tries to
Exhibit
tell me
28 Alpha Alpha,
trial
the
strategy.
same
I know. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
exhibit
All right.
that
So
defendant
cute.
Williams' attorney, Mr.
That was
Adams, showed you and labeled as Defendant's Exhibit 212. I'll let you look at this page.
you're saying is these the same?
Yes,
Yes,
okay. Isn't it true that you in the document labeled Defendant's Exhibit 212, you pled guilty there, or at least were adjudicated guilty for possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute,
yes,
and for having control of cocaine, a controlled Schedule 2 drug? Isn't it true that those are the charges you pled guilty to?
yes.
Isn't it true that you never pled guilty to possession of heroin?
I ain't never had hair.
Okay.
Oh, she's trying to muddy up the witness.
What
This
is
money-
I don't.
What gang are you a member of?
Wow. Objection.
I'm
Assumes
not a
facts, not
member
in
of a gang,
evidence.
but
Thank you.
they charged me for it.
Which gang did they charge you with being a member of and participating in criminal street gang activity?
of blood gang activity.
And which blood gang was that?
I don't think they said.
Which blood gang were you affiliated with?
Objection.
With,
She said she wasn't in a gang.
What is ABG?
See, this is some bullshit.
They never told me.
Who never told you?
When I got my charges, they never told me. They just said I was affiliated. Well, anything that my baby dad was affiliated in, I was affiliated to the same thing.
And when you said my baby's daddy.
See, this is
you're
why
speaking
this
of
is
Michael
not.
Anderson, right?
Where the fuck is this going?
Well, I want to pause it right there. First of all, she can be charged with the prosecution can charge you with anything. She's clearly not admitting to being a part of a gang, and she just said her baby daddy was apparently a part of a gang.
Mm-hmm.
But what is? I mean, because she was selling drugs, does that mean she was part of a gang, or maybe she was doing this independently?
She said she wasn't part of a gang. That's what I'm saying. But if nobody's gonna object, I mean, I think this is her witness, so the defense doesn't have an obligation to protect her.
Right.
Right. So,
but what they said, what Adams said was what Steele said was early on. Who remembers this? He said she should have an attorney represent when they had her in custody. He said, Your Honor, we object. We believe that she should have her own attorney there because she might be in some kind of legal jeopardy.
I agree with that. She should have counsel.
She should have counsel, especially.
They should have appointed a counsel. I don't know why she doesn't have counsel.
That is crazy. Why the judge didn't do that is crazy. And then she walks out with handcuffs and prison garb and jail garb, which is.
Why doesn't she have a lawyer? What is Fulton County is so fucking unserious about constitutional rights, Fonnie.
Now, isn't it true that you have shirts and clothing with the letters ABG on them?
Do I have shirts and clothing with them on them?
Adidas.
Isn't it true that you own at least one article of clothing with the letters ABG on it?
Yes, I don't have a shirt with it on there.
And on that article of clothing where you have ABG, what does it stand for?
It was a rap group.
What's the rap group name?
I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah.
Is it your testimony it doesn't stand for Atlanta Blood Gang?
Objection. She didn't say
No,
that.
I don't think it
Not her
stands for Atlanta Blood
testimony.
Gang.
Right, that's not testimony. She just threw that in there. She just put the blood gang in there. So the jury.
Are you related to Rayshawn Bennett?
No.
Do you know Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
That's her baby daddy?
Are you all close?
No.
Did you know Donovan Thomas?
No.
Did I ask you about Donovan Thomas when we met on Moreland Avenue?
I can't remember.
Do you remember tearing up when I asked you about Donovan Thomas?
Oh, no, yes.
Okay. You said, oh, not yes. So,
Yeah, I had to think about who he said.
all right. Is Nut the name that you called Donovan Thomas?
Yeah, I knew him by a real name too, but I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. How long did you know Donovan Thomas?
For a long period of time.
Since you were what age approximately?
Mm. 15 or something.
Since you were about 15.
Yeah.
So did we talk about him being killed when you and I met on Moreland Avenue?
Yeah, you said something about him.
And did you indicate that it was messed up what happened to him?
Yeah.
How is it that you knew Donovan Thomas or no?
We went to school together.
Were you all in the same grade?
No.
Who was older?
I don't know which one of us were older.
And would you call him a friend?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Adams asked you on cross-examination about your relationship with defendant Jeffrey Williams. I'm going to show you what we will mark as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. And Your Honor, I'd like to show to counsel for the defendants what I marked as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. I'll just give them the copies of it. Here you go. You can keep it.
Somebody is mad, big mad.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. It's a photograph. Do you recognize the people depicted in State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha?
Yo, is that my double? I mean, you're looking at the evidence.
Can we approach?
What the heck is happening? Is that my twin? She's still talking to the witness while they are looking at the evidence. What's better than one, but two? Hey, Dennis, you're a handsome guy. Okay. You see how, ladies and gentlemen, the minute there's an objection, the prosecution should cease her questioning of the witness. I agree. And wait for the judge to rule. I agree. Well, in this case, the lawyers want to have a sidebar. I agree. And my guess is either they have not seen this evidence and or it may have been previously ruled on by the judge as I agree. Something that had to have foundation laid. I agree. But right now, she is. You got two of us. Can you handle both of us?
No, I cannot.
Love is not happy with this witness that they drug into the
a horror
court
show
in handcuffs. And this same witness was on display wearing handcuffs in a green jail. Dennis, hold on. Dennis, hold on a second.
Oh my God, this is retarded.
So let me tell you what happened. Dennis, hold on. I'm talking. Inside the court. Hold on. Okay, I got him. Yeah, sometimes Dennis be talking, you don't know when to stop.
All the time. Too easy. Too easy.
Oh my goodness.
I don't leave no money on the table.
But guys, you get our point. You know, he agrees with me. I don't know if Ike agrees with me, but I know he definitely.
No, but this is exactly what we were saying. And before we even started watching this, when we first started this whole testimony is contrived.
Absolutely.
It is absolutely contrived, and that her testimony bears that out. And that's why Miss Love is angry, because it's clear and obvious that this witness came to tell the truth about how she got here. Which was, I didn't want to be here. You pressed me to be here. I was uncomfortable. In fact, I was so uncomfortable, I had suicidal ideation.
Right.
And knowing this about this young Black woman, this older Black woman chooses to destroy her on the stand, knowing her mental state. Really, Miss Love, this is what you do to your witness? This is your witness, whether she's hostile or not. She's a state witness. She's a prosecution witness. You could have handled her better. She didn't have to do her like that.
Oh my goodness.
She didn't have to do. Just the tone of the questions were extra judicial. Let me just say that. The tones of, you didn't have to have that tone. Why are you losing your professionalism?
It was nasty. It was nasty.
And personal.
It was so like, oh, I'm gonna get you back. But I know I mentioned your mother, but I'm gonna still get you back.
Right. It's just, and it's personal.
I'm gonna drag you in here with these handcuffs too. I'll let the jurors. I'm gonna make you look like crap in front of these jurors.
Right. After I said, I want them to know how wonderful you are. I want them to see you as I see you. What happened to that?
Yeah, where did
that go? That went out of the window in 2.5 seconds. And
meanwhile, you apply for his affidavit, you present the affidavit to the judge, and they drag you, they drag you in here, knowing that she has mental issues that she's told her, and you're gonna put her in Wright Street. She was in Wright Street. She wasn't in. They put her in the worst.
Oh wow!
They put her in Wright Street. They didn't put her in the Atlanta Detention Center. They put her in Wright Street.
But they let her go home after today.
Well, they let her go
home
yesterday.
Ankle monitor. Oh, they let her go home yesterday. She got an ankle monitor though.
Right, but see, here's the problem here. They in my opinion, they did that to soften her up and make her more compliant with
Right.
the prosecution.
We'll let you go home.
We're doing you a favor.
Right.
But
'Cause you already seen what we can do. That
Right.
we can lock you up. You're clear about that.
It's just crazy. It's crazy.
That's your girl.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
funny. That's funny.
Oh my goodness.
Right. All of the black women who were standing hard and strong and proud behind black women. Y'all don't see what she's doing to black women. That's not right. That's not right. To make this bullshit case, you asking her about some shit that happened 11 years ago.
And dragging a court for something that happened 11 years ago. That her recollection is probably I know what they're trying to.
Go ahead.
I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to imply that the shooting that happened in her building she was the target of the shooting.
Right, because she got robbed or something.
Right.
But she said it didn't happen.
Right. She wasn't even
that
home.
11 years ago. Right. She wasn't home.
Right. So I saw where she was going with it. I don't know if the jurors bought it.
I didn't see where she was going with it. I mean, it's
No, I
piecemeal.
know it's piecemeal. That's what it is.
You can't go anywhere with it when a witness denies it happened.
Right.
And she didn't deny it coming here. She denied it 11 years ago, didn't she?
Let's see. Did she?
She said the police officers came to her and showed her report and asked her about a robbery or something, and she's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
No, that didn't happen.
And then Love asks her, does she know what snitching mean? You know what snitching get stitches mean? Man, they don't use that. Well, I don't know if they still use that term, but that's an old term.
Well, Miss Love is old, so
stitches.
It's on my nerves.
Oh my goodness. Now, let's look at this. Hopefully, my body double doesn't talk through this. Hold on.
So significant, and I'll tell you why.
My, let me, Dennis, you're doing too much right now. Hold on. I'm gonna get your body here, Dennis. Oh, let me just go when they get back into action. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Go past this. Hold on. Here we go. We're back in court.
But we didn't get to the part. I wanted you to show that little clip where she puts those text messages into evidence.
I'm getting to that. Calm down.
It was before this, no, right?
Huh?
It would have been before this.
Would have been? I don't know.
Enforce the Brady rule, Brady versus Maryland.
Yeah, we're talking about now. This is it. Yeah.
Because what I heard is that this witness had a conversation with the district attorney, maybe investigator Randolph, about Donovan Thomas and teared up. We're charged with assisting in the murder. That goes to her potential bias. I heard that Miss Love was causing the witness to feel like she is going to, God forbid, commit suicide. That goes to the witness's mental state. We're entitled to that.
Yeah.
And then I'd ask you to, it's
Miss
the
Love
second
has got to
time,
know that.
Miss Love in front of the jury this time. Last time it was not in front of the jury. She said that there will be no witness to testify that there were drugs stolen by Buck. This is not her quote, but this is what she was talking about. And then there is no one on the witness list to do that. She doesn't know that. And it's not true. It's the second time I say, because it's the same thing with accusing me of not being candid with this honorable court about Mr. Bean going to Grady Hospital, which he did. I knew he went to Grady Hospital. The court knows he went to Grady Hospital. Everyone knows that. But Ms. Love says there's no evidence about it whatsoever. She shouldn't be doing that, especially in front of the jury.
Neither one of you should really be doing that. Plus,
you always do that.
Let's talk about that, dear.
Judge Granville, he's so fucking biased. This is an opportunity for him to address Miss Love only.
Right.
Solely.
Don't say you're all.
And instead of doing that, he does. Let me paint this broad brush so that she doesn't feel like I'm isolating her, picking her out, or anything like that. This is ridiculous. She deserves to be reprimanded.
Right, put a name on it.
It needs to be addressed, and she's got to stop doing this. She's running afoul of the rules of discovery, and he's just letting her get away with it.
No. Put a name on it. Address the person that he's bringing it up with. You're using a broad brush every time they make an objection.
Right.
But when she does it, you turn around to and name each particular defense attorney.
Right.
Is that Judge Glanville's dog? Oh, that's yours. Hold on. That's yours. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was Judge Glanville's. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. You might want to feed that dog at this point.
Somebody at the door
Okay,
or
okay.
something.
Okay.
Something's happening.
But to your point, have you all turned over, or are you going to turn over the, if there are text messages between your office and this witness?
Your Honor, I can certainly provide to counsel for the defense the hi, how are you doings between me and Ms. Bennett, and I will gladly do that. There's also a video of when she was taken into custody that we are trying to upload so that can be in their hands as well. I don't have any problem with that.
What about this?
About what now?
What about the statements or about the text messages between your investigator and her?
We can do that as well, Your Honor. We can
All right.
provide them
I mean,
whatever-
we could do that as well.
All right. Well, here's the thing. You all should have made
you
steps
all.
to turn that over already.
He means her, the state.
That's kind of what causes this lag a lot of times, because think about it. You all, or it gets presented, they being the defendants ask about it. And then, we all get put in the untenable position of it's delayed when it could have been provided upfront. You all are not novice advocates.
Your Honor,
You all are very seasoned. So why wouldn't you just turn over the stuff when you got it and let them have it?
because, Your Honor, there was nothing, no substance to it. I don't mind giving whatever it is that they're asking. When I call her and ask her, hey, how are you doing? Happy New Year and all of that. And she says, thanks, same to you. I don't consider that things that they're asking for, but if
I don't
they want
think
it, they're
that
welcome to have.
I don't think that that's what they're concerned about. Neither is the court.
But that's the nature of our conversations
But-
and hers with our other members of our office. We will give them all of that to show the court and counsel for the defense.
I'm not necessarily, and I don't think they're probably thinking about the pleasantries that you're having with your witnesses.
That is the only, those are the only.
Judge, look
text
her in the
messages
eye.
that
Look her in the
exist.
eye.
If so you're telling the court that there are no other text messages between your team, that is your investigative team, with this witness concerning any discussions that she has referenced on the stand?
Discussions regarding the day she told me she wanted to commit suicide, and I was getting to that part, and I haven't yet done it. But earlier with Mr. Adams, she testified, I believe, that, inconsistently with the actual facts of what happened.
Okay, that still doesn't resolve the issue of you have to turn over these statements. I mean, especially if that's what they claim they are in terms of, and the earlier the better.
Your Honor, I get there. To be clear and concise, there are no statements.
Those are statements. She's so
pleasantries.
stupid.
There are us reaching out to her.
Text messages
We will
are
give you and to
statements.
the defense all of those. But to the extent that there is an insinuation that there are some statements or there are things
All
beyond that,
statements.
there is not
What's
that.
wrong with
So
her?
I will not only give that to them, I will make available the witness
statement.
with whom the communication was
statements.
made. So they're going to
You just
have
said it's a communication.
every opportunity.
What's in the communication? Statements.
Whatever spin or whatever
I'm feeling like I want to kill myself. It's
hell
a
they want
statement.
to spin.
It's an assertion.
We're not
You need
hiding
to understand
anything.
what
We
a
don't have any
statement is.
reason to hide
If there's an
anything.
assertion
We
in
will
it,
give
it's a
them
statement.
anything they ask for. So I don't have the luxury of not turning over things to the defense. I don't
Well,
have it.
clearly
So
you do.
to the extent that they want something like that, I'll give it to them. I
They
don't
want
mind.
something like that. I don't
All right.
mind. You are under
Like
an
I said, if it comes up later,
obligation.
unfortunately, I'll be put in a position I'll deal with it. But,
Unbelievable.
disclosure is probably the better course in everyone's circumstance. And
Probably,
I'd remind the
Judge,
defense as well. If
probably.
you've got things that because
Look,
you've
now
opted
he
in
goes,
reciprocally
I'm gonna
silver, you
remind the
need to turn
defense.
those over
Here we go,
timely and appropriately.
shifting
I
responsibility
think
and
that what-
accountability.
You just heard, though, is forgetting that the witness said to the district attorney and investigator Randolph, I do not recall anything from 2013 because of trauma. That is
Well, if it's memorialized,
She said that to me, to be clear.
that is Brady. For a witness to say, I don't recall for whatever reason, that is impeaching.
It's
Your Honor,
That is a
though,
prior,
if it's
that
not
is a
Brady.
statement that goes against, and can be, that's why prior inconsistent statements, and it's an inconsistent statement. That was not turned over. The point I'm trying to make to you is what I said. And I don't accept the representation that was just made, because
That's
these are
right.
examples.
You
of
don't have to
Brady.
rely on her
So I'd like
representation.
all Brady to be enforced. That's all I'm at. And it's not that I want something or I requested, or these are the rules. Okay.
And Your Honor, given that Mr. Adams is the examining attorney, I would ask that Mr. Adams be the one that's required to make these
Wow.
objections. But Your Honor, I will point out to the court
What?
that
That's
prior
shady.
to Ms. Bennett ever taking the stand, I made
She hates steel.
everyone aware that she was claiming that she blocked out a whole period of time. On direct, I asked her, did you say you blocked out? She has testified that she said things did not happen. She never told us that. She never told us that. So to the extent that, one, there were statements that were made that we have made everyone aware of, there's no withholding, there's no Brady violation, there's no nothing like that. And an assertion, just a bare blanket assertion, doesn't make it true. Secondly, if there were a statement given to me in the presence of an investigator, not only have we provided all of our witnesses, made ourselves available to make the witnesses available to them. Mr. Steele talked to Ms. Bennett. I still don't know whether or not he has any recordings. I still don't know what he has with respect to what she told him. So I think that's a little disingenuous to assert, but that's on him and he can do what he wants. But Your Honor,
No, that's not how it works.
We are not withholding anything. We haven't withheld anything. And of course, we will comply with our obligations of discovery and candor to the court at all times.
All right. Summon Ms. Bennett, please.
Man, she done talk. First of all, they need to issue a bolo alert for their donkey's ear, because they're not there anymore.
All right, Lieutenant Walker, summon our jurors, please, madam.
Talk a donkey's ear off.
Right. She talked the ears off a donkey.
It's true.
Ms. Love, I know how you look at me when I come to court. We say, this guy here again, because you be looking at me like, okay, I heard what you said about me. He turns up.
All rise.
Okay. That voice sounds familiar. I don't know if Bennett is related to Lucci, but Bennett's not an uncommon name. Notice how they always come. They come in with the coordinated colors. Both Miss Hilton and the colors are always kind of coordinated. Is that a strategy, Ike?
Yeah.
No, because they do it a whole lot. Same tone all the time.
Yeah, they're in unity, I guess.
Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Lieutenant Walker. All right, madam, you may resume.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Bennett, before we were allowed to recess for a break, the state put before you a picture, a photograph we've labeled as State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha. You recognize the people in the photograph, don't you?
Yeah, not all of them.
You recognize yourself in that photograph, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a true and accurate representation of you in that photograph, isn't it?
You asked me, is that me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you ask me that? Yes.
We already
Your
asked.
Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha as evidence.
Any objection to states 30 Alpha Alpha?
Objection to the exhibit. Other than previous objection in regards to time of disclosure.
All right, I'll sustain. I'll overrule the objection, and it may be published as you see fit.
Thank you.
Okay, here's the problem here. I'm gonna tell you why this is the problem right here, Ike.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's a witness that's being shielded. Why is her picture there?
Yep.
You follow me?
Yes, I do.
She's a witness that's being shielded, and the judge just told her she may publish as she likes. She didn't give
yourself in there. That's ridiculous.
You didn't give any instructions to the media, but you told her to publish as she likes. So her face is out there already.
So bad. Oh man, take it down.
I'm gonna take it down. I'm gonna take it down.
Ms. Bennett,
I'm trying to take it down. Take it down.
would you tell the jury where you are located? I'm going to give you. Here it is. As you pull it up, one moment. As we put 30 Alpha Alpha on the screen,
There's no proof that she's related to YNF and Lucci. We don't know if she's related to Lucci. I don't see anything that would support that.
could you pull it up?
But
And can you get rid of that little box? Miss Bennett, would you look at the picture up on here behind you and take this pointer and show the jury where you are in this photograph?
Mhm.
Show the jury where Micah Anderson is in this photograph.
Mhm.
Jeffrey Williams, or Thug, is in this photograph as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Show the jury where he is.
Right here.
Trontavia Stevens, or Tick, or Slug, is in this photograph as well, isn't he? Do you know Tick or
She's
Slug?
testifying right now. Who's
Okay.
testifying?
Yeah.
Miss Love.
Right. She's pointing out everybody in the
Here.
photo. The girl is not testifying and nobody's objecting.
Right.
No.
Do you recognize this person here?
Okay, he objected finally.
All right.
No, I barely can see him.
Mm-hmm.
This person here, he's called Bloody J. Isn't he?
See, here she did it again. You're testifying, Miss Love.
That's right.
Yes.
Who else do you recognize in the photograph, please?
That's it.
We spoke briefly a minute ago about Donovan Thomas. Donovan Thomas was ABG, wasn't he?
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, approximately what year was the photograph that is State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha taken?
I couldn't even tell you that.
Was it before or after January 10th, 2015?
I was locked up then.
Thank you for that information. I'm asking you if this photograph was before or after January 10th, 2015.
It had to be before because, as I stated, I was locked up then till 2017.
Well, you'll agree with me, you're not locked up now, so we have to ask, right?
And I answer you. I said it had to be before because you're saying 2015, I was locked up. So yes, it had to be before.
Now, also, you spoke with Mr. Adams on cross-examination about Micah Anderson and Thug and their relationship as it relates to music. Do you know whether they continued that relationship after January the 10th of 2015?
It'd be something you had to ask them. I was locked up.
So you don't know, is that your testimony?
Yes.
And does the date January 10th, 2015 have any significance to you?
Yes.
For what?
I was locked up.
Besides that?
That's it.
Did we discuss that date when we met on Moreland Avenue?
I don't know if you
Did
discussed that.
Did we discuss that date as the date that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Now you didn't tell me what day he was murdered.
We didn't speak about that date.
You spoke about him, but I don't think you spoke on what day he was murdered. But I was locked up again.
Ms. Bennett, would you agree with me that testifying against even other gang members or even rival gang members to a gang you're affiliated with is not something that is looked favorably upon?
I don't understand.
It is not looked upon favorably. Do you look upon it favorably to testify against people in court?
Objection form.
Do you think that that is something that is good, bad,
Objection, Your
or
Honor.
nothing in the middle?
I sustain the questions.
Thank you.
I don't know.
And she still answered it.
Would you tell the jury why you were so upset at having to appear and testify in this trial?
Why was I upset?
Yes.
I wasn't really upset. I was just upset about, like, I talked to somebody a while ago. He asked me about a police report. I told him that I don't recall or I didn't make it. And after that, I think probably y'all started contacting me later and asking me the same thing, and I was giving my same answer. So I feel like I wasn't present.
You did not tell the investigator that you did not make the police report. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I told him I didn't make the police report.
You just said that you told the investigator.
Objection,
I didn't
argumentative.
recall.
Argumentative.
Which one was it?
Both.
Argumentative.
So if you don't recall, how are you able to say I didn't make it?
Objection, argumentative.
What you mean?
Just that.
See?
That's why I told him.
If you don't recall the incident and don't recall
Argumentative.
2013, how are you able to recall that you did not make that police
Objection
report?
calls for operation
Because
of the
when he showed it
mind.
to me, I read it. I knew I didn't do it.
So you do recall 2013?
Yeah, some of it.
The year?
Okay. Well, that's different than what you said to me at first.
Objection. This
No,
is
you asked me, do I
bullshit.
remember 2013? And I told you that I do remember some of it, but some of it I blocked out. That's exactly what I told you.
You didn't tell me you had blocked out all of that time.
I ain't say all of it
This is such
because you asked me
bullshit,
something
y'all.
that happened in
Can't even
2013.
tell you.
I told you I had my son.
Now, you spoke about your 12-year-old son.
I don't have a 12-year-old son.
You talked about your 11-year-old son being present when you were taken into custody after not appearing in court. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you also have a 20-year-old son who actually was looking after your 11-year-old son?
Yeah, after the fact.
Now, you spoke with Mr. Adams on cross-examination about the fact that defendant Jeffrey Williams, who you call Thug, knew that you sold drugs. Correct?
I don't know if he knew I sold drugs.
You spoke with Mr. Adams about associating with and hanging out with Thug, right?
No, he asked me, did he smoke with me or chill with me? Was he smoking with me that day or chill with me that day? And I said that didn't happen. I didn't even smoke in 2013. I just had my baby. I said I'll breastfeed. I said that too.
Thug knew that you sold drugs, didn't he?
Objection,
I don't know
asked
if
and
you asked
answered.
him that.
Thug knew you had a gun, didn't he?
I can't say he knew I had a gun. I didn't.
Hold up. I sustain the question.
Was it a secret that you sold drugs among the people that you were friends with or affiliated with?
Objection. How would she know what the people know?
That's something that I was telling the world.
It wasn't something you were telling the world.
Yes.
I understand.
The form of that
Did the
question.
people that you associated with and took photographs with?
Objection.
Objection calls for speculation.
I sustain the question.
Thank you.
Did you keep it a secret from the people in the photograph?
Ask and
That's
answer.
State's Exhibit 30 Alpha Alpha that you sold drugs.
They never asked.
Did you keep it a secret?
It wasn't something I just had to tell.
Did you keep it a secret?
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
guess you could say I did.
Hold on. What's the basis, Mr.? Overruled. Hold on, Christina. The first objection was by Mr. Matthews, okay? And the hearsay, which I've overruled. The second one, positive at the same time, was Mr. Sharp. I don't know what his basis of his. Overruled, sir.
Asshole.
did you keep it a secret from the people in that photograph that you're standing in the middle of that you sold drugs?
I guess you could say I kept it secret. It wasn't just something I just told everybody. So that's,
How many times had Thug visited your home at Confederate Avenue in
Objection
2000?
assumes facts not in evidence.
I'm not sure.
Would you let the jury know whether it was more than 10 times?
I can't put a number on something that I'm not sure about. I don't want to be wrong.
It's fair to say, though, that Thug had been to your home on Confederate Avenue by May 13th of 2013, correct?
She didn't say that. She stayed
I'm not sure.
mischaracterizing the testimony.
Is it your testimony that you don't know whether or not you've ever allowed Jeffrey Williams to come inside your home?
That's not her
You
testimony.
saying have I ever allowed him?
Yes.
Yeah.
When?
I'm not sure on the date. Like, I don't know, it been so long. Like, I'm not sure.
How often?
How would you remember that?
All the time type of thing.
Did you have both of your sons
When?
when he visited you? When Thug came into your home, were both of your sons already born?
She's trying to narrow the timeline down.
No, I don't think so.
Was either of your sons born at the time that Thug visited your home?
If I have a 20-year-old.
So your 20-year-old was born, but not your 13-year-old. I'm sorry, your 11-year-old.
Let me see, 12, he 13, he 11.
So he was not born.
I don't think so.
Okay. At any time after your 11-year-old was born, did you have or invite defendant Jeffrey Williams into your home?
I don't remember him being around at that time because I know around that time I was getting in trouble. So I'm not sure.
So it's fair to say that after May of 2013, you did not continue to associate with Jeffrey Williams.
Objection, that mischaracterizes the witnesses.
She stayed
I
doing
asked
it.
what fair to say.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
After May 2013, did you continue to associate with or allow to your home Jeffrey Williams?
Compound.
I'm not sure because after May, June arrived and I was incarcerated again. I was in trouble.
So
I'm not sure.
At any time after that point that you do recall, June of 2013, did you allow Jeffrey Williams into your home?
Objection, asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
About time.
Now, how did people know that? How were you able to make money selling drugs if you kept it a secret?
Objection.
I never said I kept it a secret. I said I ain't tell the world.
So how did people know? How did they find out? How did you let it be known that you had some drugs?
Speculation.
Form.
I sustain the objection.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. How
don't
did
know
you
how to
let
ask
your customers know that you had product to sell?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. She
Somebody
never
probably
said she
told
did.
somebody.
How did you let them know?
What you mean?
Just that.
See?
Just
What you
that.
mean?
Just that.
How did I let my customers know?
Yes.
They just knew.
Word of mouth.
I don't get what you're saying.
Exactly. Because it's a terrible question. That's why they should have objected.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Oh,
Listen, when you see a witness struggling with
Okay, which part is it that you're
the
not?
bad question.
Right.
Can you repeat it then? Because I don't get what you.
How did you let your customers know that you had product to sell?
Well, my customer probably knew by word of mouth.
That's what I said.
Is it fair to say you would have had to let somebody know it?
I watched Training Day.
The questions are so
And in
bad.
exchange for the drugs that you sold, is it fair to say that you received money in return?
Yes.
And you were originally charged in Clayton County with trafficking marijuana, were you not?
Yes, I think that one domestic.
Yeah, now white people making millions of
Yeah,
dollars.
trafficking
Right,
marijuana.
trafficking
means you have
marijuana.
A larger amount.
Trafficking
than just mere
marijuana.
possession.
Really? Come on.
Guess so.
Crime of the century.
And so for that amount of marijuana that you were trafficking, you made thousands of dollars, didn't you?
Probably did.
So it would not have been unusual for you to have $4,000 in your home. Isn't that correct?
Well, Fonnie had, how much she had in the house?
Right.
Say it
Okay.
again, I can hear you.
Okay.
It would
Now
not
you
have
want to
been
criminalize
unusual
people for
for you
having
to
cash?
have $4,000 in your home.
So
I don't think
cash
I
is
would have had that
fungible.
much money in my
Say
home.
that. Cash is
I'm sorry,
fungible.
say that again?
I don't think I would have had that much money in my home.
Yes, there should be an objection to relevance.
It would not have been unusual for you to have a set of Beats by Dre headphones, would it?
What does that have to do
I
with
don't listen to
anything?
headphones.
What colors are represented by ABG? What colors do they usually generally?
Oh boy, she's reaching now. She's
Black,
reaching.
white,
She got
red.
some red Beats headphones.
Isn't
I
it fair to
have
say
red
that
Beats.
Red is quite
I'm
a
not gang
common
gang.
color for ABG.
Mm-mm.
See this
No, I wouldn't say that.
this is awful. This
In fact,
is
your
awful.
hair is red. Your braids are red, aren't they?
We're gonna be doing this for another year.
So we're gonna criminalize Beats, Dre by Beats headphones because they're
Right.
red.
Beats
I
by
mean,
Dre.
Right. I have a pair of red Beats by Dre. I mean, that's a popular color. You don't have to be gang gang.
Don't let them hear that. You going to Fulton County? You around those parts? You know how they are.
I'm gonna wear mine in the court
They
red.
vindictive like a mug. I'm not coming to Atlanta.
Gang, gang, gang. Now she's asking about her hair. Oh my goodness, this is incredible.
Yes, what they got to do with it.
Right.
Right.
You have a nickname other than your proper name, don't you?
Yes.
What is that nickname?
Shay.
Overruled.
What? Why?
Shay.
What's relevant about it?
Is that the only nickname that you have?
Yes.
Right. Shay.
Isn't it true that you did in fact know a person by the name of Walter Murphy in 2013?
That name don't ring a bell, man.
Isn't it true that you knew a person who called himself DK in 2013?
No, man.
Isn't it true that you reported to police on May 13, 2013, that the necklace, the Versace necklace taken was a men's custom necklace?
No.
She said she didn't file a report. What? I don't.
Isn't it true
Oh my God.
that you own a pair of red Beats by Dre
I know it was
headphones
coming.
in 2013?
You asked me that. I said no already.
You
Yeah.
never owned a pair?
That's
of
an
red
answer.
headphones?
I don't even listen to headphones.
Well, I own a pair of red
Told you to stop saying
Beats
that.
by
Do
Dre
you recall
headphones.
the type of car Thug drove in
I'm not
2013?
gang. What is she insinuating? That Dr. Dre
Do
made
you recall knowing whether or not Thug
specifically
drove the car
gangs?
in 2013?
Yep, that's exactly
Crazy.
it.
I don't even think he drove.
You spoke with Mr. Adams on cross-examination about meeting Lieutenant Hamilton at a restaurant. Do you recall that?
Sorry, Dennis.
Yes.
Isn't it true that on that same day, Christian Atkins, whom my right hand is on, was with you at that restaurant?
Yeah, he came after a period of time we was already there.
Isn't it true that he came about 5 minutes after you were there?
No.
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Hamilton you
Hey,
were
Shelby.
tired of talking to everybody in the district attorney's office?
No, he told me I didn't have to talk to nobody else from y'all office. But he did state that he was gonna have him come talk to me. And he came for a brief and I talked to him for a while and he left. Because when he came, I almost got I was getting into it with the restaurant owner for a little bit because when he came, like we sat somewhere else. Like he didn't sit with me, my kids, and Mr. Hampton, like me and him sat over here. All us sat over here like we was together. Then me and him had separate seating, like he wanted to talk about the situation.
You and Mr.
Atkins, yeah.
Y'all are the two that had separate seats.
Yeah, and we had a little incident with the restaurant owner. She was kind of like want to put us out because we couldn't do that.
Isn't it true that the day that you appeared in court and talked with the young ladies you described, the shorter lady, with one that was a little taller than her, isn't it true that on that day you said you were tired of talking to all of us at the DA's office?
No.
Isn't it true that you told members of the DA's office that not only did you no longer want to talk to me, but you didn't want to talk to any of the other people you were speaking to?
Isn't it true that she said this morning that someone from your office sexually harassed her?
Right.
Can we not?
No.
Dennis, I agree. Get to the bottom of that.
Mr. Hamilton told me I didn't have to speak with you or anyone else from the DA's office.
Mr. Hamilton, what have you been doing, sir?
And I did so.
And when Mr. Hamilton told you you didn't have to talk to Adrian Love or anybody else at the DA's office, that was after you said, we made you want to kill yourself, isn't it?
Wow.
I didn't say no we.
Look at this,
I
ladies and
said
gentlemen.
you.
Look at this.
That is
That was after you told him that I made you want to kill yourself.
No, I didn't say you made me want to kill
Are we
myself.
gonna
I
listen
said
to
you
the
made me
words
want to
of
harm myself.
Hamilton?
I said, cause you pissing me off.
Okay. And isn't it true that Mr. Hamilton never told you not to speak to any of the members of the defense team?
Absolutely,
He told me if anyone reached out to me, don't
Take
speak
his
to
ass
nobody.
to the court.
But him.
Bring him to the court. He is now a witness.
Witness be allowed to finish her answers.
right.
Let's, did you, Ms. Bennett, you need to complete your answer? Go ahead.
Can she ask it again? She just been.
I'm sorry.
Can she ask me again so I can answer it? Cause
All right, hold on. Let's see.
I don't know if she let me finish talking over me doing what. Like it's just doing too much right now.
Hold on one second.
Doing too much. Doing too much. Doing too much. Too much. She will talk the ears off a donkey. He doing too much. She is, Dennis.
The last question, madam, you were asked was, isn't it true you spoke to Brian Steele? And then that's when the objection was posed. So can you answer that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and finish your answer.
And so you said yes. Was that to the judge's question of whether you can answer that?
Yes.
So now I'm gonna ask, isn't it true that prior to coming here to testify, you spoke with Brian Steele?
Yesterday.
Isn't it true that prior to yesterday, you spoke with someone from the defense side?
No.
Is it your testimony that no one representing either one of these defendants ever reached out to you to just try and see what you were being called to testify about?
Not that I know of. I think I had a card from one of them though. That somebody left a card.
Did you call that card back?
No.
Do you remember who the card was from?
No.
Was there any particular reason you didn't call that card back?
Because I didn't know who the card was from, what it's for. I'm thinking like it's still like y'all, different people of y'all reaching out to me for the same thing. And I got tired of answering the same thing over because it seemed like none of y'all was understanding.
So is it fair to say that it wasn't defense counsel that you didn't want to talk to, it was just the state?
She didn't say that either.
I wouldn't say that because I was talking to y'all before. It just
I didn't say that.
You know what I'm saying? It was the situations that started occurring that made me not want to talk to you.
Isn't it true that you became most resistant to conversations with me in the state when you actually had to appear in court?
No, because I showed up.
You showed up and that was the day you said I was making you want to harm yourself, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, I didn't make me come. I came on my own.
But that was the first time you said I made you want to harm yourself.
Again,
Yes, it was.
I was almost fainting.
Thank you.
She asked me that.
That I made you want to harm yourself anytime.
Wow. Does she like saying that? She
In
might be a
fact,
little
you,
psychotic.
I wish you happy New Year, happy holidays, and you returned the greetings, did you not?
Yeah, when me and you text, if you're gonna be honest, and I'll be honest, sometimes you texting me, I probably didn't hit you back till
Right.
the next day, or like hours later.
Was the content of the text messages checking on how you're doing?
Here come the text messages.
Objection, or cause for speculation.
Yeah.
I sustain the objection.
Did I ask you how you were doing in the text message?
Yes.
Did you respond and tell me how you were doing?
This guy's keep making those faces on
Did
camera.
I wish you well in the text messages?
That's a good question.
Thank you in the text message.
That's a good question.
Yes.
You think so?
Did you wish me well?
Why are you texting the witness?
Yes.
That's
On
not uncommon.
cross-examination, Mr. Adams asked you, was it true that your building had been shot at in 2013? Do you recall that?
There's an objection.
And when was it that your building was shot at in 2013?
I can't remember the actual date, but I just know the incident that the building was shot at.
Tell the jury about the incident.
I think it was like late at night.
Go ahead.
I wasn't even there. I came home. My neighbor.
No objection. The witness has
told
no
me
personal
that,
knowledge.
Your Honor, it goes to its impact on her, not as to the truth.
I'll overrule the objection, but counsel, can I see y'all
That's
for a
the wrong
second?
thing. It's
Just
not
on
hearsay.
these
She
two
doesn't have
references.
personal knowledge. That's hearsay too. All right, fast forward past this. Oh wait, no, I think it comes. No,
Dennis, do you have anything to say?
I think the text messages come in shortly, right? After this break.
It does. I thought my other half had something to say. Hold on. Oh, let's see. He's just checking his messages.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Okay, we're about to be back here. Hold on. Okay, they sidebar. Hold on. They went to lunch after this. They had a long lunch break. Not long lunch break. We had a break, and I'll bring you to where we need to be at. Hold on. Get you right there. And there we go. He's talking. Okay. There we go.
I got another 15. No, another 10 minutes on here.
Okay.
So I guess she gave them copies of the text messages over the lunch break.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's go a little further. There we go.
All right, Lieutenant Walker. Madam, do we have everybody with us?
The witness.
We still need our witness. That's right.
She is in the restroom, y'all.
Okay. All right. Where's Mr. Steele? Okay.
I need somebody to look at. I
I need to see my arch nemesis.
Who's that?
The judge is like, "Where's Mr. Steele? I can't proceed unless I can sneer at someone."
Like I lay hands on him.
Right.
Okay, so the witness is coming in, so we'll hit the camera. We'll fast forward to that.
Did she say mines?
To counsel, and then ask that our people who have communicated with her screenshot this.
When can we have this done by?
It's my phone, so I'm charging it, and I'm gonna turn it on now, so I can.
Can't hear anything.
She says she's turning her phone on right now. She said just a minute. Or worse than that.
Yes. That's a good question. I'd also like to inquire of the state through the court as to whether, my understanding is that Ms. Bennett's phone itself was in the possession of the district attorney's office. And I'd like to inquire as to whether or not that phone has been returned to Ms. Bennett. Because if it has, we may in fact want to see that phone. But I think we got to answer that first question first.
Your Honor, Ms. Bennett was in custody under an arrest warrant. Nothing has been given back to her. So Mr. Adams wants to see it. I can get whomever.
You have to speak up if he wants to see it. What? I'm sorry.
If he wants to see it, it's not been taken as any kind of evidence. It's been taken because she was taken into custody. So if she's okay with us giving it to him, we have no problem with that.
So I think the answer to the question is they have the phone. And so
who's they?
They be in the district attorney's
What do
office.
you think, Judge?
Am I correct?
Who's they?
One of our lieutenants, one of our investigators is in possession of the phone while
That's
she's
a
in
yes.
custody. Yes.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Okay, so
well, she's entitled to her phone back. I don't want to speak for her, but
Your Honor,
I would
she was still
eventually
in custody. She has not been released from custody.
yeah, she's still
about
subject
it
to
on
the court's
Instagram.
order at this point in
Did
time.
he?
So I just changed the location of where she is at this point in time. She hasn't satisfied her material witness warrant.
Okay. All right. Well, we will at least at this point await the text messages from all parties.
Yes, sir.
The DA's
All
office that's being
parties.
sent to us.
Not just Huz. This should have been done already. Judge, you got to speak up about this. These text messages should have been done already.
Does the court have any objection to us requesting of Ms. Bennett, once she is released from custody, whether we can have her phone?
I'm not going to answer that.
I'm not going to answer that question for a lot of different reasons.
I want to get to that part real quick.
What part? The
argument part. Here we go.
To counsel for the defendants, the video of Ms. Bennett's arrest.
Yeah, you told me that.
Okay.
Why are you repeating that? Give up the messages. She, right now, look at she's thinking. She's thinking that she's looking through the messages. Watch this. Watch her come.
As the court has already ruled, as the statute is clear, what Ms. Love is doing is trying to get into attorney-client work product, attorney-client privilege information. I'm not saying whether there is anything, but what I'm telling you is it's only when, and I've said it before, and you know it, when you call that witness in your case in chief. So Ms. Love continuously asks me for things that I've done on this case, who have I interviewed. I'm not answering her questions. It would be a bar violation.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
What?
I don't know why it is that Mr. Steele posits such things to the court that it would be attorney-client privilege
That's not
if
your
he.
Before we get into all I think that, and I already, Ms. Lowe, it isn't his case in chief yet. So
Right.
if he decides to do that, then he has a duty and obligation under Title 17 to turn that over. But I think at this point in time, it's a little premature.
Well, Your Honor, the reason that I'm saying that is that the witness is on the stand. This whole process is a search for the truth. It is patently not in the interest of justice for Mr. Steele to be able to have interviews, conversations with people who are now on the stand. It's not as if they may be called or may not be called, and then hold back communications. We don't know what she said. We don't know if he said anything. I'd ask that the court, since he would say it to the court ex parte, that the court inquire whether there are anything, and if there are written, recorded communications, that the court conduct an in-camera examination of them.
Just told the court
And
what to
if
do.
it is something that the state is entitled to have, that the state be allowed to have that. It is not supposed to be a process where one side flies blind as to what the other one has. And so I believe that the court has the discretion to order defense counsel to turn over if there are recorded interviews with, if there are things that implicate or deal with the witness who's currently on the stand. The defendant has an obligation, I believe, to provide that to the state as they are examining the witness, regardless of the fact that they don't want to call her back in their case in chief. It leaves much to be desired of the search for the truth if they're allowed to conceal things while the state is complying with its obligation to show its entire hand.
He ruled already.
You're not.
Under Title 17, that's how it's written.
That's
It
right.
says in case in chief. So while I understand what you're positing, Ms. Love, I disagree with its applicability at this point in time.
That's right.
So at this point,
Hey, Shay Bay.
upon further reflection,
Hey,
I don't
Shy
really need
Shy
to
baby.
inquire about it as of yet. But
Right.
I will should the need arise. But at this point, since the defense in no way is obligated to present anything.
Look at the labor he goes to explain shit to her.
I'll wait till such time as it becomes right for my consideration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Over your objection, Ms. Love.
Thank you.
Okay?
This is
All right.
crazy.
We sent all of the,
No, I'm getting them from everybody. I'm trying to organize. So they will have it before Mr. Adams cross-examination.
I'd like him to be, I mean, just keep, continue to work on it because I'd like that to occur before.
This is crazy. This could have been done before they got.
And I hate to be that guy, but this is kind of where we are at this point in time. You're supposed to call our jury back at 1:15. You all could have probably at least cut down some of this time by turning this stuff over this morning.
Right. Why you all?
Prosecution, it's not you all.
I just use this as a point of illustration.
Yeah, it's just illustration.
It's
I'm
just
not
my sometime
speaking
frustration
generally.
about
Sometimes I'm frustrated.
promising the jury that we're going to start at a particular time and then us not being ready at that point to do so.
Meanwhile, Steele
So
is
I
unprepared,
ask you all to
unprofessional.
respectfully and politely
Why
kind of
is
just
he
think
making
about
it
that
seem like it's both of them?
and to just garner yourselves accordingly. It's not
Ridiculous.
appropriate when we come in here and I say, all right, anything else before we need to call for a jury? I'm just using that as a matter of politeness. I really hope that we don't have anything to take up because I just want to make sure that we can call our jurors and promise them that we're going to go ahead and go forward with it. I have no issue with taking up any business, but it needs to be presented to the court in a more appropriate fashion so that I can either plan the day accordingly or tell our jurors other things. So
I mean,
I reiterate that to you all
This is
again.
an issue. You gotta make it known that you're talking to the prosecution. You're making the defense feel like, yay, he's
They know
admonishing
that.
us.
He's so biased. He cannot address her. He can't reprimand her. It's not within him. He doesn't have the testicular fortitude to actually stand up and stand by his rulings the way he does with the defense. Like he's lobbying and calling names.
The jurors are seeing this, and again, we talked about the impact this could have on jurors.
Right.
And if you keep really pointing out the problems that the defense creates, but not the prosecution, they're gonna say, "Hey, well, the judge has been lecturing the defense."
But the judge, they don't get to see this part. They're not watching.
Allegedly.
They're not, well, that part. Let me retract.
Right.
All right, fast forward some. We don't need to see all
Okay,
this.
hold on.
God damn.
I know.
Mr. Weaver. Approach this way. All right, let me go get my jacket.
What is this?
Okay. What are you doing? Trying to pick up a date still? What the heck's going on here?
They must be waiting for jurors. I don't think Steele would be in front of the jury without his jacket on.
Right. Patient. We do see.
Oh my God.
Not him again. Oh my goodness. Now we on lunch again, another break.
Oh my God.
Okay, here we go. We're about there. Hold on. Yeah, turn our sound up. Okay, here we go.
A little more.
Huh?
A little more.
He's walking up.
I got the jacket.
Make sure
you good, sir?
Yeah, I do have something I want to address before we bring the jury out, because I don't want to.
No.
All right. Well, Ms. Bennett's still not with us. Okay. So,
all
right, counsels, can we have your attention, please?
Can I proceed?
Yeah.
All right. All right, Judge. So I've received the text messages purported to be communications between the district attorney's office investigator and Ms.
Which
Bennett.
investigator, sir?
I believe it is Mr. Hamilton. And there are also communications for Ms. Bennett between who I believe to be Investigator Hamilton, but communicating with Ms. Bennett on Ms. Bennett's son's phone. So those will be communications between Hamilton and Ms. Bennett, but on a different phone than the original one, if that makes sense. All right, okay. So at any rate, I've gotten them. We've had a chance to review them. My intention is to go ahead and introduce these documents and use them in my, the actual text messages that we've gotten from the state and use them in my recross of Ms. Bennett, so that we don't run into a problem with having to send a jury out again. I need to know whether or not there's going to be an objection, any foundational objections to these text messages of the state that I've gotten from the state. So we can
what is the
address it.
for admission?
I don't have any problems with Mr. Adams.
See, they're not doing this right.
Consider those as evidence. We intend to do a lot of things. So not at all. And since we gave it to him, he is well within his rights to do whatever he wants.
Okay.
This is a problem. See, that's the problem.
That's all.
What's the basis for your
Bennett,
admission?
please.
Is it a prior inconsistent statement?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Like, we just want to put these in.
Lieutenant
What do they
Walker, as soon as
say?
she,
What do they speak
reaches
to?
the witness stand, go ahead and summon our jurors, please.
Oh,
All right,
God.
thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, I should say.
If only there was law in this courtroom.
Your apartment complex got shot up. And that you had come home late one night or early one morning.
Well, we're not going to, before we start the continuation of her testimony.
No, I just want to see her move those text messages into evidence and show that nobody objected.
Okay.
And this is why, because they're under the false impression that because he wants to use the some portion of those text messages that now that they can't object, but they're wrong. They're wrong about that because he's using them for a completely different purpose. The problem is he didn't state the proper purpose.
Okay.
So this is why they don't object. It's got to be. Because why else would you not object to this shit coming
And
in?
your neighbors inform you of something. Would you please continue telling the jury what happened on the date you were referring to when
She
you
already said
the
she doesn't have
building
personal
in your
knowledge of this.
apartment
Objection.
got shot up?
She wasn't
Yeah,
there.
what is this? When you say the building, what do you mean?
See?
Exactly what I said.
Exactly.
No, but I'm asking you what this means so I
Argumentative.
can answer
Do
your
you
question.
remember testifying on cross-examination with Mr. Adams?
Mm-hmm.
That there was an agent for a building in your apartment complex got shot up?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the jury about that incident that you started talking about before we broke for lunch.
That I said the building got hit.
I asked you what happened during that incident, and you were telling the jury how you had come home and your neighbors informed you of something.
Mm-hmm. That
Prior inconsistent
our buildings
statement.
had been shot.
And what time was it that you got home?
Not sure.
That's not how you impeach by prior.
Why is it that stands out in your head?
Why did it stand out?
Yes, you do.
Who said it stood out?
I can tell you that.
Exactly.
And is that incident one that happened in 2013?
I think so.
Did you report it to the police?
Can you put it on double
Yeah, I
time?
think I called the police.
Did you
you
call
speed
them
it
on
up?
your phone, or did you do something else?
Yeah, I called them.
This officer
Objection, Your
report?
Honor, hearsay.
If I'm mistaken, I'm not sure.
And this report, was it handwritten?
What you mean was a handwritten?
I mean, was it a piece of paper with handwriting on it?
She could get
Like
progressively
this.
nastier
Or
as this
was it
examination
a
goes on.
document that was typewritten like this?
And I think it was a document.
That was typed up?
Ike, I don't know where on
Yeah, I
that.
think so.
I think
How
it's
long
after
did you
this.
stay on scene talking to
I don't
the
know,
officer
after
before
this.
responding to your 911 call?
We have
That's what
about,
she can't read from the text messages
And
until
in
she gets them in.
relation
So
to
that's why the hearsay
the front
objection was
door in your
sustained. So she's gonna
apartment,
keep
which
it close
window
forward.
was hit?
I think
The
it's
phone
after.
number ending in 6024
Keep
and the
going.
phone number ending in 4983 are two different numbers that you currently have.
is that what you're talking about?
Oh, yes.
Now,
Keep
why
going.
is it then that you told the jury that
Stop. Let me see. Go a little bit more.
I think we should come back to this because
Okay.
I got an appointment as well.
You look for it? All right, good. Let's do that. Because I'm starving. I need some dinner.
Yeah.
All right, fam. We're gonna come back to this. We'll cue it up that way.
We'll cue it up.
Fine,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. I don't want to go through the whole testimony of today. Nor do I want to see the other guy pop up on the screen.
Thank you, Shy Baby.
Everyone, thank you. Thank you. This is going to be we're going to end this live and come back with a.
We got all week to catch up because we got a week off.
Well, we don't really got the jurors have a week off. We don't have.
Jury has a week off.
Right.
Are they coming back?
They
for
come back
arguments? Oh, they got motions.
April 2nd.
Okay. That's my Court of Appeals argument.
Right. So you're not gonna come back that day, that's for sure.
For sure. For sure.
But ladies and gentlemen, I will be back here on our membership section for those who are members, and we're going to be talking about another topic. And again, hopefully you're one of those that are a member. You
All
can be a
right.
part
I'm
of
not
this.
a member anyway. I see you. I'm out. I love you. I really do. I mean,
Thank you, Ike. I appreciate you. I really do. I'll see you soon. Okay. So there you have it. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot to unpack with this, but I think that this witness will not help the prosecution at all. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you. We'll be back within 24 hours. I don't know when, but within 24 hours. With that said, let's take this out of here. Hold on. Let's see here. No, we're out. Peace.